from a low life, but now people call me the king, tearing it up with every lyric that I bring to the table. Because I'm willing and able, I'm in more homes than Comcast cable. I got the skill that'll rattle your brain. I'm a threat like Saddam Hussein, everybody know my name. Joe Habib's a top soldier, kid, they should have told you, you really need to pack a lunch. My words hit hard just like a Tyson punch, so give me a chance, I bet you I can make it dance. Show me your girl, I bet you I get in her pants. I'm breaking egos and money is what I'm stacking. Joe Habib on the mic, you know I'm down for action. Shout out to Make Beats Sir, and the Beat Smith, and the whole Rope-A-Dope radio crew. Yeah. Boom. All right. What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Well, there seems to be this interesting topic that's been swirling around, and I think it kind of started on the round table between D-Style and myself, and G-Funky did a series of interviews, him by himself at an event with Samson Lukowitz. He was there. He covered the Fundora event. Shout out to G-Funky Boxing. Shout out to Dave Duenas because he was part of the second interview. And one of the topics that was brought up was the Canelo Alvarez, David Benavidez situation. And this whole thing about, well, if the fight is not on DAZN, will there be an issue of making this fight? What if Canelo Alvarez demands that this fight is on DAZN? Will this fight get made? And Samson Lukowitz kind of said, well, you know, I'm not the big man. I don't want to sound like the big man. I'm not the big man in charge. Obviously, he's the promoter of David Benavidez, but what he said is pretty much what I said all along. You know, I'm not the one with the budget. It's up to the networks to present the deal in place. And you know, the deal gets presented to the fighter via the promoter, and it's up to the fighter to decide what deal is the most beneficial to him, right? So because this sport is so tribal, right? Back in the day, it used to be, you know, who was the better fighter, right? Now we have these arguments about who's the bigger draw. Now we have this argument about what's the better network, who's the better promoter. And now we've created this other argument like, where does the fight have to be, right? And a lot of people are presenting that question, but never once have I heard from Canelo's mouth. I never heard it out of Canelo's mouth or Eddie Reynoso's mouth, ever, that the fight with David Benavidez will not happen unless it's on DAZN. This is a fan created argument. This is a tribalistic fan created argument. And I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to sound condescending, and I'm going to sound like an asshole to some. But you guys make these arguments and you don't really think them through, right? You have these personal feelings, and you think that Canelo Alvarez shares your opinion in this. And I've said this all along, and I'm going to say it again. I honestly don't believe Canelo Alvarez gives two shits where this fucking fight is, if and when it happens, which I do think it's going to happen, right? I don't think he gives two shits where the fight happens. He's going to take the best deal that is presented to him. Oh, well, he's loyal to Eddie Hearn and DAZN. He's not loyal to anybody. First of all, that DAZN deal was a 3-fight, $160 million deal, according to reports. Now, the PBC deal was, from what I've seen, and the reports that I've seen, was a 3-fight, $100 million deal, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think it had Charlo, Benavidez, and a catch weight with Errol Spence. And everyone's like, oh, well, you know, he wanted to go with the legacy fights over at DAZN, but no, he got more money. He's not an idiot. He got a more lucrative deal, right? So it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. You guys look at these fighters like they're these that they're these holier than thou creatures, that they're like fucking superheroes. They fight for truth and justice and honor. No, this is a fucking job, bro. I mean, they're gonna fight for the money when it's all said and done. And then you guys act shocked. Like, oh, whoa, what about legacy? Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop. And that's not to say that these fights aren't good fights that Canelo's fighting. I'm not crazy about all of them, but he's given us a lot of great fights. There's no question about that. And again, this whole thing with Lukowitz that, oh, well, David Benavidez is the new sheriff in town. Nah, I mean, no one believes that. But let's just run the numbers, right? Let's just run the numbers. So when you look at Canelo Alvarez's pay-per-view history, right? And you see the Canelo Alvarez Caleb Plant fight. Now, this fight reportedly did 800,000 pay-per-view buys in the US alone. This is just the US alone. But this fight was also available in Australia via Main Event KO Sports. It was also available in the United Kingdom through BT Sport Box Office. This fight was also available in Turkey, right? Via S Sport Plus. This fight was also available in Japan via WOWW. It was also available in Russia on Match TV, right? So this fight in the United States alone generated $64 million of domestic revenue, right? That's just in the US alone. That's 800,000 pay-per-view buys. And according to a lot of the fans, oh, who's Caleb Plant? He's a nobody. He's this, he's that. And I understand, yeah, the first Mexican fighter to become undisputed at 168. I get the storyline, but once again, that's $64 million in revenue in the United States alone. That's without the pay-per-view revenue in Australia. And I also forgot Latvia, Go3, there's another network. So that's without the pay-per-view in Australia, Latvia, United Kingdom, Turkey, and Fight TV also carried this fight. It says unsold market, so I don't know. So, and then this fight generated around $18 million from 16,586 tickets sold in the sold out show, right? So this is a Showtime pay-per-view event, right? So that's 64 million in the United States alone. So let's take a look at the Gennady Golovkin fight, which in Canada, United Kingdom, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, right? And the United States, that was shown on DAZN pay-per-view, right? So worldwide, this fight was shown on DAZN pay-per-view. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this fight was shown free to air in Mexico. It was shown. It was actually. It says it right here. I'm reading the report here. It was shown free to air in Mexico, and it was shown free in Kazakhstan, right? And worldwide, this fight did 1 million pay-per-view buys, but it was reported that in the United States alone, right, it only did roughly 575,000, according to Dan Raphael. Eddie Hearn, I think, said it did 600,000 in the United States. So for you to run the numbers, right, which I like to do, right, let's run the numbers. So in the United States alone, the Canelo Plant fight on Showtime generated 64 million pay-per-view buys, right? Now, when you look at the DAZN situation, you have to purchase the membership, and then you can buy the pay-per-view. Or if you don't have the membership, they required you to pay 88.98, right? So even with that 88.98 price tag, which is roughly $9 more per buy, you times that by 600,000. I rounded it up to 600,000. So that's $53,388,000, right? So Fight did roughly $10 million more on the Showtime promoted card against a guy, Caleb Plant, who's not as well known as Gennady Golovkin, right? So right then and there, you know, obviously the Showtime event in the United States did much better. So once again, I mean, this is a numbers game, man. This isn't Canelo fighting your tribalistic beefs here on YouTube and on Twitter. He doesn't get, again, you're making arguments for Canelo that he's not even making for himself. These are your fan created arguments, right? That he cares about loyalty with promoters and stuff. I'm sure he has a great relationship with Eddie Hearn. I'm sure he trusts Eddie Hearn, but he also has had great things to say about Showtime as well. It's not like he doesn't like Showtime, that he won't deal with Showtime, right? So once again, if a deal comes across from Showtime that is better than DAZN, you'd have to be an idiot to think that he's not going to take that deal. So you guys want him to fight your little skirmishes amongst yourselves, and again, he doesn't care. When has he ever said, "I will not fight David Benavidez unless it's on DAZN"? When has Eddie Reynoso ever said? When has Eddie Hearn said, "Oh, well, if this fight happens, it has to be on DAZN"? And who's to say, right, that when Canelo Alvarez fights this next fight and the deal is up, that he re-signs with DAZN? Who's to say that even happens? Once again, the next deal Canelo Alvarez makes will more than likely be his last. I don't see Canelo Alvarez fighting more than 3 times, right? So the next deal he makes is going to be his last. So obviously he's going to want that fight to be the most lucrative possible that it can be, right? And another thing people are not taking into account is this, right? He hasn't fought in a mandatory in the WBC since 2021. So it's been around 2 years since he's fought a mandatory, right? And he'll finish this year out without fighting another mandatory. So it'll be going on 2.5 years, close to 3 years at some point. At the end of this year, it'll be about a little over 2 years, and then we're gonna go into next year. Do you think that they're never gonna order that mandatory? You think they're gonna allow him to go 3 years without fighting a mandatory? So what if that fight gets ordered by the WBC and it ends up going to purse bids? And what if Showtime outbids DAZN? Right? Does anyone have a choice where that fight's going to be? No, it's going to go to the highest bidder. And if Showtime outbids DAZN, which it did for the Plant fight, they outbid him, right? And that's why the fight was on Showtime. Simple as that. It all comes down to money. It's not about who has like these personal beefs that you guys want to create. These arguments that only exist in your mind. If anyone thinks that these guys aren't going to take the best deal financially that makes sense for them, you think Eddie Reynoso, who's Canelo Alvarez's manager, who has fiduciary responsibility of Canelo Alvarez, do you think he's going to advise him to take a deal for less money when he can get more somewhere else? I mean, come on, guys. Just use fucking common sense. It's not that hard to figure out. Oh, well, Canelo demands that it's going to be on DAZN, then it's going to be on. Like, you think, again, Canelo doesn't give a fuck about that. You created that argument in your own fucking minds, guys. You created that argument. And again, oh, well, he took less money for this. No, he didn't take less money to go to DAZN. PBC only offered him a $100 million deal. DAZN offered him 160. It's that simple. It's that simple. And I'm a DAZN subscriber, bro. Right? And I know Showtime shows have been losing. I mean, this whole thing about shows losing money, we pick and choose and on how we want to assess that. Like Showtime is the only entity that's lost money on fights. Every broadcaster at some point has lost money on a fight. Look at the collective numbers, right? Look at Showtime pay-per-view has 5 of the top 10 highest grossing fights in the history of the sport. 5. 5. So I think they know what they're doing. So you want to pick at these events, oh, well, this fight only did this fight only did that, blah, 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 blah. But when you have the right fight, and you put the right fight on Showtime, it usually they usually kill it. Right? If I had a choice, if I was a fighter and I fought in America, I was an American fighter, and I had a choice. If I was advising Canelo Alvarez, I would go with the highest bidder. And for this particular fight, my opinion, if you put this fight on Showtime pay-per-view as opposed to this own pay-per-view, it would do better numbers on Showtime pay-per-view. DAZN has 15 million subscribers worldwide. That's worldwide. They have 4 million subscribers in North America. That's with Canada and Mexico included. So if I was to estimate, I would say that in the United States, right? I would say in the United States, if I'm being honest and generous here, I would say DAZN probably has roughly 2 million subscribers in the United States alone. Whereas Showtime, right, has like 26 million subscribers. Well, Beeb, not all them guys are going to watch boxing. Okay, but again, a lot of people are talking about this Garcia, right? They're talking about this Garcia Davis fight. And a lot of people are getting a lot of the promotional material from Showtime's YouTube channel, from Showtime's channel itself. Showtime, in my opinion, just does a better job promoting fights. They have more of a history of promoting big fights than DAZN does. And that's not me hating on DAZN. That's just me being honest, right? So when it comes to the big fights, Showtime knows how to do the big fights. Look at Joshua versus Usyk 2, right? Joshua just signed a deal to DAZN, but Saudi purchased the rights to that fight. Skills Challenge purchased the right to that fight. What did they say? We want Sky to be the UK distributor, right? They wanted Sky to be the distributor, right? Why do you think that is? Because they knew that Sky could reach more people than DAZN. It's just these are just statistical numbers. Like DAZN just hasn't worldwide. They have 50 million subscribers. They through their other sports, they do a great job, but they can't compete with Sky. They can't compete with Sky. They can't compete with Sky. You know, This is an argument that you guys created within your own mind. Canelo Alvarez will go where the money is. They'll go where the money is. So outbids if Showtime outbids the zone, then Canelo will fight on Showtime. It's that simple. It's that simple. You know, the zone's been outbid before, and they've outbid fighters. They've outbid other broadcasters before too. That's simple. That's simple. So this whole thing that Canelo automatically is going to say it's going to be on the zone because I want it to be on the zone. No, it's going to be on the broadcast network who puts up the most money. Canelo went with the zone, right? Because they gave him 160 million for 3 fights. PBC only offered him 100. It's that simple. He wanted a one fight deal with the plant fight, and it's simple and plain. Showtime outbid the zone for that fight, right? So this whole creation that you guys, want to make, that's the thing. You create you want to have this tribal battle between promoters and networks. When did Canelo ever say out of his own mouth that this fight won't happen unless it's on DAZN? Give me a quote. Give me a quote. You're creating an argument. You're creating an argument that doesn't exist. Guys are creating an argument that doesn't exist. You're arguing about a topic that hasn't even been brought up by any of the fighters, right? And then in G Funky's interview, when Samson was asked about it, he says, "Well, I'm not the big man. I don't make the decisions. I'm not the network. I don't have the money." So this fight will go to the highest bidder. And it's that simple. That's just the reality of the situation. There's no this fight has to be on the zone no matter what. This fight will go to the highest bidder. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. It's that fucking simple. Showtime will bid on the fight. The zone will bid on the fight. Whoever comes up with the most money, that's where the fight will be. That's the end. That's just the end of it. That's just the end of it. Whoever comes up with the most money, that's where the fight will be. Canelo will be presented a deal. Reynoso will go over the numbers with him. This is the numbers. And then the zone will have a deal. Reynoso will look at the deal. This is the numbers. And whatever deal is better for Canelo financially, he will take it. The next deal Canelo makes will be his last deal. So I'm sure he's going to go out in the best financial situation possible. So this whole thing, this whole ridiculous battle that you guys have created, this whole tribalistic network versus network thing is bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's immature. It's like, oh well, this network is this, like, this is corny shit, bro. Getting in arguments about networks. Canelo doesn't lay awake night saying to himself, "Oh, I care about where my fights are broadcast." No, he's looking at his check at the end of the day. That's all he cares about. It's that simple. It's that simple. And at the end of the day, if the fight goes to purse bids and DAZN outbids Showtime, then the fight will be on DAZN. It's not like PBC hasn't sent fighters over to DAZN and DAZN hasn't sent fighters over to PBC and Showtime. It's all gonna boil down to the money. Even though DAZN has that piggy bank, they've lost out on fights before. They've been outbid before. BT Sports outbid them before, right? BT Sports has outbid them before. Sky's outbid them before. So it all depends on what they want to spend for a particular fight, right? Just they have the budget, but they're going to choose how they want to use it. They're going to choose how they want to use it. It's that simple. The Zach Parker, John Ryder fight went to purse bids. BT Sport won the purse bid. They won they won the purse bid. So that's just that. Drew, let me ask you this. Like, I don't know if you've been on Twitter and you're hearing these arguments, but isn't this kind of I mean, I'm not trying to lead the witness here, but am I wrong? Is this a ridiculous argument? Canelo is going to be presented with offers, right? After this fight. And he's going in the twilight of his career. This is probably going the next deal he makes is going to be the last deal of his career, right?
Yeah.
So is it going to matter about being loyal to a network that's like is Canelo vested in the zone financially? Like is he basically saying I'm going to stick with the zone because I'm loyal to the zone, or is he going to take the best deal possible for him financially? What is he going to do? If you're handling Canelo Alvarez, isn't it your job to get him the best deal possible for himself financially? And if that's on Showtime, why would you not take it? What is this whole thing about? Oh, well, the fight has to be on DAZN. Like Canelo's gonna like no, the fight should be on DAZN if DAZN outbids Showtime. That simple. But go ahead. I'll let you speak your piece on this because I don't want to lead the witness. Go ahead.
Well, it should go to the platform that bids the most for this. If this goes to a post bid, but I believe it's going to go to a post bid eventually because I think the only way chance this fight does not happen is due to splits on push splits. You know, like how much did Plank get? Like 20% when he fought Canelo, maybe 10. I'm not sure
Yeah, I
I
don't
know.
know.
So if you're looking at it, he's going to be offered at least, it's going to be at least an 80-20 split.
All I'm saying is this, not to cut you off. I just look at historical data. I look at Canelo's fights on HBO with Golovkin. Domestically alone, the first fight did 1.3. The second fight did 1.1. Now, if these reports are correct that he only did 575 in the third fight, now I understand there's going to be a drop, right? I understand there's going to be a drop, but that's kind of a crazy drop from 1.1 million to 575 domestically. Is that not? And we have to just come to the conclusion that the zone just didn't take off here in the United States, bro. It just didn't. They don't have a lot of subscribers here in the United States. They just don't.
Well, clearly, because they had the motto that we're done with the pay-per-view stuff. You subscribe, you get the big fights. And then after a couple of years of being a platform, they went and, oh, we got a pay-per-view now. That's what's killing them. They went back on their slogan, no pay-per-view, to having pay-per-view, not only charging $88 for non-subscribers, but when you subscribe, paid at least $25 a month, 200 some dollars a year, we'll give you the pay-per-view to give you $20 off the pay-per-view. you paid almost $70. So it's not really a big drop in the pay-per-view price if you're a subscriber to this after giving up like $200 a year for this platform. And a lot of times you're not really getting good fights on this platform. Like the fights with Eddie Horn's backyard, half of them, a lot of people don't even know who the hell they are.
Boxing is a global sport, right? But here's the thing, man. The Zone's got a lot of competition. They got BT Sport, they got Sky, they got friggin' ESPN Plus, right? I'm watching fights on ESPN Plus via Queensberry, right? And there's just a lot of competition out there right now. There's a lot of competition out there, and ESPN Plus is another one. They have many more subscribers in the United States than DAZN does, right? So you want to look at the global market. When you take a fight like Canelo Alvarez versus Caleb Plant, right? You have Showtime doing the domestic portion, the United States portion of the broadcast, but then you have another distributor in Australia, Main Events KO Sports. Then you have a GO3 in Latavia. Then you have BT Sports in United Kingdom. Then you have Sports Plus in Turkey. Then you have Fight TV. Then you have WOWOW. Then you have Match TV in Russia, right? You have all these different entities covering the fight, and the fighters are going to get a piece of all that, right? Now, when you look at Golovkin, Alvarez 3, right? DAZN is the broadcaster for worldwide. United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Ireland, Australia, New Zealand, right? That's a million views. They have 15 million subscribers, right?
Yeah.
And they got 1 million views worldwide. So who knows what? Here's another thing people don't realize when they look at these domestic they look at these pay-per-view buys in the United States. Showtime's only giving you the domestic numbers, right? DAZN's giving you the worldwide numbers. So who knows what the worldwide numbers were for Canelo Alvarez, Caleb Plant? How many buys did it do in the UK on BT Sport box office? How many did it do in Main Event KO Sports in Australia? How many did it do in Russia? I mean, we don't know that because we're only counting the domestic revenue, where DAZN's giving you the worldwide revenue. And again, those numbers aren't bad from DAZN, but they're not as good as the Showtime numbers. You put the right fight on Showtime, history has shown us they've outperformed everyone. They have 5 of the highest grossing fights, right? They have 5 of the highest grossing fights in the history of the sport. It's that simple. It's that simple. So these people are making an argument that is not there. They're making an argument that's not there. It's that simple. It's that simple. So who knows what worldwide when you see when you have Showtime and you have other entities who are broadcasting a fight, right? You have more eyeballs on the sport. Whereas when you have just DAZN, I mean, out of 15 million subscribers, right? Only a million of those are watching the fight. I mean, come on, bro. They can't compete with Sky. They can't compete with Showtime in the United. I mean, do you honestly think that DAZN pay-per-view can compete with Showtime pay-per-view in the United States?
No.
They're just not as established. So it's crazy. You know? It's crazy.
And the problem is, when they lose out on bet on post bids, some of the post bids they should have won. Because you have to put them on. You have to do something. You got to take a risk on a fight to put you on the map in the United States. They have not even tried that. They did not even try to bid for the Plant Canelo fight.
They didn't even bid for it.
And that's the problem. They have to.
They didn't even bid for it.
Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. If this goes to post bid, I think a wild card plays into this. I think Top Rank will play into this and try to.
They've already said they would.
And that's the thing.
They've already said they would.
I think they will win the post bid Top Rank and put on ESPN Plus pay-per-view.
This whole thing about this battle of networks is corny, bro. It's fucking little kids bullshit stuff, man.
It is, but if you got the Canelo fans saying certain things, you got the Benavidez fans saying certain things. It's a battle over both of them. But the thing about it is, if DAZN wins the rights, then he fights on his own. If Showtime wins the rights, he fights on Showtime. If he fights,
that's simple. This fight will go to the highest bidder. And it doesn't matter what Samson Lukowicz says, because he is not the guy with the fucking pocketbook. And he said it on G Funky's interview. Shout out to G Funky Boxing. He got that out of Samson. You know what I mean? Samson did say, I'm not the man here. He basically said he's not the decision maker. He doesn't have the deal with the network. Al Heyman does. And Al Heyman will present the deal to Samson Lukowicz, who will in turn present the deal to David Benavidez. Now, if David Benavidez turns down a deal, or if I don't think Samson would ever turn down a deal for David Benavidez, right? He could say whatever the fuck he wants. He would never advise David Benavidez to turn down a deal with DAZN if DAZN outbidded Showtime. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it. The fight will go to the highest bidder. The fight will go to the highest bidder. It's a stupid argument that Canelo Alvarez cares where this fight's going to be. That he's going to automatically say this fight is on DAZN. Well, what if DAZN outbids Showtime, and then David Benavidez says he still doesn't want to fight him? Again, that's a lot of what ifs. If you have to dig that deep into the bag of what ifs, then what are we doing here? What are we doing here? What if I walk outside and I get struck by lightning? I mean, let's deal with reality here. Let's deal with reality here. Do you honestly think that David Benavidez is going to be advised to turn down a lucrative deal with DAZN for a shit ton of money? No.
It would be stupid if he does, to be honest. It would be stupid if he turns down a shitload of money, even if it's not on the platform he's used to fighting on. Like, technically, he's not in a 3-fight deal. So that was already put to bed. He's not in a 3-fight deal. Like,
he signed a 3-fight contract with his promoter. That's what he did. He's got a 3-fight deal contract with Samson.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, that doesn't mean he has to fight this guy. He could fight whoever is presented to him. That's the thing.
Yeah. But he doesn't have a 3-fight. He doesn't have a 3-fight deal with Showtime, I'm saying.
Yeah.
So the thing about it is, he could go to Top Rank. If Samson gives him an offer and say, hey, Top Rank's offering us a big fight, he'll go to Top Rank and fight.
Yeah, exactly. He has a 3-fight deal, right? With the promoter, not with the network.
So I look at it like this. If this fight goes to post-bid, which I do expect it to go to post-bid because it's going to be offered a 90-10 split or an 80-10 split, and they're not going to agree to it. To make sure it goes to post-bid, to have a chance at a bigger split. I have a feeling ESP Top Rank is going to win the post bid.
It's possible.
Like,
It's possible.
because Bob Elms get up in on age. Let's just say that right now.
Well, let's just look at this other scenario. So Canelo Alvarez did 520,000 pay-per-views in the United States, right? With Bivol. He reportedly did 575 with Golovkin, right? So this fight that's going to be in Mexico and it's going to be on DAZN pay-per-view. Do you think, honestly, right? Because this last fight is going to be the litmus test for DAZN moving forward in their relationship with Canelo Alvarez. So, do you think if he does another low number on pay-per-view, well, these aren't low numbers, but we're just used to seeing him do millions. I sound like an idiot saying these are low numbers. Low numbers in comparison, right? Low numbers in comparison to what he's done before, right? So, if they do another low number, right? You think the zone is gonna give him another $160 million deal? No. I don't think Canelo Alvarez re-signs another multi-fight deal with the zone. I don't. I just don't.
I'm gonna answer this now. I'm gonna have to bounce. But look
I'll
at
let
it
you
like
go.
this. Why is the John Ryder fight a pay-per-view fight? And tell you the truth, he's not known in the US. Only the modern day casual fan does not know who the hell John Ryder is. Why is it a pay-per-view fight?
Yeah, it's a bad move to put this. I can understand putting it on pay-per-view in the UK, but putting it on pay-per-view in the United States is retarded. Stupid.
Yeah. It's retarded to put that on the United States pay-per-view market because nobody knows it. In the United States, I'm telling you this right now, this fight does not play $200K. This fight may not play $100K in the US. And I'm not saying that because I'm being a Canelo hater, because I'm not a Canelo hater. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Canelo's, but at the end of the day, I don't see this doing no more than $150K in the US alone.
Yeah.
But thanks for having me, B.
All right, man. I'll catch up with you, man. Thanks for jumping on.
All right.
Shout out to Boxing. He gets a $2 super chat, and he's basically telling me Teddy Atlas is the GOAT. That's your opinion. That's not mine. That is not mine. G Funky Boxing says, Beep, thanks for the shout out. Some channels use my interview and say a YouTube reporter, shaking my head. Nah, I mean, like I said, you put the work in, you deserve the credit for the work, you know? You deserve the credit for the work. There was the one thing that I got out of that interview that even I've interviewed him before in the past, and I've never got him to say that one statement that he said in your interview. And this is what people need to listen to because everyone's asking him the same question. And what he said in G Funky's interview, this is the most important thing that you need to accept. And I've been saying this for years. And I'm not a smart person. I'm not smarter than anyone on here, but I listen. And I know how to process information, and I know how to understand data. And he said this. He said, I don't want to sound like I'm the big man. I'm not the one with the money. It's the network. Okay? So the network will present the money to Sampson. He will relay the deal to his fighter. He could say, this is what I would do. This is what I advise you to do, whatever. He could have his 2 cents, but at the end of the day, he has no say, right? At the end of the day, he has no say where this fight goes. He really doesn't. Because the money will be put on the table from Showtime. The money will be put on the table from DAZN. And wherever the money, whoever has the most amount of money, right? Whoever has the most amount of money will get the fight. It's that fucking simple. This isn't rocket science. This isn't rocket science. What would you guys do if you had two deals on the table, right? If you had two deals on the table, Showtime offered you more money than DAZN. What deal would you take? What deal would you take? It's that simple. Answer that question. And that just kills the whole fucking argument. That just kills the whole argument. It's that simple. It's not fucking hard to figure out. Oh, well, if Canelo says the fight has to be on DAZN, then it's gonna be. When did fucking Canelo ever said the fight had to be on DAZN? Oh, well, he already went to show. Like, this is the stupidity of the fans. They look at it as a L for Canelo that he went over to Showtime. Are you guys fucking dumb? It was a win of epic proportions going to Showtime. Because the fight generated 10 million more dollars than it would have generated if he fought on DAZN. I ran the numbers for you. So that's an L for Canelo because he went over to Showtime. He doesn't have an emotional interest in DAZN. These aren't his family members over at DAZN, right? They're not his kids, his fucking brothers and sisters and cousins over there. They are business partners, okay? They are business partners. James Hunt, I hate repeating myself, so I'll do it again to help you out. So on DAZN, on Showtime pay-per-view, Canelo Alvarez and Caleb Plant in the United States alone, right? In the United States alone, what do you mean you don't need help? You just asked me for the numbers. All right, since you're saying that, then forget it. Then I'm not going to go over it again because I've already gone over it again. If you want to be a dickhead, then you're not going to get the numbers. No, you already blew it, bro. You already fucking blew it. I'm not gonna go over the numbers. You do your own Google searches. You want to be a smartass? You do your own Google searches. I'm not going to help you. DAZN is not bigger than Showtime in the United States. DAZN is not bigger globally than Showtime. Showtime has 26 million subscribers in the United States alone. Right? Okay. We're not even going to go down that road. You can't argue with people who don't know how to do Google searches. I mean, it's that simple. Yeah, I know. My numbers are bullshit. Everyone's numbers are bullshit that you don't agree with. I get it. That's fine. The numbers that you don't want to believe are always going to be bullshit. Right? Okay, boxing with Sean. Again, this is another person that argues with emotion, and this is another person who's a contrarian who's just going to take the opposite side of an argument. Can I ask you a question? Of the $15 million of the 15 million subscribers worldwide from DAZN, are they all boxing fans, Sean? How many would you say are boxing fans? I would venture to say more of them are soccer fans. Soccer's is a sport that's probably 3 times larger. People don't realize boxing is a global sport, and globally, boxing a billion people watch boxing a year. 3 billion people watch soccer. So I don't think the zone is really losing as much. I think the zone will be successful. My argument is I just don't think it'll have a successful following in America when it comes to boxing. I don't think they can compete with ESPN and Showtime domestically in the United States. And I don't think they can compete with Sky domestically in the UK. That's just my opinion. And I think that the data has basically indicated that. That's all. Let's just be objective here. Let's take the emotion out. Let's be men. Let's just be men. Let's just be men. It's that simple. What's up, checkmate? I mean, where am I wrong here in this argument, right? I'm just confused. I mean, I'm giving hard data, and people don't want to accept it. I don't know if are you live here? I don't hear you.
How about now? Is it working?
Yeah, I got you. I got
All right,
you.
cool. Sorry about that. Yeah, what's up, B? Yeah,
What's
I
going on?
agree with you with some aspects because if if Showtime's going to offer the bigger bag for the fight, then Canelo should have taken it. You know, he should have taken it. But the fact is, Sampson did say that Showtime offered Canelo much more than $55 million.
Yeah, but he's
Okay,
wrong. He's wrong. He's
but how
wrong
can
because
he?
the
How can
deal
he
the
be
deal was
wrong?
100 million for 3 fights,
No, no, no,
right?
no. It was 100 million for 2 fights. Okay, the option was he could either, you know, if he wanted to add Spence at one
You're cutting out again.
for 100 million plus. Okay, so I understand. You know, how can Samson be wrong when he was when the contract came across his desk? You understand what I'm saying? So we can give our opinion, but my opinion is only going to be as valid as the as the facts that are presented. So if
Well,
Samson saw the contract and boxing Twitter is saying something else, who am I going to believe? Am I going to believe
well,
Samson or am I going to believe some other sources that haven't presented facts?
well, Samson has said certain things that aren't in line with what has been reported by Showtime as well. So again, Samson is vested into Showtime, right? He deals with Showtime. He's biased towards Showtime. So he has an incentive to kind of exaggerate things when it comes to Showtime. Is that fair to say? Because he has a relationship with them?
Well, I don't know about the exaggeration, but his incentive is exaggeration part though. I don't see the exaggeration because if he says the zone if he said Canelo was offered much more than $55 million, then why would he lie?
$55 million
Because
dollars for what though?
more
For what?
for
What are you talking about?
Benavidez versus Canelo. Okay, because
Well,
one thing you're saying, you're saying it was a 3-fight 100 million deal. That's not the truth at all, sir.
well, let's
Like I
let's
said earlier.
Google it. Let's Google it. Let's
Well,
Google it.
well, well. Then when you can Google it, but again, there was a two. It was the options were Benavidez and Charlo for $100+ million deal. But then they had an option to add in
All right, let's read
Spence
this
for
deal. Let's
okay.
read this report. I apologize. You're correct. It was a two fight deal for 100 million. You're correct. All right. We'll see when we get the information wrong, what do we do? So let's take a look at the numbers. We'll break it down. So 160 divided by 3, that's a $53 million deal, right? So
Okay,
you take the $100 million deal, sir, and you divide that by 2, that's 50 million. So what I'm trying to tell you is Samson made a claim that is incorrect because I'll tell you why it's incorrect. He only knows the numbers that are being presented to him. There's no way he knows the DAZN numbers. So he's not looking at the contract. So Canelo still, you're correct. I misspoke and I will retract my statement. So a 2-fight deal for 100 million, right? Now here's the deal that Canelo got with DAZN. He got a 3-fight $160 million. So he got $3 million per fight more. But here's another sidebar portion he got. Canelo was able to have a deal where he could have his Mexican promoted fights shown on DAZN as well. where Showtime wasn't giving him that. So again, the DAZN deal was a slightly more lucrative deal, right, than the PBC deal was. I mean, that's just a fact. You have to concede that point.
Joe, you always asking me to concede something, even when I present you with the facts.
No,
Otherwise.
but again, 100 million divided by 2, right? That's 50 million. 160 divided by 3 is 53 million. What's more money? And if I don't get a direct answer, then there's a problem here. There's a cognitive dissonance.
Well, Joe, you just
there's cognitive dissonance. There's cognitive
Joe,
dissonance if I don't get a direct answer. There's cognitive dissonance if I don't. What is
buddy,
more money? What is more money, 53 or 50?
Listen, Joe. All I like to do is listen, Joe.
This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
You're not allowing me to speak, buddy.
You got to answer the question.
Well,
you got to answer the question.
Joe,
what's a better?
Joe,
you can speak if I get an answer. You can speak
Joe,
if I get an answer.
Joe, I don't have conversations like that, sir. You got to allow me to speak the facts, okay? Right. What I said was, you said that there was a 3-fight, $100 million Showtime
Incorrect.
deal.
I made an incorrect statement.
Okay, let me finish my statement, sir. You said it was a 3-fight, Showtime $100 million deal, and he took the more lucrative DAZN deal. Okay, and what I presented was that Sampson said there was actually much more than 55 million, that he was offered to fight Benavidez. So you were talking about upfront guaranteed money. We're not talking about the back end. So you're thinking, let's say that fight does 1.5 million. You know what I mean? Pay-per-views, whatever the case may be. Canelo will make over 100 million for that particular fight. You're not putting in any of that. The only thing you're thinking of is the guarantee. You're not thinking of the pay-per-view backing or anything of that.
No, but
listen. Do me a favor,
here's the problem.
Joe. Can you do me a favor? I just posted you.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Here's the problem. Right? Here's the problem with your argument. When both of those deals were put on the table, right? DAZN did not have pay-per-view available at that time.
That's correct.
So again, I'm gonna agree with you. I've already proved one of your points.
What did you prove?
And this is where we're in agreement. But let's look at that 2-fight deal first, and let's even look. I agree 135,000% that if the fight with Benavidez is on Showtime pay-per-view, it's better. It's going to do better. I agree with that.
Plant did 800,000 pay-per-views.
I've already broke the numbers down.
Right. But let me.
But here's your problem.
Let me, Joe, you got to allow me to finish my statements, sir. My statements aren't 10 seconds long.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem.
But you're not even getting my correlation. What I'm trying to say. You can tell me here's the problem after I finish my statement.
I know, but you're misrepresenting the 2-fight. You're misrepresenting the 2-fight deal.
You don't even know where my sentence is going.
I know, but you gotta let me say this. You're deteriorating the quality. So first of all, the $100 million deal was for Jamel Charlo and Errol Spence. David Benavidez was not in that deal, and he was not ready to fight at that time.
Joe, you're getting all of this completely wrong, sir. I don't know what article you're reading. You're reading the wrong information. Now allow me to finish so we're uninterrupted.
I'm going to let you finish. 30 seconds, sir. I'm going to let you finish, and G's going to jump in. But
give me 30 seconds.
But you misrepresent things.
My point is this: if Wilder and Fury did 850,000 pay-per-views, what do you think Benavidez and Canelo's going to do?
Million.
It's going to do over a million. That's just, yes, absolutely. Million. So therefore, for him getting more, listen, if for Canelo getting more, according to Sampson, more than 55, much more than 55 million guaranteed, then wouldn't that be the best deal for him? And that was before DAZN even had pay-per-view. So I posted you the link. It starts right where Sampson says that. Don't take my word for it. Click and room share that video of Sampson speaking for himself.
No, I agree with that. But what I'm trying to tell you is, at the time the two deals were presented, that deal was not part of the two-fight
It
deal.
was
It
Joe.
wasn't.
I don't know where you
It
get me,
wasn't. It
Joe.
wasn't. It wasn't.
100%.
That here's the problem with your argument.
100%.
No, that fight was always going to be negotiated separately. I've interviewed Samson.
Okay,
I've
but
interviewed Samson. I've
Joe,
interviewed Samson.
you
That
hate
fight
to be
was not
wrong,
part
my
of the
brother.
deal.
All I'm doing
No,
is presenting facts.
you just proved me wrong.
Play the video, Joe. Play the video. I just sent you the video. Play the video for the room. Play the video for the room, Joe. Play the video for the room.
What video?
Samson would I put it in a private. Just click and share it on the screen. And I started it right where Samson starts it. Okay, he'll tell you himself. He's tell you it's from the source. So play it. I don't get off on lying. You will never ever catch me in a lie ever. You know why? Because all I do is present the facts. My opinions are based around.
No, you exaggerate things.
I may give a comedic spin on some things, but I never exaggerate the facts. You laugh at G Funky, but G Funky, I'm still waiting for that work, my brother. I'm still waiting.
No, you exaggerate.
I have never exaggerated, sir.
I'm going to show you.
Checkmate. I'll tell you this, man. I'm on live at least twice a week, man. I have a phone line, and you can call anytime, man. I always post on Twitter when I'm on. So
I don't know. I never get your feed. If I seen it, I would definitely take advantage of it.
Well, just subscribe to my channel then, and put the bell on. And you'll see. Hey, anytime, brother. It's all good. I'm still waiting for you to give me that definitive proof that that right hand Wilder landed on Scott was a legit punch.
I got you, brother. I'm gonna be on your show real soon, brother. All I do is present facts, man.
So here it is.
That's not the video I sent you.
Here it is.
Sir.
Look at this.
That's not what I sent you.
No, I'm gonna play this. Okay. We're gonna play your video after. But here's the facts. Saul Canelo Alvarez reportedly turned down a $100 million deal to fight Jermell Charlo and Errol Spence, and instead chose Dmitry Bivol and Gennady Golovkin. Right? Canelo reportedly turned down the deal.
Talk Sports. You're talking a UK outlet. I don't know what the inside. I've never seen this article, but Errol Spence was an outlier. Errol Spence was a catchweight deal that Canelo also turned out that he could have put in the two-fight deal. He could have chose Errol Spence as one of the fights. But the original plan was Charlo and Benavidez. And then the Errol Spence deal came in afterward if he wanted to choose that as an option. Okay? That's the
David Benavidez fight. The David Benavidez fight would have been a standalone deal, is what I'm trying to tell you. It wasn't included in those two fights.
Oh my goodness!
Have you ever had a conversation with Samson? Have you ever had a conversation with Samson?
Well, you didn't.
Have you ever had a conversation with Samson?
Well, just
have you ever had a conversation with Samson?
Play the video.
All right, hold on. And this is and folks. This is an edited version of Checkmates. This isn't even like an article or whatever. This is Checkmate's version of his.
It was a lot more than that.
Well, you mean the money was more than the 45 million?
Definitely, 100%. You got the offer for much more than $45 million.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that Canelo did receive an offer for Benavidez for more than 45 million, but it's just not being reported? So how many more millions did they offer Canelo? Was because Charlo's 45 was David a $50 million offer of his 48? What?
Much more, a lot more.
More than 50 million.
Much more than that.
And you're saying he said no?
Suck this. Give me this, motherfucker. Get in the ring. We sign a contract, bitch. When you in this business, your whole purpose is to crush the world to your feet, man. Motherfucker out there think he could beat you. Get the fuck out of here. Real talk. That's from a fighting top pedigree perspective.
Payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look at this guy. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Yeah. Hey, get the fuck out of here because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
Canelo, you a bitch. I'm putting it out there. No, I don't like to disrespect men that step into the ring. But damn, you scared of getting into a fight. I thought you was up here. Like, what are we waiting for?
Oh, okay.
You-
You
I
heard.
mean,
I give you some credit,
you-
Checkmate. You're good at editing videos, man. That's
yeah, you're
fantastic
good. You're
work.
good at being the CNN. You're good at being the CNN. You're like freaking. You're like fucking John. You're like Acosta. That's what you're like.
I'm
But
gonna
that wasn't part of
find the
that
fact,
wasn't part of the two
buddy,
fight
that's
deal.
my job.
That wasn't
But
part.
listen,
And then here's
what
the
did
thing.
Samson say?
And here's the
What-
thing.
Wait. What did Samson say, Joe? What did Samson say?
He said that
Much
he
more than
presented,
55 million. Did he say
he's-
much?
No, he said.
Did he say
said
much more than 55 million, sir?
No, he said much more than 45 million.
No, Joe. My God, Joe, you just watched. Everybody watched the same.
He didn't
thing,
say much
sir.
more than 55 million.
Rewind
He
it.
said much
He
more.
said much more. Joe, play it again.
He said more
Play
than
just that
50
part,
million.
Joe.
He said more than 50 million.
Joe, he said much more than 55 million, Joe. Why would I lie, brother? We're supposed to be on the same team and we're supposed to be fighting for the truth, for the facts. I have no reason to lie. G Funky, what did you hear? G Funky, did he say much more than 55
He said more than
million or
50.
not?
He said more than 50 million. He said more than 50
G
million.
Funky, did he say much more
I'll
than
play it
55
again.
million or
I'll
not?
play it again.
Yeah, play it
He says much
again.
more than-
Let's hear it real quickly. Yeah.
This is gonna be very, very insulting to you.
The 45 million.
Definitely, 100%. You got the offer for much more than $45 million.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that Canelo did receive an offer for Benavidez for more than 45 million, but it's just not being reported? So how many more millions did they offer Canelo? Was because Charlo's 45, was David a $50 million offer? His 48? What?
Much more. A lot more.
More than 50 million.
Much more than that.
And you're saying he said no?
Suck this. Give me this motherfucker. Get in the
So
ring.
more than 50. Yeah, that's what he said.
So he said
what
more
he
than
said
50.
he said
He didn't
much
say
more.
Checkmate, you lied. You lied.
I said on the video, I said he was offered
You lied.
55
Everyone saw you lied, bro.
He
He
said
said
much. I said listen,
more than
Joe,
50. More than 50,
I
not
said,
55.
I wrote
More
down
than 50.
55 million plus. He said much more than 50
lied.
million. So
You lied.
what is
You
much
lied.
more than 50 million? Is much
don't
more than
know.
50 million?
We
51
don't know.
million?
We
He
don't
wouldn't even
know
give
for
a
sure.
number.
Right,
If someone
G-Funky,
doesn't,
G-Funky.
G-Funk,
G-Funky,
if he
he said
doesn't,
much more than 50.
if he doesn't give an exact number, then I'm very
can't say for
skeptical what
sure.
the number
Yeah.
was. You can't say for sure. And here's this: Canelo never said he received an offer. I just showed you what the deal was. It was the 2-fight deal. Did not have the Benavidez fight is such a big fight. It's going to be a standalone deal, bro. It's going to
It's a
be a
huge fight,
standalone
man.
deal. It's going to be a
huge fight.
standalone deal. It's going
I
to be a
hope it gets-
standalone deal.
Yeah, I hope it gets made,
just
man.
telling you.
Because I've
It's
been
gonna be a
asking for this
standalone
fight
deal.
for I've been asking for this fight for a couple of years, man. Beeb, you remember we did a show. It was a roundtable in 2021 when it was rumored that who was it, Macaboo? I think Macaboo was possibly going to fight Canelo, and I was like, look, I don't want to see that fight. I would rather see him fight Benavidez. And at the time, guys didn't like it, but that's always been the fight I wanted at 168. And
That fight,
now that there's a big demand for it, man, I would love to see it this year, man.
that fight was never going to happen at that time. And that's all hyperbolic bullshit from Samson, because if this is the same guy that said the Plant Benavidez fight needed marinating, you don't think that the fucking Canelo Benavidez fight at that time didn't need a little bit of fucking marination? The fight is going to be bigger next year than it ever would have been back then, for the simple fact that now Benavidez has a credible win under his belt, which at that time he didn't. So that's the difference. Let's just be let's be commonsensical here. He could say whatever he wants. That's his side of the story. This is what Checkmate loves to do. Mr. John Acosta at CNN gives one side of the story, but doesn't give the other side.
What I gave was what Samson said. What do you?
Okay, I don't believe him.
I don't believe him. Let me.
I don't believe him.
Okay,
I don't believe him.
Okay, but guess what? The only side that is coming out is what PBC side, Brian Custer said, what Benavidez said, what they're saying. So you didn't hear Eddie say how much they turned down. You didn't hear Canelo say how much he turned down, because they
was reported. The only deal that was reported was the $100 million deal for the 2 fights.
It was not $100 million. How can it be? It was much more than $100 million, sir.
It's cognitive dissonance.
It was $100 million.
It's cognitive dissonance. It's cognitive dissonance.
Hey, G Funky, you got Samson's information. Joe, you got Samson's information. Why don't you both you guys just get him? Do a little fake, get him on in FaceTime and ask him, was the deal more than $55 million? That's all you have to ask. No other questions. Ask him, was the deal more than $50, and was it part of the Showtime?
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Deal?
Hold on.
That's all
Checkmate.
I'm asking.
I'll just tell you this, Checkmate. Look, if I could reach out and get him, you can. I mean, it's you just got to do.
But I don't. That's not my lane, my brother. I respect your lane, my brother.
Okay.
I respect the work you do.
That's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. But
there's another.
I just want to say this real quick before I leave, man, because I don't have a whole lot of time. It's still early in the morning for me. I'm on the West Coast, but I just want to say, Beeb, thank you for giving me the credit for the interviews this morning, man. I appreciate that. There's been several people that have used my material and given me credit, and I'm okay with that, because I know that that's what's going to happen when you get an interview like that. There are some people though, man, and there's one in your chat right now. And again, I don't want to create drama here, because that's not what I do on other people's platforms. But there is somebody that's in the chat that used the material from the interview and didn't give me any credit. They said a YouTube reporter, which is just, I don't understand that. Was it very hard for you to say, hey, credit to G Funky and Dave Duenas for their interview? Like, that wasn't that hard to do, was it?
You did the work. Now here's another report. Here's another report that says Canelo Alvarez rejects $100 million offer to face Charlo and Benavidez in a 2-fight deal. See, I mean,
but you said Benavidez wasn't included in the deal. I'm trying to tell you,
he wasn't included in the deal, because I know for a fact he wasn't included in it. I don't believe.
But you also knew for a fact it was a 3-fight, $100 million deal. Which is it, Joe? All I want to do is present the facts, my brother. I want to be able to help you do what you do best.
Can I ask you a question?
Use me as a resource.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm not your enemy.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Since you've come out of the womb, have you ever been wrong in your life about anything?
Of course I've been wrong. And every time if I'm wrong, it's because I didn't have the pertinent information.
What is it?
What is it about
when you have a conversation? What is it about when you have a conversation with me? You can't admit you're wrong when you make a mistake.
Well, when it comes to boxing and comes to facts, I pride myself in doing, the due diligence and doing the research to present the facts.
Yeah, you're CNN. You're the CNN of boxing.
No. But listen, sir. All you got to do is look at my fact. G Funky, I'm gonna come see you, my brother. I'm gonna
look at your opinions.
Listen,
hey,
I look at your opinions.
Checkmate. I put my email in the private chat. Email me anytime, man. We'll set something up.
I got you, my brother. I am none of you guys' enemy. Use me as a resource.
No,
you know why?
You're not my enemy.
Because
I'm trying to help you, brother. I'm trying to make you better. I'm trying to make you better. I don't want people laughing at you.
I send you facts in the DMs.
I don't want people laughing at you.
Joe, I send you facts in the DMs and you be conceding, but I don't put that stuff out in the public. You know what I mean? I don't say yeah, I'm right. I don't do stuff to say I'm
wrong.
right.
I'm wrong 50% of the time.
Every time you've had,
I'm wrong. And guess what? You're wrong. You're wrong 80% of the time. So I'm still beating you.
Oh my God, Joe, brother. Listen. If you prove any of the information that I put out to be wrong, then prove it.
I just did.
What did you prove? What?
Brother, you said that he was offered more money for the PBC deal. It's not. It's 100. I'll do the math again.
I said for the Benavidez, he was.
I'm gonna roll out, man. But I just
I'll let you go. Go ahead, man.
I just want to come on real quick and say thanks for again giving me the credit for it, man. Because look, I don't mind if people use my stuff as long as they just tell people where they got it from. Because like you said, I'm the one that's out there putting in the work. I went out and talked to the man in person. Got him on the channel a week later to talk a little bit more about his other fighters. And, that's what it's all about, man. I felt like I asked him the important questions about the fight, like what needs to happen for it to happen next. And what are you willing to do? And, it is what it is. His answers are his answers. People can do whatever they want with it from there, but just give me the credit for it. That's all I ask. I appreciate you, Joe. Checkmate. The emails and the thing, man. Anytime, bro.
You know,
and there's no hatred, no enemy, none of that stuff, man.
Never.
I don't
never
do that,
insulted
you know?
you. You know what I mean? We'll go back and forth for certain things. I'll make things a little funny, hilarious, whatever. But never insult, because I have respect for anybody. If you have an opinion and I differ, it's good. We can have great banter. Well, I have one question, one thing for you, one request for you, G Funky, my brother.
Sure,
if you can reach back out to Samson and you know what I mean, and ask him, was it more than 55 million, or if he will give you any substantial number, whatever the case may be, as a follow-up. That way you, not me, you can present the facts on your channel and everybody can say, boom, this is where the source is.
Okay.
Because
I'll do that, man. No problem. Just
I appreciate that. And I'll use your video and I'll use your sources and I'll say this is G Funky and I'll put it up there. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, that's all I ask, man. Because
checkmate.
I want what's best for the fans, man. That's it. But email me that video so I can present that to Samson, man. I appreciate you, Joe. Checkmate. You guys have a good day, man.
All right, my brother. I'll definitely reach out to you.
In fairness to David Benavidez, this was published on March 23rd, 2022. He claims, this is what he says. It was kind of a shock because I talked to my advisors and they said for me alone, they were offering $55 million plus pay-per-view, Benavidez told IFL TV. I feel like it's funny because everyone talks payday, but this guy Canelo is making more of a payday than anybody. I feel like there's more money there, but Canelo Alvarez is his own person and does what he wants. 2022, Alvarez agreed on a 2-fight deal to either fight Bivol or Gennady Golovkin. Many people consider the Mexican athlete to be a regular payday. However, he would make a lot money if he accepted the Benavidez offer. So this is one side of it. I haven't heard Canelo's side of it. All I know is Canelo Alvarez made $90 million in 2022.
So you're now what you're saying. So you're saying, checkmate, you was right about the 55 million.
Well, they're saying that was presented.
I asked, no, I didn't add it. That's not what they're saying. I asked you, are you saying, checkmate, you're right about the 55 when you quoted 55 million?
You're quoting Benavidez, but you have to ask Canelo Alvarez, someone from Canelo Alvarez's side, if they got that money, if they got that offer.
Are you saying, checkmate, you are correct in quoting a 55 million number?
Yeah, you're quoting Samson Lukowitz's number, which I said, did I deny that Samson Lukowitz said that?
You told me I was lying about 55 million.
No, I didn't.
You told me I was, Joe. I'm gonna
I'm
gonna download this video and I'm gonna show you where you said I was lying about the 55 million. And I'm gonna send it to you.
You said that he was offered more than 55 million.
I said 55 million plus, absolutely, 100%, because that's what Samson said, much more than 55 million. Okay, so if that was what's reported, but you're saying it was 45 million, and then you're saying it was a 3-fight, 100 million. Joe, what it is saying is, I just want to make sure you got the correct information, brother. So if you're very passionate, but you're very stubborn. If you
not passionate at all, not passionate at all. I'm logical.
Well, you can't be logical when you're stating misinformation. I didn't say disinformation because you believe you're right.
Can you factually say, without any doubt in your mind, that offer was sent to Canelo and he rejected it? Do you know that for a fact? Yes or no?
Yes, yes, he rejected. It's been stated on several different.
You heard one.
It's been stated.
Did you hear Canelo Alvarez, anyone from his team, say that we rejected that offer? Yes or no?
Has Canelo ever said he rejected anything?
So did Charlo reject the $7 million offer from Canelo? Was that because that was reported? But that's only one side. That's only one side, because I don't believe that either.
Actually, Canelo, Eddie. First of all, Eddie offered Charlo a 3-fight deal to fight on DAZN. Okay,
I never heard Eddie can't offer DAZN deals because he doesn't represent DAZN.
This was 2018, sir. 2018, 2019 when he first signed Canelo.
So let's look at this now. Let's kind of use your own logic.
I got that on the tape. Let's
use your own logic.
If you rewind, If you rewind the video, it's on there, sir.
Turns down Canelo fight. Let's do this.
Sir, it's on the video. If you rewind
And
the video
Charlo's brother admitted that they turned down the fight.
That's not true at all, sir. I've also made a
video. It's on video. It's on video. It's on video. So see how we pick and choose who to believe here? So what I'm saying, my argument is this. My argument is this. There's always two sides to a story, okay? Just because someone says something, of course, someone who's in someone's camp is going to say something beneficial to that person whose camp they're in. I believe there's two sides to a story. That's just my opinion. So it's been reported here that Charlo turned down Canelo fight. It's right here. So now you're saying that that's not true. So what do we believe? We pick and choose the stories we want to believe.
Joe,
right? I like to get two sides of a story before I make a statement. That's what I like.
No, I promise you don't. All of these statements you've been going off of inaccurate information until I showed you definitive information.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you an honest question? Can I ask you an honest question?
Any question?
Was there a 2-fight deal, right? By PBC made an offer made to Canelo Alvarez, yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there a 3-fight deal by DAZN for 160?
Sir, he would have made more than that off of just 2 fights.
That's not what I asked you. That's
no. But you're asking.
That's not what I asked you.
No, but you're not.
Was there a 3-fight deal?
No, you're not.
Was there a 3? Why do I answer questions you don't?
You're being dishonest.
So you got disqualified from the discussion because you were refusing it.
Let me show you why you're being dishonest.
Was he offered?
Let me show you why you're being dishonest.
Was he offered a 3-fight deal 160? Yes or no?
Let me show you why.
Was he? Yes or no?
Joe, there's no yes or no. You're being dishonest, Joe.
So I'm being dishonest.
Do you want to have a conversation or you want to not allow me to speak?
I need answers to the question.
Well, I'm going to give you the answers in my way, not the answers that you want.
So you're gonna filibuster.
No, there's no filibuster.
So you're gonna filibuster.
If I can get more than 10 seconds out, you'll get a sentence, sir.
So you're gonna filibuster.
Okay. Now, when you're offering Canelo a 2-fight, 100 million plus deal, pay-per-view deal, the 100 plus million is guaranteed. It has nothing to do with the potential of the fight or the back end of the fight. So if Canelo in 2 fights getting 100 plus million guaranteed, but if both of those pay-per-views do over $1 million, which we know they will, if Plant, and nobody knew Plant, and Plant did 800K, and Wilder and Fury 2 did over 850K, then we know Canelo and Benavidez and Canelo Charlo is going to do over $1 million each. So you're talking about Canelo will make over 100 million, for the Benavidez fight alone, potentially.
Well, the Benavidez fight, in my opinion, is going to be on Showtime.
So when you're saying he's
Benavidez fight, in my opinion, is going to be on Showtime pay-per-view anyway. So it doesn't matter, in my opinion.
But I asked you, could Canelo potentially make over $150 million just for 2 fights, just for Charlo and fighting Benavidez? Could he make over $150 million in 2 pay-per-views?
I don't think the Charlo fight sells as well as the Benavidez fight. So I don't think the Charlo fight sells.
All those race soldiers will go. They will watch just to see Charlo lose. Trust me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Is the John Ryder Canelo Alvarez fight on pay-per-view on DAZN? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't care about it, so I don't even know, to be honest.
I
have zero interest in John Ryder. John Ryder has 5 losses. You know what I mean? He even lost to Rocky fucking Fielding. I have zero interest in watching John Ryder.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have zero interest in watching you know what I mean? When you got Benavidez Charlos there,
well, what I'm trying to say is this.
That's like a Hilderman fight.
What I'm trying to say is this. DAZN has pay-per-view now. So Canelo's going to get back-end money from DAZN as well as his guarantee. So it's the game's been changed. So right here, Charlo's handlers turned down very lucrative offer for Canelo fight. So he already turned down the fight.
What is very lucrative? What is very lucrative? What is very lucrative to De La Hoya is not lucrative to PBC fighters. You know why?
Right.
Because they want to give you a flat rate. That's it. No opportunity to earn more. Okay. De La Hoya, excuse me, Eddie also offered Tank $5 million to fight. Right? Tank turned down $5 million, and he offered Tevin Farmer $2 million to fight on a Showtime pay-per-view. They turned that down because they said, no, we're not going to take his $2 million but we're going to offer him $5 million to fight on DAZN. Now, what would Tank make more? Fighting on taking a $5 million flat or fighting on a pay-per-view on Showtime?
I think American fighters make more money on Showtime.
Okay,
because
so why?
I believe that, but
so why would they take that, Joe? So why would Charlo take a fight if somebody offered him $7 million to fight Canelo when he know he can make double that on a pay-per-view? It doesn't make any sense, brother. We just use logic.
Whether it makes sense or not, he turned down the deal.
Joe, play the video I sent you, but you got to rewind it so you can talk when he talk about the Canelo part. I just placed it right at the part where Samson would talk, but right before that, it's Charlo talking about the Canelo.
All right, so when Canelo turns down you say Canelo's turning down deals, right? And you're saying it's wrong. But then when I ask you if Charlo turns down deals, because we don't know, right? If Charlo's getting $7 million, right? And then he gets a deal to fight Canelo on PBC, right? If they're going to give Canelo $45 million for that fight, right? How much is left for Charlo at the end of the day? So we don't know we don't know what Charlo's getting from the Canelo fight. They're only telling us what Canelo's getting. So who knows? We're only speculating how much Charlo. And back then, Charlo wasn't really popping. No disrespect to Charlo. I don't think Charlo's popping like Benavidez right now.
Okay, what's not making any sense is Plant can make what? Plant would make about $12 million fighting Canelo. Old Kovalev made $12 million. Jacobs made $14 million. They offered Charlo $7 million, and you think that's a lucrative deal, buddy?
Well, that's
now
$7
I don't even
million.
know. Listen. I don't even know.
$7 million. That $7 million was like what, 3 years ago?
We're talking about. Well, guess what? Jacobs made $14 million. So what you're saying is you're not.
Where did Jacobs and where did Jacobs fight him?
On DAZN. Hello.
So $14 million. So $14 million is not good money to fight Canelo.
How? Well, are you listening to what I'm saying? If Jacobs made $14 million fighting Canelo on DAZN, but they offered Charlo, Charlo $7 million to fight on DAZN. Why the hell would Charlo take a $7 million deal when they offered him less than they offered anybody else to fight Canelo? It doesn't make any sense. Joe, just play the video.
Time ago.
You're saying, but you're talking about it. You're the one brought it up. I didn't bring it up. Now,
that was
Joe,
a long
video
time
I sent
ago.
You, sir. Okay, well, play the video, sir. Let's hear Charlo's own word.
Yeah, but did you edit the video that you sent me?
Just Joe, play the God. Joe,
I know, but did you edit the video you sent me?
Joe, if you rewind it, it's going to show Charlo.
Did you edit the video you sent me?
It's my video, Joe. I put it in. I only got 2 minutes and 20 seconds on Twitter. Joe, rewind the part where Charlo starts talking.
Where
on
is
the
it?
video I sent you. It's in the same box. It's just
The
go in
55 million, the 55
yeah,
million
it's
video?
on that same video. It's right, yeah, but it's right before
No,
the
but
Benavidez.
this is an edit video with a skewed
It's
opinion.
before
So
this. Listen, well, you listen to what Charlo said, and
this
you
is
make
a
up your mind.
this is a carefully
Why, why
edited video.
are you condemning the video before you watch it, Joe? All I'm doing is presenting the facts, buddy.
It's an opinion.
Money was more than the 45 million.
No, rewind it. You got to rewind it.
The offer for much more than $45 million.
Oh, okay.
You got to rewind it.
If he doesn't take the rematch, he's so weak.
Forward,
it's like an admission that I can't win the fight. And what's he going to win the fight?
Forward.
To the middle of the ring.
Go all the way past. Forward. It was right before the...
Sorry, I broke it. If he doesn't take the rematch, he's...
Claro que sí. Yeah, of course I do. This doesn't end like this.
You said you wanted the rematch with Bivol, but here we are taking the trilogy. What was behind making that decision rather than going through with the rematch?
But it is what it is, right?
Nope. I think Canelo and Charlo will be a terrific fight.
Where you at, Cinnamon?
I would get that, but it's not glazed.
I'm here to fight whoever out there that's considered themselves the best. Yeah, I'm this 160 champ. They gave him a trophy at 160, so we can move up to 68. It's like I gotta chase Canelo all my career. I go to 168. Fuck it, I go to 168. I gotta get the fight.
Canelo basically said no, like 50 million from my understanding.
Canelo turned the opportunity down. I mean, I was at 154, Canelo was at 154. I had a belt, he had a belt. He didn't fight me. I moved up to 60 when he was at 60. He moved up. What I gotta do, keep chasing him with my legacy? It is what it is. I'm gonna just keep winning. He turned down $50 million, I mean.
Payday. You want payday. I know that.
Okay, stop it. Okay, stop it. You can stop it, Joe. You can stop it, Joe.
It was a lot more than that.
You can stop it.
Oh, you mean the money was...
Okay, so what did Charlo say? Charlo said he never got a call. Charlo said he never got a call. He never got a, anything, any offer, anything sent to him about a Canelo. He never turned down anything. So if Charlo said he never turned down anything, but he said, he said that Canelo turned down his 50 million, but the world knows he turned down 50 million. Like what is there to, what is there to refute? Did Canelo say no to 50 million or not? Brian Custer said, this is my information. Don't you think Brian Custer has inside information, being as though he works with Showtime and PBC? Wouldn't Brian Custer, so now Brian Custer is wrong and Charlo was wrong about the 50 million that Canelo declined? And this was, this was,
have you ever heard Canelo? So have you ever heard Canelo say that he turned down?
I heard Eddie Hearn say it. You want me to give you Eddie? You want me to send you the Eddie tape where Eddie's saying why he turned down it?
Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Okay, I'll send you that. Okay, I'll send you the Eddie Hearn stating why, stating that, yeah, it was a lucrative offer, but we wanted to go in this particular direction. You know what I mean? So, dude, all I'm in is about the facts. I don't care about any other thing about. All I do is present.
So can we factually say that Canelo Alvarez turned down 55 million to fight David Benavidez?
Well, absolutely, he turned it down. Did he?
What proof do we? What proof do we have that the deal was offered to him for 55 million to fight Benavidez? I need a video. I need a link or a video or a quote.
Oh my goodness.
Can I get that?
You got the quote. You just saw Sampson say it. You just saw Sampson say it. And then you put an article on the screen.
What about Canelo?
Wait, let me finish. And then you put an article on the screen and you took it down very quickly. You put an article on the screen saying Benavidez.
Why you want it back up?
Said 55.
Why you want it back? That's okay.
Well,
that's
okay.
But you got I have people telling me they saw you in pink underwear. Have you ever worn pink underwear before?
I've never wore pink a day in my life.
Someone said it. Someone said it, right? So I have to believe it because someone said it.
I eat a lot of pink things, but wearing pink underwear is not my thing, buddy.
Okay,
But
so
listen,
can we get a video? Can we get some type of information where Canelo himself says that he turned down the money?
I just showed you definitively.
I'm asking you.
Well,
Do we have
so
Canelo? I
Paul
need
said-
Canelo. I need Canelo. Can I get Canelo?
So you can
Just
have
tell me you
100
don't have it. Tell me you don't
wait.
have it.
So
Tell me you don't. Do you have Canelo?
You can
Do
present
you have
100
Canelo?
sources.
Do you have
that
Canelo?
say 3-fight, $100 million deal, and you present that without verifying your facts. I come in here, present to you, and said that no, it was a 2-fight, $100+ million deal.
Because Canelo said he turned down the $100 million.
Where did Canelo say he turned down?
Eddie did. Eddie Hearn said they turned it down.
So if Eddie Hearn saying that they turned down $100 million, which
And
included
both sides,
wait.
Benavidez wasn't included in that.
Well, so if Eddie Hearn said they turned down $100 million deal for 2 pay-per-views on Showtime, which included a Benavidez fight. So now you're saying you want me to go get that, even though you saw Eddie Hearn saying it. Make up your mind, Joe.
What are you talking about? I'm confused.
You just said that show you something that says that Canelo turned down $100 million. Now you just say, well, Eddie said he turned down.
I asked you to show me a video or a quote out of someone from Canelo's side that says they turned down $55 million to fight David Benavidez.
You just said that they turned down $100 million.
So you don't have it.
I have plenty of
information. So you don't have it.
We have plenty. I'm not going to just sit here. Let me go ahead and research.
So you don't have it. So you don't have it.
I don't have it at my fingertips. I can get it.
Canelo Alvarez
5 minutes.
turns down 55 million for Benavidez.
Because on one instance, you say, oh, you can't find it saying that he turned down the Benavidez, but then you say, oh, Eddie Hearn said he turned down $100 million. Can you show me any video of Canelo saying he turned down anything? No, Canelo has never been on video. I've never seen him say he turned down any number of dollar amount. Have he declined fights? Absolutely. Has he said he didn't want to fight Andre because he was too boring? Absolutely. Has he said he didn't want to fight Charlo because who has he fought? He hasn't fought anybody? Absolutely. Has he turned down Benavidez because Canelo said, well, what has he done? Yes, absolutely. And then he also say he don't want to fight another Mexican fighter? Absolutely. Canelo was on tape saying that he turned down those fights. Did he say a dollar amount? No, he gave other reasons why. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing. I'm looking here all over the place, and I'm not seeing any videos where Canelo Alvarez, Eddie Reynoso, or Eddie Hearn say that we turned down $55 million to fight David Benavidez. I'm not seeing it.
Do you really think they're going to put a dollar amount? Well, you already said that Eddie Hearn said they turned out $100 million. Okay, the deal was a 2-fight PBC Showtime pay-per-view was $100 million plus for 2 fights with Benavidez and Charlo and his option of Charlo. And then, he had an option of taking a Spence at a catchweight. I believe it was at 164 for $50 million. Okay, that was not in the deal. That was like an outlier. That's like, if you want to do this, we can do this as well. Okay, then in that case, that would have been a 3-fight, $150 million plus if he fought all 3 of those fighters. Okay, but only thing we know is Canelo declined. He said, no, I don't want to fight Benavidez. I don't want to fight Charlo after those deals have been offered. So I don't know, what more do you want from me, Joe?
Yeah, I'd be more than willing to report if Canelo Alvarez said out of his mouth that I turned down $55 million to fight David Benavidez.
He's never going to say a number. He's going to tell you, I don't want to fight David Benavidez because XYZ. He's going to say, I don't want to fight Andre because of XYZ. He's going to say, I don't want to fight Charlo because of XYZ. Never once has he ever, you can find Charlo or Canelo saying that he turned down any dollar amount for a fight. He's never said that. So why do you expect it to be this one outlier? Oh, well, he said it about 55 million, but he never said anything about the reasons why he turned down these other fights. But he just ordered them. Oh, we're going to magically appear him talking about numbers when it comes to Benavidez. point blank is he turned down the fights. And those fights that he turned down came with contract offers with dollar amounts associated. Okay.
Look at this one right here. This is a very interesting one.
All I'm saying, Joe, is just again, it's about the facts. If we're on the same side, brother, all I'm doing is presenting the facts.
Well, let's listen to this one now.
Doesn't sound to me like Charlo and the training team want to fight Demetrius Andre.
Did you see Charlo's recent postings on social media?
You know, on one hand, Charlo will say that he's his own boss, and he messages me and says, "Send me an email." So I send him an email. And then he says, "I don't make any decisions. Speak to Al Heyman." Well, what happened to Lions Only Promotion? Or whatever it's called. I think it needs to be Cubs Only Promotion. Because man up, be your own boss, and let people know what you want to do. If you're not willing to fight another champion in a unification fight for twice as much money, more money than you've ever made, there's something I don't understand.
I want to fight him. Yeah, I want to fight him. I'll fight whoever.
Golovkin just fought. You're about to fight. Do you see a Golovkin fight more possible? I read something that you are willing to go to that side. Was that true?
Yeah, I'm willing to go to that side of it if that's what it takes. You know, let me know what it is. I do it just to satisfy my fans, and that's what it's all about.
I didn't think my brother would fight Triple G. I'm gonna touch him. As simple as that. Billy Joe, bring your ass over here. Would you go to the UK to fight? I go to the UK and beat the shit out of Billy Joe Sanders. I don't give a fuck what they say.
So we don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck about none of them Charlos. None of them. Well, listen, I call them the Jackson brothers, not the Charlo brothers. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. I am the man at the weight. He knows it. I am the man.
If y'all think I'm scared of anybody, what I look like, bro? I eat duck.
When do you think we can make that happen?
Soon. I mean, soon as your team and you get, your stuff together, I don't know about, I'm not a matchmaker, bro. When it comes to time and it's time to fight, I'm not dodging nobody. I'm not dodging anybody.
Daniel Jacobs against Big Charlo. Listen, for me, right, the fight to make is Andrade against Charlo. I saw Charlo's tweet last night, whatever it was, saying he wants to unify like his brother. There is an easy fight to be made there. Charlo against Andrade. People say that Andrade don't fight these guys. No one wants to fight him, but he's a world champion ready to unify. So Andrade against Charlo, yes, please.
What's good, though, man? What's up? What's up? What's up? Now I want to fight. I want to fight. So let's do it then. Let's do it. Let's do it. Why are we always talking like this?
Why you always talking?
I'm not
Why you always running your mouth?
I'm not running my mouth. I'm not running my mouth, man. You looking at me up and down all crazy and shit. Why are you looking at me crazy, though? Why are you looking at me crazy for? All right, so let's put it right together.
Bro, I'm really not a matchmaker, bro.
I'm looking at the Instagram, Future of Boxing.
He's telling me his email address.
That's his email address.
Right, blah, blah, blah. I said 9th of December after his win. Congrats on the win. I have an email coming to you today.
Puts the OK symbol up, right?
Sent. Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's saying I haven't received it. Did you get it? Now, he got my last email to this address.
So it's clear.
Yeah.
I'm ready to fight anybody, man. Ain't gonna lie to you. I'm really like, I'm back to the old me. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Like, where you at? I'm in Brooklyn.
Yeah, you out here looking for Daniel Jacobs.
Wherever they at.
Oh, I came at the perfect time.
At the perfect goddamn time.
So,
You already know.
I'm just trying to figure out
You doing your shit at 160?
I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing. You want to fight? We both got fights. No, it's all up. That's my man. We can skip the shit. I'm just trying to figure out like what we doing. We gonna play back and forth or where?
You said go to HBO.
I do whatever you want to do.
Ducking you to go on HBO?
No.
Bro, you ain't even touching M yet. I'm touching M's. That's why I made my way
I
to
get it.
HBO.
Don't say you don't know what I'm touching.
I know what you're touching.
I ain't never said you ducking. I ain't never said you
touching, baby.
I ain't never said you ducking.
They asked him if you want to fight Danny. Why not? Why not? He wanted a big name. I was going to. They said she said.
What's going like this beef that's happening between the Charlos and Danny. So that's starting to build up into something that fans really want to see. I know there's Canelo and Golovkin out there, but
I mean, I think the police are looking for Charlo's soul after Danny took it in a corridor in Prague. Did you see it? I mean,
I was there.
I mean, I was like, Danny Jacobs, you're the boy. Like, you put it on him, you know, and it's great.
That's Al Heyman.
Who's that? You told me you're your own boss.
Triple G? Who?
Canelo. What you got for Canelo? Big Joe Saunders, he wants to go.
Stop playing with me.
That's definitely a fight I need because I'm looking to unify all the belts. Those are the words of WBA World Super Welterweight Champion, or light middleweight, whichever you prefer, Erislandy Lara, talking about the prospect of fighting the WBC champion at that same weight, Jermell Charlo.
Canelo, Benavidez.
Canelo.
And how does that fight go? I saw Canelo did an interview. He said 5 rounds, him and Ryan Garcia.
It's about to happen. It's about to happen. Ellie, it's gonna happen. I would never turn down no motherfucking Canelo. Y'all know what it is. I ain't never turning my money down.
Like the Charlo brothers, they send another offer.
I mean, I just made them an offer, which is 3 times what they're making at the moment, probably. And I just think they're so easily talked.
How do you know when you're overpaying?
Oh, we're already overpaying. They're overpaid on their current purse, let alone my offer. So, but
Yo, in your team, you little crybaby ass nigga. Yo, you little punk ass friends too. Take them with you. Hey, you don't know what it is, nigga. You know what it is. All right. I'll fight whoever.
Imagine making all that money for not fighting anybody. Oh, he's gone. Well, that was interesting. A little bit on the strange side, but very interesting. I like Charlo. Good for the sport. Who else we got here?
I mean, so there you have it, man. I mean, so he just, Eddie Hearn said that they turned down the fight. The fight never happened. So the fight didn't happen with Andrade, didn't happen with Danny Jacobs. It didn't happen with Billy Joe Saunders. It didn't happen with Golovkin. It didn't happen with Canelo. So what's the common denominator here, Check? Man, this guy hasn't fought in almost 2 years. So what's the common denominator here, bro? Does this sound like a guy that really wants to fight? I mean, no disrespect. I hope he's all right. But does this sound like a guy who really wants to fight?
Well, it sounds like to me that you're broadening the scope, the parameters and the spectrum of your original question. Your original statement was that Charlo turned down $7 million to fight Canelo. Then you said, then you start showing, oh, Charlo turned down money to fight Andre. Now it's Charlo turning down money to fight Danny Jacobs. Shouldn't the focus be Charlo versus Canelo? So you're widening the perspective in the scope, and you're making it, you're muddying the waters.
What we're doing here is we're creating a pattern of behavior, and we're showing that the history and the behavior and the actions suggest that this guy just hasn't taken on big fights. He hasn't been involved in big fights, and every time a big fight is presented, there always seems to be a reason or an issue why it doesn't happen. Now, shout out to Benavidez. He finally got that plant fight, which Sampson had admitted we're marinating, right? Which I believe they're doing with Canelo. The longer they wait to fight Canelo, the bigger the fight becomes, number one. Number two, the older Canelo gets. Number three, the more wear and tear goes on Canelo. So it's actually better that they're going to fight him next year instead of fighting him 2 or 3 years ago. In my opinion, I think it's better, and I think it works out. My argument to you is when you have one person saying one thing and another person saying another. So if you present one side of an argument, right, but you don't present the other side of the argument, it becomes speculation. Now, it's been reported that he turned down $7 million. No one's actually, Eddie Hearn's never actually come out and said the number, right? I think De La Hoya said it one time in an interview, but I don't know if I want to take De La Hoya's word either. So I don't even know what the actual number is that he turned down. But even if it was 7 million, right? He's denying it. So if Canelo denies and Eddie Hearn denies that they were offered 55 million to fight Benavidez, you automatically will say they're lying. But now that Charlo is saying he turned down money, because he never said he turned down 7 million or whatever. But now he's denying that he turned down the fight. But Eddie Hearn's saying he did. And Eddie Hearn's showing emails and he's going back and forth. And he's kind of giving a lot of circumstantial evidence that, yeah, the fight was turned down, right? Because he has emails to say, oh, first he's his own boss, and now Al Heyman's his own boss, whatever. At the end of the day, it's up to the broadcaster whether or not they're going to put up the money for the fight and they're going to show the fight. So the fighter can say yes or no, but the broadcaster has the most leverage in most situations. So what I'm trying to tell you is, you're giving me one side of a story on one argument, but when I apply that same logic when it comes to Charlo, automatically, no, Charlo's right and the other side is lying. So what we have here is called confirmation bias on one side. I mean, it's pretty evident. Now, can I say unequivocally that Canelo turned down that offer, 55? I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know if he turned down that offer. What I do know, and it's been confirmed by both sides, is there was a $100 million offer for 2 fights from PBC. Canelo said that, as well as PBC had said that. To me, I always believed that the Benavidez was always going to be a one-off. I always believed that. I don't think, some people reported it was in the 2-fight deal. Most people from the PBC side said it was a one-off.
Steven Espinoza said it was a 2-fight, $100+ million deal, sir. So if Steven Espinoza,
I don't know if Benavidez was in that deal.
Yo, you gotta let
know if Benavidez was.
I'll let you speak, sir. It's your show. I understand. I don't interrupt. I want you to get your clear and concise thought out, but you never allow me to do the same, sir. Okay. So I don't know if that's your strategy to try to muddy the waters.
I mean, I love how you try to gaslight me, but you can't gaslight the gas station, brother.
I'm not trying to gaslight.
You can't gaslight the gas station, brother.
All I'm trying to get you to do is allow me to speak my piece.
Do whatever you want, man.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now the thing about it is, Steven Espinoza said that Canelo turned down $100+ million deal for Charlo and Benavidez. Samson said Canelo turned down 55 million plus, more than 55 million to fight Benavidez. The articles you saw Benavidez say that Canelo turned down 55 million, and then you'll say, oh, well, we need both sides of the deal. So you'll present an article to suit your point and your objective, but the moment that it goes against your stated objective, then you want to dismiss it. Oh, now we need both sides.
I have no vested interest. I have no vested interest.
Well, you have the correction. You have no vested interest in something that's going to prove you wrong. Now, the thing is,
I'm wrong 50% of the time that I speak.
Well, you're wrong more than that when you talk to me.
You're wrong 80. You're wrong 80%.
You're wrong more than 50% of the times when you
let's play Steven Espinoza and let's see what it is. Let's go.
Canelo just re-signed for 2. Here with Steven Espinoza in Las Vegas. Just I wanted to get your, I guess, not update, because I think it's known about Canelo's doing the DAZN thing with 2-fight deals, but were you guys ever in play? How close were you to getting Canelo to re-sign for 2 more fights?
There were significant discussions with Canelo and his team, and I think we were very much in play. I think there's a very aggressive offer put on the table, initially for one fight, then later on for two, and an offer which was significantly more lucrative than I believe the offer that was on the table for DAZN. But at the end of the day, Canelo and Eddie, they run their own business. They have their own criteria, and if they think that's what's right for them, then more power to them. We'd love to continue in business with them, and and who knows, the Charlo fight, the Benavidez fight, the other fights. He's gone to other platforms, done business with him. The door remains open, and we'd love to do business with him in the future if this one doesn't work out.
So that was accurate. The 100 million that was reported.
Yeah, it was significantly more lucrative than what DAZN had on the table. At least my understanding.
And they would have landed on Showtime pay-per-view, or was something where you and Fox would bid?
No, we were in discussions for another Showtime pay-per-view.
Yeah. Did you get any feedback from them as to why they passed and went with the DAZN?
Not really. Look, it's sort of it's not something we push. If someone says, okay, we're going in a different direction, understand, you make your own business decisions, and the door remains open. There's plenty of good fights. He's got a lot left in his career, and so I think our paths will cross again, hopefully in the future.
Because I think a lot of people are wondering, well, if it was more money, why would he, obviously it's his choice, but I guess the layman would be well, go with who's offering you more money.
Well, I think we had a very compelling package. I think, and I'm certainly not completely objective to it, but I think in terms of legacy, I think in terms of the fan appeal, in terms of the excitement, and the styles, I think the Charlo fight is, the most exciting, the most probably desirable fight, and probably the most lucrative fight, and probably the biggest event that is possible at this point. So personally, if I were in his shoes, that's the fight I would have taken. But again, they're their own men. They make their own decisions, and I've got to respect their decisions.
So where does Jamal and David go from this point now in terms of fights?
Well, David has the Lemieux fight ready there, so we're looking to slot that into the schedule.
That's going to be in Phoenix in April, right?
We're looking at Phoenix, April, May, somewhere there. And with respect to Jamal, look, he was holding out, waiting for this, but if it turns out definitively that we're not getting the fight, then there are a number of opponents that we've talked to, and some that are really attractive. So I think with a little bit of luck, if we get some cooperation on the other end, we'll be able to announce a fight that's going to make a lot of people happy.
Caleb Plant has been kind of rumored around maybe being that guy.
That's definitely a possibility. I don't know specifically how close that fight is. Yeah. But I know there's a couple other good options that I think will surprise people. That I'll keep quiet so as not to sort of impede the process. Impede the process. You know, sort of my own personal philosophy is, you talk too much about a deal and it tends to ruin it. So, but I think Jamal's looking for a big fight. Another big signature win, a statement fight, another top 5, top 10 opponent, and we're doing our best to lock that in for him.
Going back to the Bivol fight, many have said that that's a harder fight than all of them. Are you in agreement with that, or what's your take on that?
Well, look, Bivol's a good, solid, fundamentally sound fighter, and he's got a good, solid punch. He doesn't have the quickness, the athleticism, the movement that I think Canelo does. Size is what makes it interesting. It's not, I think, a particularly, interesting clash of styles. Not every Bivol fight has been the most exciting, but there's interest in the challenge of seeing Canelo at a new weight class. But at least domestically, here, Latin America, North America, I think the Charlo fight was a bigger fight. It's certainly more well known. It is a bigger fight commercially, but look, if one of the things that Canelo wanted to do is cross another challenge and another weight class off his list, well then he's certainly entitled to make that decision at this point in his career.
Thank you so much for watching this video, and make sure to subscribe for more videos of your favorite fighters over here on Fight Up TV. And give us a follow online as well at Fight Up TV on Twitter.
Okay, Joe. One thing that Steven Espinoza said that you refuted earlier, and he said it was a much more the Charlo and the Benavidez package was much more lucrative than the DAZN package. Did you get that, Joe?
That's what he said. But he was saying
that's what he said.
That
but you said
he was saying
you said it
he
wasn't.
was saying, but he was saying that he's being subjective here because obviously it's his deal.
so you can't argue everybody's point down. That's the money man. That's the man that's signing the check. Al Hamer's not signing the check. That money's coming from Showtime. So
okay,
Steven Espinoza, the man with the bag. Let me finish.
He confirmed.
Let me finish.
But he confirmed. But he confirmed it was a 2-fight deal for 50
Did he
million,
said it?
right?
He said it was much more lucrative than the DAZN package. That's what he said.
That's his opinion.
But he should know.
Okay, but
if he had them both, if he says
I'm going to be.
it was
I'm going to be
much more
honest.
lucrative
I'm going to be
than the
100%.
DAZN package.
I'm going to be
what are you
100%
arguing about?
Again,
you said Canelo won't care about the network. He takes the most money.
Wow. I'm going to be objective here. This is what you keep missing, sir. This is what you keep missing. At the time when that deal was made, right? It was $50 million. It was $50 million per fight, plus pay-per-view revenue on the back end, right? At the time, right? I was on record saying that was the better deal. But what I'm looking at now is the 160 divided by 3, which is a guarantee of 53 million. But because DAZN, right? Because DAZN increased their subscription price and they added pay-per-view to the model, right? I have to rethink it a little bit. That's all I'm saying. There's a reason why they added pay-per-view and they increased their subscription price.
After they promised you, they would never be. You would never have to pay pay-per-view, and pay-per-view is dead.
You could.
So DAZN has been liars, and they've been wrong on this aspect.
I agree. I agree.
Now do me a favor, because before you play the video,
are you starting to see my argument a little bit? Are you starting to come to my side? Are you starting a little, like, at least entertain what I'm saying a little bit here?
I entertain everything that you say. If you're wrong,
is there
right, I'm gonna say you're right.
Is there any validity to what I'm saying right now with the fact that they added pay-per-view to the element?
Well, the pay-per-view element was not in play when Canelo turned down the more lucrative, according to Steven Espinoza, the much more lucrative PBC package. Okay, it wasn't in play. So Canelo turned down more money to fight Bivol. Canelo turned down more money to fight Triple G3. Okay, these are facts. Now, before you played those videos, you were talking about Jamal Charlo, how he didn't want to fight this fighter, how he didn't want to fight this fighter, how, that fighter, how he's turning down all these fights, how, but no one's, Jamal Charlo was seeking, trying to become undisputed at 160. He was seeking those clashes with the top fighters at DAZN. Everyone ignores the fact that Eddie Hearn says on tape that we're going to, Jamal Charlo is not going to get any top fight with a DAZN fighter unless he joins DAZN. Everybody ignores that. So if DAZN has all the top fighters at 160 and the belts and all of that, and they're denying Charlo those fights, then why are you complaining? He fights whoever's up next.
I'm going to be honest with you, right? This is my opinion. You can agree or not agree. At the time when that 2-fight deal was made, it was reported that it was going to be Charlo and Spence at the 164 catchweight. I've also heard reports too that it was Benavidez included in the deal with Charlo. I've heard two different sets of reports. I honestly don't know which one is right. I suspect that the Benavidez fight was always going to be a standalone deal because that's the biggest fight of all three of them, in my opinion. It's my opinion.
Listen.
But but what I'm trying to get at here is, and I said this at the time when both deals were announced, right? I said to myself, why did Canelo do this? Didn't make sense. And then I kind of thought it over, and then I knew that like Eddie Hearn was saying that, he was going to be allowed, like Canelo's promotional company, they were going to allow him to show his Mexican fights, the little cards that he does over in Mexico. They were going to be on the zone. Maybe he was looking at it that way. I don't know, but I think, quite honestly, the money in both deals are comparable. And I'll tell you why.
They weren't comparable in the beginning, Joe.
In the beginning,
before DAZN got pay-per-view, nothing was comparable because they offered Canelo a flat rate, and Canelo could have made $150 million in one fight. Let's say they did 2 million buys. Okay, never know.
Here's where we disagree. Here's where we disagree.
Where do we disagree?
I think the Spence fight would have been pretty good. I think it would.
But the Spence is an outlier. The Spence fight at
I
catch
don't.
weight at 164 was thrown in after he already turned down the Benavidez and Charlo. They just gave him the option. Let me finish, Joe, please. They just gave Canelo the option to fight Spence because they wanted to secure the package. Period. Because they were like, well, hold up. We offered him all of this money, and he turned down. Well, maybe listen. If you don't want to take Benavidez, if you don't want to take this, you can take Spence. Whatever. They wanted to give him the easiest fights he could possibly make out of those deals. So they threw Spence as a cherry on top, and he still said no to that. But I never mentioned the Spence fight. I never mentioned it. You know why? Because it was an outlier. I don't mention it. I will never mention it. You mention it. But listen, I want to get back to Jamal Charlo because you guys throw dirt on his name.
Can I say one? Can I make one statement?
And I want to play that video.
Can I make one statement? Can I make one statement?
Yeah, you can make any statement, but play the video that I posted.
Here's where we disagree. I'm not so sure that the Charlo fight with Canelo would have been as big as you say it would have been, in my opinion. That's all. That's where we really disagree. I think the Spence fight and the Benavidez fight are big fights. I'm not crazy about the Charlo. I'm not crazy about the Charlo fight. Now, would the Charlo fight have been bigger than the Bivol fight? Yeah, I think it would have been bigger than the Bivol fight in the United States. I think where they miscalculated was they thought because Golovkin Canelo did 1.3 and 1.1 domestically the first two times, they thought it would be comparable domestically in the third fight. That's where they got it wrong.
It didn't do 600. It didn't do 600K.
They say it did like 575 domestically, which is a major L.
Okay, and guess what? And Plant did more than that. Plant did a confirmed 800. Even Eddie says Plant and Canelo did 800.
Oh, I ran the numbers. I ran the numbers. Here's the thing. I ran the numbers.
And we don't talk in America. We don't care about global numbers. We only talk about you. I don't give a.
I care about global numbers.
Well, we're talking about America. We've never, included UK numbers.
I know, but here's what
Australian numbers.
But here's the thing.
As a success.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. What people fail to realize is DAZN covered the whole thing for the Golovkin 3. Now.
And it was still a failure. And it was still a failure.
But let me unpack this. Let me unpack this. What people fail to realize is Sky also paid rights fees for the Plant Canelo fight. So did the Australian pay-per-view arm. This fight was shown in I opened it up. It was shown in Japan. It was shown in Australia. So they're getting revenue. They're getting international revenue from other sources, where DAZN was covering the whole thing. So who knows what that fight did globally?
But that's my point. We know it was successful, but that's the reason why Wilder Fury 2 was $135 million fight, because again, it did 850K in America, and it did, and it grossed, the numbers that grossed in the UK. It was worth, and it did over $135 million fight. You know what I mean? Nobody expected that because nobody really, you know, Fury wasn't known here in America really like that. You know what I mean? People said Wilder wasn't a star. So the point is, Showtime has the capacity and the infrastructure to make that fight a big fight. The DAZN doesn't have it because the majority of people, you know what I mean? You got older people who don't use smart TVs and don't use, you know, apps, and so they're going to miss it. It's going to be behind like that for a while. That's just the nature of it. It's the infrastructure. That's why Showtime, you got people who don't even really watch it. Oh, okay, well, let me put this on this. I'm going to go ahead and click this and select buy. And then there's a lot of Showtime people who watch it on laptops, who watch it on phones, the digital buys. Showtime never talks about the digital buys, but you know who talks about the digital buys? Eddie Hearn and DAZN always talk about the digital buys. So when you get Showtime's number, you're not getting the clear, indicative, you know, the true actual numbers. They just give you just the U.S. pay-per-view numbers and that's it. But do me a favor, because we got way off this topic about Jamal Charlo. And I want you to play the video about Jamal Charlo because people keep saying that he's turning down all these fighters.
Listen,
and he's not.
listen,
and I
listen.
want it's 2 minutes and 20 seconds or 2 minutes or whatever.
Listen,
yeah.
I'm going to play the video, but I'm just going to say this. I'm going to preface it with this statement. We're on board with the fact that I think after this fight, right, in my opinion, and I think I have the empirical data to suggest it, before I don't want to be long-winded here, but I use the example with Caleb Plant. Domestically, right, the Caleb Plant did $64 million. Domestically, the Golovkin pay-per-view, and I even gave him every benefit of the doubt. I jacked the numbers up to 600,000. I threw in domestically the Golovkin 3 numbers were $388,000. So Plant, who is nowhere as established as Golovkin was at the time, right? Who doesn't have the historical data of doing big numbers with Golovkin previously. So that fight outperformed the DAZN pay-per-view by $10,612 domestically. So that's a telling number right there. And then when you look at BT Sport, who carried the fight, Main Events, KO Sports in Australia covered the fight, Fight TV covered the fight, you had S Sports TV in Turkey covered the fight, you had WOWOW in Japan, you had Match TV in Russia. So we're not even adding in that revenue, right? We're not even adding in the international rights fees to that. So it's a no-brainer that when you have the right fight, the biggest fights would make sense if you're a U.S. fighter, right, to be on Showtime pay-per-view. I'm not arguing against that. What I am arguing against is I do believe that Benavidez fight was always a standalone deal. But I'll play these videos. Go ahead. 1 second. Which one am I playing at? Jamal Charlo. I mean, this is where your argument.
One of boxing avoided. Play that one. Just play it.
This is where your argument. This is where your argument goes left because Andrade, Billy Joe Saunders, Gennady Golovkin, like the one comment, like he hasn't. The one comment. This is embarrassing for you when you try to make the argument. You at least have a shred of strength to your other argument. This argument is ridiculous. I don't know why you keep going on with Charlo.
Play it. Well, play it. And well, you've been going on with Charlo. You made the whole thing about Charlo. I didn't bring Charlo up. So therefore, I just want to go ahead and preface what you said with Charlo's perspective, the facts. Play it from the beginning.
You know how the boxing media works, right? So they'll say, Maul, there was so much smoke. You know how the boxing media works, right? So they'll say, Maul, there was so much smoke. Why then did none of those fights come to fruition? You know, Canelo basically said no, like 50 million from my understanding.
Canelo turned the opportunity down. I mean, I was at 154, Canelo was at 154. I had a belt, he had a belt. He didn't fight me. I moved up to 60 when he was at 60. He moved up. What I got to do, keep chasing him with my legacy? It is what it is. I'm going to just keep winning. He turned down $50 million, I mean.
Jaime Munguia. Hey, what happened with Munguia, and why haven't you pushed harder for the Triple G fight?
Nothing really happened with Munguia. I just never got a chance to deliver that contract. Munguia went with his guys. Triple G, on the other hand, he was been at 60. He was the monster at 60. And I beat Golovkin. Then with Canelo trying to fight me. Where the fuck is GGG? If I can't get Canelo, at least I can get GGG, right?
Andre tried to petition the WBC to make you fight him. Back in November, Andre petitioned the WBC to make him your mandatory. Did your side to attempt to accept that petition?
We accepted it. What happened to Andre? What happened to Demetrius Andre? Dude has no pride. I don't really pick my fights. I'm not really like into that. You tell me who I fight, I'm gonna fight him. I'm getting overlooked right now. It's not me, y'all.
Like you said, like Charlo must come to the zone.
Yeah, he must.
In order for any of those big middleweight fights to happen.
Yeah, he must, because DAZN have the entire roster of middleweight world champions. So people like Charlo, you no fights for you.
It's not me, y'all.
If you want to be a world middleweight champion, you better join DAZN ASAP.
And you want to fight the champions who are on DAZN. I don't mean to be arrogant and say, you've got to join with DAZN, otherwise you're going to be frozen out. But obviously...
Okay, so you can pause the video at the show the different tweets that leads to, and you can research the facts of the people who turned down Jamal Charlo. Eddie Hearn stated emphatically that there will be no fights for Jamal Charlo with the zone top fighters unless he joins the zone. So he was frozen out, but you guys keep saying he don't want to unify. Okay, so if he's offering GGG a contract, GGG said no. If he offered Canelo 50 million, Canelo said no. If he offered Jaime Munguia, the thing about Jaime Munguia accepted it. It was the zone that turned it down at the last minute, and the zone said no, we don't want to do that because it's not, because it's not going to be on the zone platform. Okay,
so now we just added another fighter to the list who you're saying is afraid to fight Charlo is Jaime Munguia.
I just said Munguia accepted the fight. The zone, the one who stopped it, who stopped the fight. So
here's your problem.
Let me wait, Joe. You can't skip over that, sir. You brought it up. if Charlo and PBC sent Jaime Munguia a fight to fight for on a Showtime pay-per-view, and Munguia initially accepted, but then they declined the fight. So who turned down the contract? So the contract was offered, sir.
Was Charlo the first fight in that contract? Was that solidified that Charlo was the first fight in that $100 million deal?
We're not talking about that. I was just.
Oh, I'm asking you.
Yes.
Was he the first?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. I'm sure they could have switched it around or whatever. It doesn't matter. It was a two-fight deal.
Can I be honest with you?
It doesn't matter whether it was first or second. He had a two-fight deal. If Canelo would have said, I want to fight Benavidez first and then fight Charlo, that would have been Canelo. He'd won, it wasn't a specification of which fight comes first. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
This is what I think happened, in my opinion. Right,
but you're just skipping over the fact that all of these fighters turned down Jamal Charlo, and then you want to go back to Canelo. Did I just show you?
Technically, the first fight of that $100 million deal was Jamal Charlo, right? Canelo said no to the deal, so essentially, he turned down the Charlo fight at that particular time. That's a factual statement.
Did Munguia
Can I ask you a question?
Did Munguia turn down the Charlo fight?
I hear mixed.
If you look at the video and show it, it will show you the exact tweet, and it show you that he turned it down. The information is there, Joe.
I'm hearing mixed information about that one. I don't know who turned down what on that one.
It came from
You're breaking up.
From Jaime Munguia's side, they declined the offer.
Okay.
How do you keep saying it? If so, you can't blame Charlo if Munguia said no. If Charlo offered Triple G a contract, offer and Triple G said no, you can't blame Charlo. So all of these fighters, Charlo offered, they've offered to fight Charlo on a pay-per-view on Showtime, and they said no, but you guys want to act like it's Charlo who don't want to fight. Oh, he's had been 2 years. I don't care. He doesn't do this. Who has he fought? Well, who is he going to fight? Is everybody saying no? This is the reason why I included the tweets of the reported turn downs in the video, so you can pause it, you can look at it, you can research it, and then you can look for the articles that are associated with the tweets. Sir, all I do is care about the facts. You know what I'm saying? I'm not about the conjecture. I'm not about the propaganda, artificial anointing, talking points. I'm not, I'm not a group think mentality thinker. It's about presenting the facts.
Let's be objective here, okay? So if Charlo's team and his management team, right? He has a contract. I believe he has a contract with Tom Brown, right?
Who?
Charlo.
No, Charlo. No, his contract. Charlo is with Lions Only Promotions, and he fights with PBC. He doesn't have a contract.
Let me see who promoted Jamal Charlo's last.
Tom Brown promotes a lot of the majority of PBC fights. Tom Brown is going to sign on as the ad hoc promoter. He's not signed to. He's usually has Tom Brown.
Okay, let me break it down. Let's look at his last couple fights. Let's see who promoted those fights. Okay.
It doesn't matter. Tom Brown is going to show up name for all of the majority of these PBC fights.
Tom Brown and Samson Lukowicz promoted his last fight. There's no Lions Only on there. The matchmaker was Tom Brown. Okay, so let's look at that. Let's look at the Derevyanchenko fight.
Is Tank signed to Tom Brown, or is Tank signed to his own TGB Promotions?
Okay, let's look who promoted this one.
It doesn't matter. You got to understand how PBC is set up. PBC.
Tom Brown, Jermell Charlo, Samson Lukowicz, and Ken Thompson promoted his other fight with Derevyanchenko. Okay. So let's see who promoted his Dennis Hogan fight.
Joe, are you listening to anything I'm saying?
Tom Brown promoted his Derevyanchenko, his Dennis Hogan fight, and he's listed as the secondary promoter.
Joe, are you listening to anything that I'm saying?
Okay, let's look at the Brandon Adams fight.
You're not making any sense, Joe. Tom Brown is
Tom Brown promoted his fight against Brandon Adams exclusively. So Tom Brown is his promoter.
He is not his promoter. Tom Brown is the guy who does Tom Brown handles the promotion.
That's cognitive dissonance. That's cognitive dissonance.
No, you're not making dissonance. Joe, is Tank signed to Tom Brown?
I
asked you a question, Joe.
Yeah, he is.
Show me what. Tank is not signed to Tom Brown. Tank is signed to
these guys. Tom Brown,
his own promotions.
Tom Brown signs these guys to 3-fight deals. Caleb Plant is promoted by Tom Brown.
Dude,
Andy Ruiz made a statement recently, came out and said my contract with Tom Brown is up.
That's because Andy Ruiz said my contract with Tom Brown is up, but I'm still with PBC and Al Heyman. That's what he said.
If Showtime was doing great with sports, their budget would not have been cut. Number 7-figure fights and main events on show since April 22nd. GGG was exclusive to DAZN. Charlo was offered DAZN fights too. So I guess where I'm going with this argument is this. If PBC is saying that these fights can't be done unless they're on Showtime, then they're creating a roadblock for these fights to be made, right? So you could say that fights are being turned down, but you have to put the reasoning into context why these fights are being turned down. Now, I will say this. In a situation, if Charlo is going to fight Andrade, I'll break it down fight by fight. That fight should be on Showtime, right?
Joe, before you go, I want you to finish the thought, Joe.
Charlo's going to fight Billy Joe Saunders.
Joe,
that fight should be on DAZN.
Joe, you just said Showtime puts on the best show pay-per-views. So
I think Showtime's the best at doing pay-per-views.
So if you say that, then why are you going to ask that question?
For American fighters?
If you say that, why are you going to have them? Why are you going to all of a sudden change your argument? You're
Can I break it down?
You're being contradictory in your argument.
No.
Why would he fight Billy Joe Saunders
because
on DAZN?
Again, let me teach you. Let me help you out. Is Billy Joe Saunders more popular in the UK than Jermell Charlo is in the US? The answer to that question is yes. Billy Joe Saunders, when Billy Joe Saunders had the WBO title at middleweight, right? And Charlo had the WBC title at middleweight, right? They would have a unification fight, right? The fight would have probably been
a drug cheat. Billy Joe Saunders, the PE drug cheat and a quitter.
Is Billy Joe Saunders more popular in the UK? Answer this question.
I don't know. I don't know much about Billy Joe Saunders. He's not popular in the UK.
Well,
he's not that popular in the UK.
Lions only don't promote anything or set up the infrastructure. It's only a name to circumvent the act for Al Heyman. Get this neophyte out of here. Well, you're getting smashed in this chat, man. I feel bad for you, bro. But yeah. So
I'm not.
In my opinion, here's my problem. Here's my problem with the PBC. Wait a minute. Here's my problem.
I don't even see what they're talking about.
Here's my problem with the.
Don't bring other people into it then.
Here's my problem with the PBC.
Don't bring other people into this then. I don't care about. I'm not even reading the chat.
Here's my problem with the PBC, right? You got to look at it from a fight-to-fight basis. You can't just make a blanket statement, say if you're gonna fight Charlo, it has to be on Showtime, because you have to break it down. Like if Charlo is gonna fight a guy like Saunders, to me that fight's better on DAZN.
Saunders is not a star, sir. Who is not going to make as much money on DAZN as it would as if it fought on Showtime.
If you were to take an American-based fighter, right, who's got a decent name, right, and you put him up against Canelo, who already has a track record, who's a crossover star, who's bigger in America, who's a crossover star in America. He's a crossover star globally for the most part. He's known in the UK. He's known in the United States. He's known all over Mexico. He's known all over the world. To me, that fight makes sense on Showtime pay-per-view. All right? But if you have a guy like Deontay Wilder versus Anthony Joshua, right? That's a tough one. I think you'd have to do a co-promotion on that one, but at the time when Joshua was at his height, right? Now
wait. They offered Joshua $50 million to do a pay-per-view where he would get $50 million up front, and that pay-per-view did at least $2 million. At least $2 million. Okay, so you're talking about a fight that Joshua would have made $100 million by himself. $50 million was up front, and they turned that down. Wait. They turned that down to fight Povetkin for $20 million, for $21 million, sir. They turned to $50 million. And let me finish, Joe. Joshua turned down to $50 million, in which Eddie Hearn said, "Oh, we just got an email. Who sends an offer through email?" Then Eddie Hearn just was on tape talking about showing how he sent. Deontay Wilder sent an email. Deontay Wilder sent an email offer to Eddie Hearn. That's my point, sir. That's the point I'm trying to make. Let me finish. So the point is, if Eddie Hearn's talking trash and AJ talk, oh, he just sent. Who sends an offer, a deal through an email? That we don't do that. We get an email from him, and then Eddie Hearn on tape talking about, "Oh, look, let me show you the offer I sent Charlo on email." So it's okay for him to send Charlo an email, but it's not okay for Wilder to send Eddie Hearn an email. Come on, stop it. The fact of the matter is, Eddie Hearn had no concept of how lucrative fights are in America because he was thinking with a British perspective. So he's vastly undersold that. He didn't even think it was worth $50 million, and then AJ didn't think it was $50 million. So when they made that that call. That's AJ say I'll fight him for 50 million. Wilder called that bluff automatic because they know why. They knew that was a $300 million fight. They knew it. Eddie Hearn didn't have any concept. Why? Because they fight with $25 pay-per-views. They're not used to the American infrastructure. He was new to this game, and he talked himself out of it, and he ruined it for the world. Undisputed for AJ. Now AJ is a laughingstock. Okay, now AJ is on nobody's radar. Now AJ is getting bullied. Come on now. So my point is this: you're asking what platform is better, if Charlo decided to fight Billy Joe on the DAZN, go ahead, go, so be it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. But if you're asking the practicality, it's more practical to have, if Showtime is offering it, because it's going to get more eyes, it's going to get more views. If Caleb Plant and Canelo did 800, if Wilder and Fury did 850, what do you think Canelo and Benavidez are going to do? What do you think Canelo and Charlo is going to do? What do you think? You brought it up. I didn't bring it up, but I'll say it. But what do you think Canelo and Spence is going to do? These are million plus pay-per-view buys. You know what I mean? This just in the U.S. alone. So we know these fights that Showtime and PBC has the infrastructure that DAZN currently doesn't have. Doesn't matter what you're offering, you just don't have the infrastructure because most homes don't have that. You talk about a family in Iowa who occasionally watches boxing, who knows nothing about DAZN, but they have Showtime. So therefore, just in crossing, watching one of their shows, a pay-per-view coming on, let's get it, honey. You understand what I'm saying, Joe? That's the infrastructure problem that the DAZN is going to take a while for them to catch up. That's just facts.
My problem is some fights are better on DAZN, and when a
hey,
promotional...
keep that super chat up there. When you finish your statement, I'm gonna destroy the super chat. Okay.
Well, read the super chat. I'll let you read the super chat.
Okay. The 50 million was debunked because it was promised to have BT Sport involved. Then AJ was exclusive to Sky. Wilder turned down 100 million. Now, see, this is what chatters and Twitter chatters who only read propaganda talking points. Eddie Hearn is on record. I got the video of Eddie Hearn saying that they turned down the 50 million pay-per-view. Okay, keep that super chat up there. I want to destroy this guy. I want to destroy him.
Okay, you want me to leave it up there for you?
Yeah. Because I'm not looking at the chat. I'm actually looking at you through the.
Well, they're killing you. Look at this one. They're killing you, man.
But I'm not reading that. I'm only looking at you through the backstage. So
I'm actually gonna be in agreement with you on this one too. But go ahead.
So this guy is saying Wilder turned down a $120 million DAZN deal. So what's more lucrative? Wilder turning down a 3-fight DAZN deal for $40 million a fight, or Wilder making $100 million for one AJ fight in a pay-per-view. Thank you, fools.
Yeah, that was
what's more lucrative?
I thought that offer sucked because it was flat fee money. I didn't like the fact that it had no back end money.
$40 million. And he could have made $120 million in one fight versus AJ.
No, this is what they said. It was $20 million for Brazil, and then it was like 50-50 for the 2 Joshua fights. But here's the thing. Joshua didn't sign, like Joshua had a fight to fight back then. So Joshua would still have to choose whether or not he wanted to fight Wilder, because Joshua would not have been contracted to fight Wilder. That was just, and I'll debunk it even further. When they signed Canelo DAZN for the first 365, they had to restructure it because they couldn't afford to pay it out, right? That's number one. Number two, they signed Canelo with the intention that he was going to fight Triple G, but they didn't get it in. They never had that fight put in the contract, so that's why that fight never happened. So this notion that Wilder was automatically going to get 2 AJ fights if he signed that $120 million deal was bullshit, because Canelo never got, because Golovkin and Canelo never fought, and that was the intention, and that was the perception when Golovkin and Canelo both signed that fucking DAZN deal. So yeah, that's bullshit, because Wilder ended up making, in those 3 fights with friggin' Fury, a lot of money, especially those last 2 fights. He ended up making a lot of money on the pay-per-view revenue side of it. So yeah, that whole deal was bullshit from the beginning, because AJ was not contractually obligated to fight Wilder for those 2 fights because he was on a fight to fight at that time. Whereas you're telling one guy to commit to you for 3 fights while you have the other guy on a fight to fight with first right of refusal. I mean, what kind of deal is that? That's fucking bullshit. But I'm
It was
sorry. Go ahead.
horrible. It was horrible. And
That was
that's
a bullshit
why
deal. That was a bullshit
it's
deal.
horrible. And that's why when I see statements like that where the guy, you know, he just said how they turned that down, talking about debunk. These guys are there's these propaganda talking points. People see it and they share amongst each other without researching the facts. Now, this is like I said, Joe, I'm the facts guy. Okay. So I want you to play the video and I'm going to shut this guy up. This Drew guy. I'm going to shut him up. Just play the video.
Yeah, this guy made another statement that Usyk made more money in AJ in his last Usyk fight than Wilder did in his last 4 pay-per-view fights combined. Wilder's no pay-per-view draw on his own. Neither is Usyk, bro.
Okay. How can you not be a pay-per-view draw and you did 850 versus an unknown Fury? Play the video, please. Let me.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Yeah, I don't agree with this comment either. But go ahead. Let me go in here. 1 second.
Do yourself a favour, don't bother making the offer. If you're going to make us an offer with a house, do yourself a favour, don't bother making the offer unless it's a guarantee. And if there's $100 million in the fight, no problem, we'll sign tomorrow. Give us $60 million, you got the fight.
Okay, I'll take 50 million up front. If that's the case, Wilder's team, bring me 50 million up front and we'll take the fight.
I just sent them what they wanted.
What did they want?
They said they wanted 50 mil, so I gave it to them. So soon we'll see the fight.
What's going on? The communication channels are open and they're two-way. So I went back to our Heyman and asked them 6 or 7 questions, of which they gave us the answers. It's really a case of, does Anthony want to take this fight in Las Vegas?
That's what it's always been about, isn't it?
It has, but now there is more money for him based on the offer to do this fight in the US.
He got offered 50 mil the other day and he never took it.
So let's say, for instance, that 50 million we spoke about. Listen, it's a hell of a lot of money and it was an honor to even have that number thrown at me. But then when you dissected it and what it was just kind of like a rights fee. We own you for this amount of money. But the issue that I had is I've got long-standing contracts in place. And the 50 was unbelievable. It's a great number and so on. But there are things in place that don't make that 50 worth the 50 to the person paying it. So there's that.
Personally, my advice was let's leave it 2 years. In 2 years' time, it might be 250, $300 million. I think Shelley Finkel wanted to cash in on Deontay Wilder straight away. That's my honest view. He wanted to fight straight away. That's crazy. Business crazy. Most likely thing for me would be fall 2019. Okay. But look, worst case scenario, if AJ's unbeaten for 10 years and doesn't fight Deontay Wilder, I'll take that.
Checkmate.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
I think.
So what did Eddie Hearn say? What did Eddie Hearn say, Joe? Remember, I can't see the chat. I'm looking at you from backstage. So
No, I'm with you on this. I'm with you on this one, man. I mean, they knew what they were doing with AJ, in my opinion. They knew.
So that person who said, "Oh, Eddie, that the 50 million AJ turning down was debunked," you just got debunked. You just got checkmated. Don't you ever type anything to me ever again, sir, and let you call me sir. Okay, I'm your daddy, sir. I'm your nightmare. Don't chat this bull crap to me, okay? If you don't come with the fact and you just keep coming with propaganda talking points, I'm going to smack them away, okay? They don't exist in my world, okay? So stop coming with this propaganda talking points because I'm going to checkmate you with the facts and that's it. So when you want to talk about anything, oh, it's debunked, that means you haven't done your research, sir. Okay, I just showed you definitive proof and definitive facts. Okay, so you go ahead and waste. I want you to spend more money on your super chats to Joe. Pay more super chats and tell me why you was wrong and why you're sorry and why checkmate just checkmate your ass. Okay, send another $5 to Joe right now and apologize. I'll wait.
Yeah, here's the problem though. I don't think Wilder should have went into that second fight with Fury. I thought he should have. I thought he should have fought AJ at that time. I think he fucked up by continuing to fight Fury, but I don't know, man. But at that time, I don't think that they wanted Wilder. I don't think think they believed 100% that they could beat him. My opinion.
And
His own dad who advises Eddie Hearn was saying, "Oh, if we can keep him undefeated without fighting Wilder for 10 years, then that's a good thing." What does that mean? That means that there's a chance that he could lose. We didn't want that. We want to keep him undefeated. I always thought that they were concerned with Wilder's power. I always thought that. And Wilder was there. Wilder was there when he saw Vladimir Klitschko hit Anthony Joshua with that right hand and almost put him out. And he just couldn't finish him for whatever reason. You could call it age. You could just call it.
He was 41. That's what we call it.
Yeah. And Wilder saw that. He was probably licking his chops saying, you know, what happens if I land that right hand? So let's hope that fight happens in December, man, in Saudi. Because then we can put all this bullshit to rest. And let's hope that tournament does happen.
Yeah. So
to be
that
honest.
remember Joe, remember that was when Wilder Eddie was saying, "Oh, Wilder's just the Alabama boy, where he's going to get 50 million. He don't have 50 million. He just they disrespected America. They just disrespecting a whole ethnic group by, say, man, why didn't you take this? Just take the 7 million or take the 3. I mean, Eddie Hearn and AJ totally disrespected America.
I was on Wilder. I thought Wilder. I didn't like how that was bullshit the way they were treating Wilder. That was like they were the dude was a champion longer. Okay, did he have the same following that AJ had in the UK, in the United States? No, but once again, it's so funny how that everyone loves to call Fury greedy. But let's remember, for years, these were the people that were offering 80-20 splits to everybody. Everybody. You know what I mean? Andy Ruiz got like an 80-20 split as champion in the rematch. They offered friggin' Parker in a unification fight 80-20, and they settled at 7-30. Now all of a sudden that Fury's asking for 70-30s or whatever, or like all these guys are trying to use their leverage and make the most money they can. But why is it okay when Eddie Hearn and AJ do it, but when someone else does it, they're deemed as being greedy? It's fucking stupid, bro. It's like a double standard. Now that the shoe's on the other foot, I find it very funny now that AJ finally came clean and said, well, the only reason why I'm hanging on now is for money. Right? I don't even think he thinks he's going to be champion again, with all due respect. I'm not trying to take shots at the guy, but he knows he's got two fights left, maybe 3 tops, depending upon who he fights. He knows he knows it's cash out time.
Listen,
ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I won over $4,000 betting Andy Ruiz would KO AJ. Okay, I won that money because I knew the AJ is not mentally strong. Okay, there's a whole myriad of reasons why he lives to be that politician, to live for the people, but there's certain things he just don't have. Right. So after Andy Ruiz KO'd him, and then he beat Ruiz in a rematch because he fought an undisciplined, fat, out of shape, untrained, eating pizza and all this other stuff. Ruiz, you know what I mean? He thought, okay, I got it again. But AJ is very slow. You know what I mean? He was known to be this big brute. They sold him as this most powerful guy, big brute, and all of a sudden now he's running from guys. You know what I mean? The Jermaine Franklin fight was a disgrace.
Can we
So AJ mentally is.
Can we argue that AJ's
not there?
Can we argue that AJ's still a top 5 guy at heavyweight or no?
Okay, let's see. Let's say
Put it in-
in
put
no
it in-
order.
put the-
Okay, in no order. I'm just gonna name this in no order. Let's say let's five. Let's say Fury, Wilder,
Usyk,
Fury, Usyk, Big Baby, Jared Anderson. I think this guy
you can't put him in front of Joshua now though.
he beats AJ. Are you kidding me?
I know, but you can't put him in front of that now. We don't know.
He beats him. I'm talking. See, when you talk about top, I'm not talking about how they're listed on in these people's lists or they're listed by the sanctioning bodies. I'm listening about who I think would beat, who I think the top fighters. Not, I'm talking about if you line them up, who would be the last five standing? Okay, I think Jared Anderson beats AJ. I think Wilder beats AJ. I think Fury beats AJ. Usyk already beat AJ. I think Andy Ruiz, a dedicated Andy Ruiz, if he fought AJ again in the third fight, he beats AJ. Do you agree or disagree?
I think it's a 50-50 fight now, but maybe
I will put $1,000 Andy Ruiz KO of AJ.
I would probably. I think I would edge Andrew Ruiz now, to be honest with you, if I'm being fair. I think Dillian White versus AJ right now is a 50-50 fight.
Right.
But based off of accomplishments and records, and this is how I would rank the heavyweights. I would put Fury number 1. I think Wilder beats Usyk too, but because I got to give Usyk the respect as being a unified champion, I'll put him in front of Wilder. I'll put Wilder number 3, and I have to put Joshua number 4 right now, based off of just overall. Now, I'll tell you guys who I would pick over AJ right now. I think the Dillian White fight's a coin flip. Zhang, I think, would beat him right now. Who else would beat him right now? I'd pick Wilder. I'd pick Usyk. I'd pick Fury. Right? I think I'd pick Zhang right now based off of what I saw yesterday and based off what I saw of the Hrgovic fight. The Dillian White fight's a coin flip, but I think, it's fair to say that I still think AJ is a top 5. Here's my argument. These guys were saying he was the best. He was never I never thought he was the man. I always thought that he was a top 3 or 4 guy. You can even argue at one point he was a top 2 guy. But this division is not the division of the 90s. It's not the division of the 70s. So you can only base it on the era. But with that being said, I always thought Wilder would beat him, and I always thought Fury would beat him. I didn't think Usyk would beat him, though.
Usyk, listen. How are you going to try to box the boxer? AJ is bigger, strong. Listen, he cut Usyk's face like hamburger meat. Okay, if he would have brawled Usyk, he would have knocked him out. But mentally, AJ is not there mentally. He doesn't believe in himself. Okay, he fought Usyk's fight. Why are you going to try to box? He's too slow to box. He's like a slow lumberjack. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, if that was Wilder's going to KO Usyk. Okay, I want everybody who's saying Usyk's going to beat Wilder. I want you to come see me, and I want you to go ahead and get in my get on in my box in Twitter and make a Cash App bet with me. Okay, there's no way that Usyk's going to take Wilder's power. Zero chance. Zero chance. Okay, we know Usyk's the better boxer. We know he has the accolades. We know all of that. It's not about that. It's about, these two men standing in front of each other in the ring where Wilder does not have to fight a 270-pound guy. He's fighting a 220-pound Usyk. Who's going to win? Wilder by KO.
I like Wilder, man. I think Wilder knocks him out.
Yeah. So
it's
not taking nothing away from Usyk. It's like styles make fights.
No, I think Wilder is very underrated as a boxer. I think he's got a very good jab. He's got, he's got quick feet. I think people look at him sometimes when he gets a little bit wild and over aggressive, but there are times when he just sits down and sets up shots nicely. He's not as primitive and caveman like as people describe. I just think that's kind of overstated in my opinion. I'm
gonna be brutally honest about the Wilder situation. Okay, Wilder is gifted with power, right? And because of that, he never really learned the fundamentals that he needed until, now he's starting to get into it now with the new trainer. But he just wasn't, he wasn't running, he wasn't hitting the road, he was just depending on that 1-2 in that right hand. This is all, Mark Breland was teaching him. And that's what he was getting. So now, if you look at I'm getting the feedback. Is that me? Oh, somebody.
No, I
Yeah.
shut it off. It was a guy just brought it and playing it in the background.
Okay, but if you look at the Romain Stavern, the first fight when Wilder won with 12 rounds, he used his boxing and athletic boxing skills. Okay, he wasn't just a brawler. He was giving you the angles. He was giving you the speed. Wilder is very, very fast. So will never be a brawler because he will never be a brawler because of his frame. He's too small to be a brawler. Okay. But people, they say, oh, he's not this, he's not that. But the man has 43 wins and 42 knockouts. And I'll leave it at that.
No, I think Wilder would beat Usyk in my opinion. Just my opinion. But like I said, Usyk is still the champion. So I'll give him that respect. G Funky is bringing up this point, but here's what I have to say, G Funky. And again, this is my opinion. I went back and watched that third fight several times. And I will say this. Wilder was hurting Fury even in the later rounds of that fight. He was fighting with a man that had a lot of heart. He fought like a warrior. He never gave up mentally. He was still trying to win that fight till the very end before he got knocked out. Whereas I seen Joshua get hurt against Ruiz, and I seen him get hurt against Usyk in the second fight around the 9th round, and he mentally shut down. Wilder never mentally shut down in any of those fights, and he was hurting even to the very end. He was landing shots. He was throwing shots to hurt Fury, and he did still buzz Fury later in that fight. Whereas Joshua just mentally shut down. So now you can make the argument, is Wilder's body have a lot of wear and tear on it because of those Fury fights? Physically, is he still the same? But I would say that Wilder still has something left, more so than Joshua, when you look at the mental makeup of both men. That's what I'm saying. Though if Wilder came back against a top 15 guy in Helenius and knocked him out in 1 round, whereas Joshua came back against a guy who's not even in the top 30, who before the Dillian White fight was fighting 8-rounders, right? And this is no disrespect to Jermaine Franklin. All the power to him. I mean, he can tell his grandkids that I fought Dillian White and Anthony Joshua over in the UK back to back, and I went the distance, and I had my moments, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, look what Wilder did against a top 15 guy in Helenius, or a top 20 guy if you want to. I think Helenius would beat Jermaine Franklin easy. I mean, so we gotta put it in context. We'll see what happens when Wilder comes back against a guy like Joshua. But once again, to say that Wilder won't land that right hand against Joshua where he lands it against everybody else, it is what it is.
And he's getting better now. Wait, you see G Funky? I just read G Funky said didn't Fury KO Wilder twice. Well, didn't Wilder put Fury down 4 times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't you question Wilder's KO of Helenius? Yeah, I did. But once
if you watch the replays, how can you question that? Watch the replays.
Once again, my opinion is statistically insignificant because I'm probably one of a few people that thinks that fight was a setup. But it doesn't matter what I think, because we have to go on the what is, not on the what Beeb thinks. My opinion is statistically insignificant. All right, I'm going to put you back in Fight Plan. If your audio is not squared away, I'm going to kick you out. All right, what's going on, buddy?
Hello?
What's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I thought I was backstage still.
No, you're on.
How y'all doing?
I'm good,
Hey,
man.
what's
What
up,
you
brother?
got?
Hello.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead,
I
Rick.
just
What you got?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, to be honest, I like fucking niggers. I like fucking niggers in the mouth. They're nigger
No,
lips.
you ain't gonna do that here, man. Piece of shit.
He must have been to jail. He must have been in jail. He must have been in jail
Wait.
cells with Big Bubba or something. He likes
You
that.
you ain't never doing that on this fucking fuck out of here, man.
Dude, I don't get it. Listen, these dudes try to be racist, bro. I wasn't raised that way. I live in Arizona. You know, I have
Oh, you live in a
lots of
nice Arizona's nice, man. That
yeah.
weather is like perfect.
I'm from Maryland. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Maryland. I live in Arizona. I've been out here a decade. Love it. Okay. My Mexican friends and everybody else. And so the funny thing is, I hear these guys come in and be racist. I don't see this in person. If there's somebody want to be racist, that's the ignorance that your family raised you with. Okay. So go be racist with other people who enjoy that. But it doesn't affect me. It just lets you know how ignorant you are because you don't want to talk facts. If you think something about race and ethnicity is your gotcha moment, you know what I mean? You're the lost one. Checkmate. Do you still believe Wilder KO over Scott was legit? G Funky, I never really gave it that much. You know, people say it was a phantom punch. I don't know, my brother. I didn't look into it that deep. You talking about a fight that I don't care about. So,
That means you don't believe it was legit, G Funky.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you if it was or not. There's plenty of fighters who take dives. You know what I mean? Could Scott have taken a dive? I don't know. He could have. He could not have. Who knows? It's a possibility. I don't know. I just never researched that.
It's crazy. You cutting in and out a little bit, man. You got to get that. You got to get the better internet, man.
Oh, I'm cutting out.
You were cutting in and out for a little bit. There's another question for you. Did you believe in Glovegate?
100%. I've made several videos. Listen, every subject that
Christ.
well, you can't see. So what Jesus got to do with it? What Buddha got to do with it? What Allah got to do with it? Nothing. Okay. We're talking about the fact that Fury has been known for cheating. You know what I mean? Known for pulling stuff out of the gloves. And they check the gloves. You can clearly see. Okay. There was obviously something wrong. Wow. Listen, Fury has been cheating his whole entire professional life. Okay.
This is embarrassing.
Why is it embarrassing? Did you see the gloves, Joe? Has Fury been accused of taking the padding out of gloves before? Yes or no, Joe?
Not in a sanctioned fight, no.
Has Fury been accused of taking paddings out of gloves? Yes or no, Joe?
Not in a sanctioned fight.
I didn't ask you about a sanctioned fight. I asked you, was Fury accused of having padding taken out of gloves? Yes or no?
In a sparring session, yes.
Okay, I got a yes from Joe, y'all. You just made my day. Whoa, let me write this down. Joe said yes.
Was the padding taken out of the gloves in the second Wilder fight?
You want me to show you the video? Or you cool
No,
with that?
I want you to answer the question.
Okay, well, I don't. My opinion means nothing. I let the SPAC speak for itself. Okay, not only that, listen, it's about the fact that Wilder was in a fight with a known cheater, and that known cheater cheated. Okay, now even when Martin Carefoot, you're familiar with Martin Carefoot, right?
Correct.
You know who Martin Carefoot is?
The gardener,
farmer.
yeah. Farmer.
The farmer that they,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That the pig farmer that they said they got wild boar from. He wasn't a pig farmer, he was a beef farmer. And they paid this guy 25,000 pounds to say that he ate wild boar that had that testosterone drug, that steroid in it, whatever the case may be. And then he took it to court. You know what I'm saying? So this guy, Martin Carefoot, listen, Fury has been cheated. He was suspended from UCAD. You know what I mean? So he's a known cheater. So who do you give the benefit of the doubt? The guy you never caught cheating and lying, or the guy who you have caught cheating and lying, Joe?
Well, we have to put cheating into context. So if I'm a criminal, right, and I rob candy stores and I shoplift and I go in there and I throw all the Snickers bars in my jacket. Technically, I'm a criminal, correct?
If you steal, yes, you're a criminal.
Now, if I go out and murder 20 people, I'm a criminal, right?
Yes.
So both people are criminals, right?
Yes, sir.
But there's levels to the acts committed, correct?
Oh my God. No, there's always levels, Joe. There's levels if you go over 5 miles over the speed limit or you go over 100 miles over the speed
Okay.
limit. You were speeding, there's gonna be different penalties.
So testing positive for PEDs is a different offense than loading gloves, correct?
No. Oh, hell no. Joe, even
They're the
Eddie
same.
Hearns,
They're the same. They're
even-
the same offense. So
Joe,
by your logic, everyone in the history of the sport that has tested positive for a PED automatically has loaded their gloves.
No, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
You must be a prophet. You must be a prophet.
Well, no, that's not what I said. What I
You
said
must
was,
be
if
a
you're
prophet.
a PED cheater, you're a PED cheater. If you're a
Okay.
loaded glove cheater, you're a loaded glove cheater.
Okay.
Okay. If
So
you're
why are
both,
we-
you're
wh-
both.
Why are we
If you're
conflating
both,
the two?
if you're both, you are both, because he's been confused. Because he's done both. That's why.
Okay.
Okay. If no one has ever caught him taking padding out of a glove, why would he take padding out of a glove in sparring? And you don't think he's capable of doing it in fighting? They cut the gloves in half. They showed. I mean, like, you saw his fist marks. Come on, you saw the glove dangling. You saw him move the glove up so his fist could be exposed. He did all of those things. I don't understand why it's refuted. It's on video.
I can't believe we're
think-
going back.
Yeah. I've never had this
believe-
conversation with you, B. But
I
the
can't
thing
believe we're
about
going back to this.
I've never had this conversation with you. But the point you asked me the question, I'm giving you, the opinion. He cheated.
right, well-
he cheated with the
well, I'm
gloves and
gonna-
he cheated with PEDs.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with you because I actually have the gloves in my closet.
Ah! I hear you, buddy. I hear you, buddy.
So now we got to talk about Zhilei Zhang, man. How much did you make on that fight? I heard you put 1,000 on Zhang.
No, I actually tried to put 100 on Zhang. So I went to my bookie, right? And this was before the walkout. So I had it up.
Why are you still using bookies when you can sign up for DraftKings?
I use my bookie. It's mybookie.com.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
and plus they give me $20 in free bets because I've spent so much. I've won so much. I win thousands of dollars with them, right? So they give me free bets all the time.
Okay.
So anyway, I was going to put this 100 on Zhang for the KO. You know why? But he's like a robot. He's very slow, no movement. This is why he will be a sitting duck for Wilder. So Zhang actually got, you know what I mean? The only thing about Zhang, his only detriment is his stamina. You know what I mean? He gasses out bad. Joe doesn't gas out. He's like a robot, right? But he takes punches. And I'm thinking, how much punches can he take from Zhang? And I'm thinking, you know what? I thought Zhang beat Hargrove. So I said, I'm going to go ahead and put $100 on this, right?
What'd you call him? Hargrove?
Philip Hargrove? What is it?
Hergovich.
Hergovich.
My fault. I'm not trying to clown you. It just sounded funny when you said Hargrove.
I don't know.
That's all right. His name's Hergovich, but go ahead.
Hargrove from Hergovich. Okay, so I got Philip right. So so I actually picked Zhang to beat to KO Joe. Now the thing about it, I thought he was going to KO him. I just put the money because I made more money, for the KO, but I didn't expect it to stop it like that. I thought they were just going to go be brutal. So I did put the money on Zhang, and I'm going to put the money on Zhang in a rematch as well.
I think the rematch happens. I think it's a no-brainer.
You got to remember, I'm the guy who picked Andy Ruiz to KO AJ in 1000s. I'm that same guy who picked Tio to beat Loma in 1000.
I picked Tio too. You remember that,
right? So I don't follow, the crowd. You know what I mean? I'm not a groupthink mentality type of guy. I look at their attributes and styles make fights, and I say, well, what is this person going to bring to the table? Okay, and I just didn't think that. Listen. Joe Joyce is a slow bot. I call him he's very slow, no head movement. He's there to take punches. When I saw Bermain Stavern put a beating on Joe before that fight ended. Stavern was like landing at will, and he was fat, bloated, out of shape. Shouldn't have been in that fight. You know what I'm saying? So this is I give Zhang a little bit more credit than a lot of people do. He's tough. He throws punches. You know what I mean? And hey, he won. So it wasn't an upset to me.
Okay. So if that eye doesn't close, we'll play the game of what ifs. Even though the games of what ifs doesn't matter, if that eye doesn't close, how does the rest of that fight play out?
Well, the way I thought it was going to be stopped by the ref off of accumulation. I thought Joe was going to get to the point where Zhang was going to be landing too many punches at the end of the fight, and the ref was probably going to stop it. That's how I saw it going.
With that eye withstanding, right? This was the first time we ever really saw Joyce buckled, staggered. We never saw this before.
Watch the Stavern fight. Watch the Stavern fight.
I'll have to go back and check that out.
You got to watch the Stavern fight. Stavern was landing overhand rights at will. It was comical how clean he was hitting him. Stavern was just not in shape. Stavern, you know what I mean? He just wasn't there. You know, I would pick Andy Ruiz to beat Joe Joyce. You guys don't give Andy Ruiz credit, you know, because of, I don't know, you guys only see the second AJ fight when he came in bloated, eating pizza out of shape and everything else. Didn't train. Even his own trainer says he wasn't training. You know what I'm saying? So I would pick Andy Ruiz to actually stop Joe Joyce.
Okay.
I don't give Joe Joyce that much for credit. And now I did pick I did pick what is his name? The other brick guy, what's his name? The one he stopped, the one he closed his eye. What's his name?
Daniel Dubois?
Dubois. I picked Dubois. I bet money on that fight. I lost money. I bet Dubois was
I thought Dubois was going to win that fight too, man. He was up on the cards before he got stopped. It was crazy.
Well, I lost money on that fight. Okay. So I was shocked at that, and I was like, "Man, Dubois quit." But then we also seen Dubois go down 3 times in, you know, his last fight as well, previous to last. So we know Dubois can go down. So like I said, Joe Joyce is strong, but he's there as a target, and you can't beat accumulation. And these are heavyweights. You know what I mean? So, what do you think about it, Joe?
I picked Joyce to win. But it was so funny before the fight because we talked about this before the Fundora fight when we did the round table. We were talking about guys that continuously take punishment, and at the end of every fight, we say, "Oh, what a great chin this guy has." The shelf life on those types of guys usually is short, and there's always going to be that one fight. And we kind of said that about Joyce, but none of us really thought it was going to be this fight that was going to be the fight that it happened in. But if Joyce fought Wilder and he was getting caught with right hands like that, like he was getting caught with left hands, I don't even think the fight would have went that long. Like at some point, like D-Style, my buddy D-Style likes to say, the dam breaks. You can keep putting holes in the dam, putting cracks in the dam, and eventually the more cracks you put on it, the accumulation of those cracks, the dam's going to open up and leak out, and that's what happened. So, but here's the thing too. Usually when it does happen, when the fighter tries to come back, they're never the same again. He'll never be the same again because now he knows he's human. He's not going to go into fights now with the same level of confidence. In my opinion. That remains to be seen. So let's take a look at this Ryan Garcia fight right now, the odds. See if the odds moved at all, because I heard you're putting a little bit of putting a little bit of money on Ryan Garcia for this fight.
I know I will probably put about $300 tank KO.
See what the odds. Let me see what the odds are here.
Well, I'm already betting. I
Okay.
got 3 bets lined up on Twitter. So I got Ivan. So Ivan's betting me 100. I got a couple of people on Twitter that's betting me. and
Oh, a
plus
lot of
I'm also
people
betting online.
a lot of people are taking Ryan Garcia in this fight on Twitter. All right, let's take a look here.
On Twitter was still telling me that they're picking Ryan too.
Let me just double check something here. So right now, Tank is a minus 280. Ryan is a plus 210. Method of victory. Tank is a plus 600 to go to the distance. He's a minus 150 to get the KO. Ryan Garcia to win on points is a plus 800. Ryan Garcia to win by knockout is a plus 340. Those are crazy odds, bro. What's the over-under? Let me see if there's an over-under here in rounds. Let me see if we can find that. Method of victory, group round betting. Will the fight go the distance? Total rounds in fight. The over-under in this fight is 7.5 rounds, and it's a minus 112. Does it? Oh, you're betting. You think that Ryan goes to sleep in under 6 rounds?
1 through 5. Ryan's going.
You're betting. You think 1 through 5?
1 through 5. I'm betting.
All right. Let's see what the group round betting is. Wow. So Gervonta Davis to win in rounds 1 through 6 is a plus 185.
Yes, sir. I'm betting.
To win in 7 through 12 is a plus 220. Ryan Garcia to win in 1 through 6 is a plus 550. Ryan Garcia to win round 7 through 12 is a plus 850. That's amazing how like it's like the popular opinion here is like he's only a plus 185 to win through 1 through 6. So that's what the general consensus is here. What's up, G? What's up, G Funky?
Hey, I'm back, man. I just can't let some things slide, man. Checkmate. You said you're about the facts, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And then you say you're about that you believe Glovegate. Like what facts do you have of Fury cheating versus Wilder? I don't want to hear about any past fights. I want to know what proof you have in the fight against Wilder, the second one and the third one, or the first one, whatever it is. I have to hear this. What is it? What do you have?
Well, just like I said, Joe, I don't have the gloves, and Joe has them in his closet, actually. I don't, you know what I mean? So you're asking me my opinion. I don't have the facts. I can't say 100%, but I say 95% chance that Fury cheated with 99% Fury cheated with the gloves. I can't say 100% because this is my opinion based on his previous actions and based on what I saw. What I saw, the hand movement and the gloves and the way the wrist was moving, and all of that, and the way that his knuckles and everything were exposed, all of that. So this is what lets me know that he cheated because I've never seen that in the fight before. So that's my opinion based on what I saw. Other than that,
okay,
that's it.
Okay, well, I'll ask you this then, since you said there was funny movements with the gloves and things like that. So let me just ask you. Let me just ask you some questions then. Do you know what kind of gloves Fury wore in the first fight?
Well, again, where the horse-hairs go, I'm talking about the movement off they was hanging. He pushed them up, so he would actually
just a yes or no. That's all. Just a
no.
Yes
I
or
don't
no.
know the exact brand.
Okay.
I think they were were they horse-hairs or something.
They were Everlast MX gloves. is what he
MX,
wore.
yeah, okay.
Yes, and those are a combination of horsehair and foam, right?
Okay, yeah.
Now, again, we've heard facts, right? So I'm going to give you some facts. Okay, I actually had a glove expert from Everlast come on my channel, and I asked him about this. He broke down the anatomy of the glove, what's in it, how it's designed, and why it's designed a certain way. So the main argument that I heard is that, well, the glove's not supposed to bend that way, right? Well, that's incorrect. The glove is designed with soft leather called planchetta leather, foam and horsehair. It's designed to be flexible for guys to open up their hands and parry shots. That's what it's made for. And that's why you see the glove moving that way, because it's made for guys to open up and parry shots. And this claim about knuckles being in the wrist area, that I mean, that just doesn't make sense, man.
Well,
there's no proof of
you
that.
can clearly see. Well, the proof was the
There's
tape.
no proof of that.
The tape around the wrist was exposed where when the glove is pulled back in its normal position, the tape won't be exposed where it
That's
was.
not true.
So by
That's not true.
pushing
I'm
where
sorry, man. That's
you
not
know
true.
the fist will be longer down, Well, that's what. Well, I can show you what I have, and you can make up.
I could show you.
Your
I can
determination
show you several.
based
And
on,
I can show you
I
several fights.
got the gloves in
See
my
the same-
closet, man. They're very pliable.
Checkmate. I could show you pictures when Wilder fought Areola, where you could see the tape past the neck of the glove.
Okay.
That's not proof. If that's the case, then Wilder
So let
cheated
me go
against
ahead and get it.
Areola. Right? Did he cheat against Areola?
I mean, Wilder was involved in a fixed fight against Malik Scott. I mean, is he a cheater?
I mean, if we're going off history, but then again, that's not proof. That's not proof, man. If you go, just look at the Areola fight at the beginning, when the glove, when the referee is giving the final instructions before the first bell, you can clearly see tape past the collar of the glove on Wilder, and Wilder used MX gloves that night too, and broke his hand doing it. So you tell me, does that mean he cheated? Because I mean, that's what you just said. Fury cheated.
I mean, the gloves are reviewed by both sides, bro. So and after, so
Exactly.
I mean, it's not like he was going to be able to magically do a Houdini move in the ring and get rid of those gloves and put on gloves that are not cheating or whatever, right? So
exactly.
Josh, he had a question. I'm going to let him get his question off. Then I'm going to give it back to you, G. What did you say you wanted to talk about in the chat? You had a pay-per-view question?
No, I just you're on your title. It says the tribalism of boxing, and I don't know why. Maybe there's a reason why specifically in boxing it is, because I don't see it in the UFC. Is that the tribalism in boxing is real? There is UK fighters that they'll rob you if you're not a UK guy. Zhili Zhang was losing on one of the cards yesterday. There's countless fights that you could go in history where a UK guy is going to get the benefit of the doubt if you're going over there to fight him, right? Is that tribalism? I mean, yeah, you could tie it to promotional ties too. They want their guys to win because they have money invested in them. But to me, I see tribalism ties everywhere. So when I'm looking at Canelo, right, you're looking at a guy that went against the #1 sports star in the history of the planet, Lionel Messi, during the World Cup, and told him, hey, I'm going to beat you up. I'm going to, fuck you up. And he was all heated, right? And he actually was threatened to get suspended by Twitter. A global superstar in Canelo attacking another global superstar in Lionel Messi. And that shit made huge news around the world. So you're talking about a guy that is to the T on some Mexican type of mindset. Why then would he go to PBC and basically give them a lifeline when he knows that the PBC would prefer African-American fighters? Why would he do that?
Wait,
for what reason?
PBC has more Mexican fighters than black.
Yeah, but do they promote them correct? Do they promote the Mexican fighters correctly? I don't think so, because look, the one of the two Mexican fighters that they've had, one of the two marketable, they fed them to go up and wait to lose. They fed Leo Santa Cruz to Tank Davis, go up and wait and lose. They fed Mikey Garcia to go up and lose. But when they came to building up David Benavidez, how come they cannot feed him Charlo? How come they can't give Charlo a good deal? Hey, 3 million, 4 million, go up in there and die. Go up and die against Benavidez.
Let me ask you something,
I'm
Josh.
I'm seeing things that line up, right? I mean, it is what it is. But I'm not saying that it's wrong. Because I know that Golden Boy would do the same thing, bro. Golden Boy will rob you if you're African American, most likely. And that's just the reality of I'm saying that it's on some Game of Thrones shit. And I'm just telling you that's the reality of what we're in. So from that perspective, why then would Canelo basically extend a lifeline when he knows that if Canelo wanted to, he could have went to the PBC and made them forever. He could have made them a success by him alone. Like he knows, right?
Again, let me ask you the question, Josh. You brought up Charlo. Why don't they feed him to Benavidez? Charlo has 7 fights at 160, sir. 7 fights. But you guys want him to move up. He doesn't have 7 title defenses. He has 7 total fights at 160. Why should the man who was champion at 154, champion at 160, why should he be forced to go to face The bigger, stronger guy is at
I mean, they
168.
did that with Leo Santa Cruz. They did that with Leo Santa Cruz, right?
Let
They
me
did that.
finish.
They did with Mikey Garcia. Did Mikey Garcia go into Spence fight with a relative chance to win, bro?
Sir,
Come
let
on.
me finish, sir. You asked me a question. I
Go ahead.
listened to your statements, and you got to listen to mine as well.
Go ahead.
Respectful dialogue. Okay. So the thing is, why aren't you guys? Are you guys so like scared of Charlo that you don't want him to become undisputed at 160, where you want him to go fight Benavidez at 168?
No, I was just making a parallel example of you saying that they promote Mexican fighters. I don't think they would promote Mexican fighters. I think if it was reversed, that's my personal opinion based on actual factual events that happened in that promotion. If it was reversed where Charlo was a 68-pound fighter and David Benavidez was 60, I think they would be more inclined to give them that offer. And that's just my opinion. And I'm basing it off of facts of what's happened in that promotion in the past. I mean, that's what I'm going on. Why did Mikey Garcia have a realistic chance to beat Spence, bro? Did Leo Santa Cruz have a realistic chance to beat Tank Davis? Come on.
Mikey asked for that fight, sir.
Bro, they overpaid him for a reason.
Mikey asked for that.
Yeah, why he sold his ass. I'm not gonna say that he didn't. I'm not gonna say that he didn't, but that's the way. That's the way you make people. That's the way you sell. That's the way you make the fights. You have to overpay them.
Josh, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
In your opinion, Canelo Alvarez versus David Benavidez, financially, is there any fight that PBC would show that would do more lucrative numbers than that fight?
For Canelo and that company, no, there is none.
So you don't think that David Benavidez is going to be promoted properly when they're setting? When they're going to set him up for the biggest fight?
I think there was. It's because like I said, like it is to me. It's a mix. It's not like it's like a black and white. There is percentages involved where it's like, all right, well, we're gonna give favoritism towards our guys in this sense, and we're gonna give them favoritism because of our promotional sense now. So do I think that they want to make Benavidez pass on the torch by beating Canelo? You know, as fucking De La Hoya passed on the torch and whatever name association, right? Even if he loses, it's still beneficial for Benavidez because he gets on that stage, right? The name recognition with the casuals and with the world, basically. But what I think is that Canelo is in no obligation to go to the PBC, and he is on some code thing, bro. He is. I don't care what you say. I don't care what anybody says. He is on some code thing. He knows that the PBC is associated with Floyd Mayweather, with Al Heyman, and he laughs and he's happy that $1 billion is going to go to waste, and he is the reason why. He could have been the reason why the PBC could have been successful, and he's the reason why it's not, because he's not going to let them. He's not going to give them the opportunity to be successful. He's going to freeze them out. He's going to offer Benavidez the fight to come to the zone, and if Benavidez doesn't want to go to the zone, well, then the fight doesn't happen, bro. You lose. So it's on some Game of Thrones things, bro. It is. That's the reality. You guys could try to deny it, but it's the reality. That's what I see.
So when did Canelo Alvarez ever say that he would never fight in any other place but DAZN? When did he ever say that?
No, I'm not saying that he said. I'm not saying that he said it, but it's my mindset. It's my look.
You guys are creating this narrative out of
thin
air. That's not even. He already. He's fought his whole career. He's fought the majority of his career on Showtime.
Yeah, but this thing has developed, bro. It has developed as time goes on. That's what I believe.
I think you're creating this narrative that doesn't exist. I don't see any.
So then you're telling me that somehow he's afraid to fight Benavidez and Charlo or another PBC fighter when he'll go up to 75 and fight Kovalev?
He turned down $100 million.
No. I don't believe fighters are afraid, bro. I believe that they're strategic and they hold grudges and they like to flex their power. That's what I think. That's. I believe boxers are some, especially the stars, are some of the most egotistical fighters, egotistical humans on earth. They want to flex their power, and they like it.
So
It makes them feel like a god. Imagine you feel like a god, bro. Imagine how high you must be to know that $1 billion basically will burn up, and you have the power to make that either successful or not. Imagine how that would make you feel.
So in your opinion, after this fight with John Ryder takes place and his deal is done, and a fight with Benavidez is presented, maybe he'll fight Bivol. Maybe he'll fight Bivol again, right?
Yeah.
After this, I'm skeptical whether that Bivol fight happens. To be honest with you, I'm not sure if that fight happens. But let's say, for instance, that PBC gives him a one-off deal, sort of like they gave him a one-off deal for Caleb Plant, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's for more money than DAZN could pay him. So you're saying that he's just going to say, I'm going to turn down that deal because
okay. So say for instance, we know that Benavidez signed a 3-fight deal, right? So he has 2 fights left on this deal.
No, if Canelo sends him, wait. He signed a 3-fight deal with his promoter, Samson Lukowitz. He doesn't have a 3-fight deal with Showtime. But go ahead.
Okay. So even greater then. So if Canelo sends him, an offer to fight on Matchroom, and David Benavidez denies it, what is that like? What do you say about that?
The only problem I would have is if the deal on DAZN was bigger than the Showtime deal, but we already have history that tells us that Showtime pay-per-view generates more money than DAZN pay-per-views. We saw Caleb Plant's fight. Yeah. We saw Caleb Plant's fight versus Canelo's fight with Golovkin 3. It generated $10 million more pay-per-view wise than the Canelo one did.
Right. So then that would have to be so we can't look. I don't think that Canelo was scared of Benavidez, bro. That would have to be your logical explanation. I don't think so, bro. I don't think Canelo is scared of a guy that has trouble knocking out 54-pound fighters, bro. I don't.
G Funky.
I don't think he does, bro.
Why does it always come to the personal aspect when we're talking about the business aspect of it? Like, explain this.
I think it's. Oh, go ahead.
I have no idea, man. I really don't know. I mean, look, guys. Anyone that's followed me for a while knows I don't think that fighters are scared to fight each other. Like, this is their job. This is what they do for a living. They're not afraid to fight. It's a business, man.
So then come up with the logical reason then why Canelo wouldn't go to the PBC. What's the reason? You think it's because he's scared?
You don't know that he won't. You guys are assuming he won't go back there when he never.
Oh, okay. I get your point.
He even said that the door is open to go back there. And Reynoso, we had a great relationship with them. We were very happy with the way we were dealt with during that Plant fight negotiations. They treated him great. So again, this whole narrative that's been created that Canelo is going to Canelo never said that if he has to fight Benavidez on DAZN.
No, he never.
I mean, one person came out and said that, right?
But I was just bringing about
not one person. There's a couple people that came out and said that, and automatically now everyone's running with that narrative. When at the end of the day, what's going to happen is both fighters will be presented deals from Showtime and from DAZN, respectively. And in my opinion, whoever has the best deal, right, they'll go with that broadcaster. Canelo already
100%,
did that. The Plant fight was more lucrative on Showtime, so he fought him on Showtime.
But he did try to get him to DAZN first. He did.
Well, he did fight Plant.
He did try to get Plant to his network. He did try to get Plant to his network.
It's a different situation, and we have to, like Beeb said, these guys still have to sit down at the table. We have to get past Ryder first, right? Let's not overlook Ryder. Canelo's got to fight him in a couple weeks, and then we'll see. You know, is he going to take that rematch clause option against Bivol at 168? We don't know. They got to sit down at the table and talk first.
But an argument is being.
G Funky, let me say this, Joe.
I think this argument is like a two scenario argument, bro. Like it's more of an argument to counter the people that say that Canelo's scared. Now, if he obviously goes to the PBC, then that means that that code thing is not true, right? The code thing is not true.
You're turning this into a battle of networks now. This is where the tribalism has gotten so bad in this sport that it's gotten beyond the fighters. Now it's promoter versus promoter network.
Yeah, I was a DAZN fanboy for a long time, bro.
It's fun. It's cornball. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
but let me ask this, Josh. You're Mexican or Mexican American?
Oh, I don't see how that's relevant, but go ahead.
Well, because you were talking about tribalism. I'm asking you. I'm trying
Well,
to.
I mean, I'm seeing tribalism. I'm making an opinion, but I mean, how's that relevant? Regardless,
Don't be
go ahead.
Don't be embarrassed to say you support somebody because that's fine. You can do that.
Yeah, but I mean,
you can
yeah.
do that. You're not on trial. You're not on trial here for supporting for being proud of your ethnicity. Don't ever feel you have to be defensive of that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Are you Mexican or Mexican American?
Mexican American, correct. Go ahead.
Okay, you're a Mexican American. So when you look at fighters, is it everything is always la raza against everybody? Is that how you see it? Or you pick fighters based on fighters you like? It doesn't matter whether la raza or not.
What do you mean, like predictions?
No, fighters that you like, that you support, that you're going to pick them over.
No, well, when I make predictions, I make predictions just based on what I think from a logical standpoint. Like, say, for instance, Zudo versus Bivol. You know, I thought that Bivol was too quick, and that's what it materialized.
Oh yeah, I won money on that fight, by the way. But yeah, I picked Bivol to beat that. I also picked Bivol to beat Canelo. Yeah. So but the reason why I asked you those questions, because you in the beginning you said, hey, you know, PBC is sacrificing Mexican fighters. They don't promote them well. So, Mexican. So Canelo, he's staying cold because he's going to, stick with the Mexicans over Al Heyman, because Al Heyman's apparently because he's black. Why else would it be? Right. And so when you making that statement, and I ask you that simple, like, okay, so what is it? Because for me, it's always the best fighters. That's
like I said, it's not a black and white all the time, bro. There's percentages involved. It's black and white. It's not black and white. So say for instance at Golden Boy, they're not going to treat a random ass Mexican fighter better than.
Hold on for a second. This is where the argument becomes irrelevant, because the biggest fight for Canelo on PBC is not with the black fighter. So you guys are creating arguments that don't make
But it's still to the end, to the promotion and the benefit of a black company that I see promotes black fighters better.
It doesn't matter in this case. It's not applicable in this case, because the biggest fight for Canelo on that network currently is between a Mexican fighter. Mexican-American fighter.
I mean, I don't think that it would be by their choice. They wouldn't. I don't think that they like
That's
it. That's
irrelevant, because what is
I don't think that they like that Benavidez is the number one choice, because, like I said, why not beat him Charlo, bro? Why not beat him Charlo? Charlo's been ripe for the picking, bro.
Why?
Why not?
Why do you want Charlo to come up from 160 to fight Benavidez?
Why would you want Mikey to go up to fight Spence?
Why? We're not talking about fucking Mikey. We're talking about
But those are the parallel examples that I see in the promotion, bro.
No, you're scared. You're trying to protect Cinnamon. That's what you're doing.
No.
Canelo is the 168 champ.
Bro, again, bro.
Benavidez is the number one fighter at 168. Charlo has nothing to do with 168 fighters right now.
Dude,
the only person he's talking about fighting
for what reason would Leo go up to fight Tank? For what reason would fucking Mikey go up to fight Spence to lose?
Stop trying to talk.
It's the same reason why Charlo would go up to lose.
You're trying to make it tribal. Stop trying to talk Charlo. You're trying to make it tribal. Benavidez and Canelo, nothing else.
I'm going to say one more thing before I let Fight Doctor jump in there, because he's been patiently waiting. I understand what you're saying.
Charlo got to do with this.
I understand what you're saying, okay? But in this instance, it's just not applicable, because the biggest fight for Canelo over at the PBC is against a Mexican-American fighter. It's not against a black fighter. The Charlo fight does not make as much sense and was not going to be as in demand. The fight, everybody, one of the fights, let's go down the list of fights everyone wants to see, right? Fury Usyk, Spence Crawford, right? And number 3, in my opinion, is Canelo Benavidez. It's in the top 3 most demanded fights in the sport of boxing, not just in the United States, but globally, right? So again, that whole argument about PBC with the black stuff, favoring the black fighters, it's irrelevant in this case because the biggest fight for Canelo is not against a black fighter over at the PBC. I'll let you respond quickly, and then I want to let Fight Doctor jump in because he's been patiently waiting.
Again, like, I don't think that they like that that's the case. But in the end, bro, you cannot let me finish the statement. You could respond after, bro. But at the facts, at the end of the day, you know, as we all know, the PBC is in deep trouble financially. And they're having to put on pay-per-view fights just to make fights happen because they're not getting no promotion. They're not getting no money to make the fights from any network. Okay, right now. Bro, are you gonna let me finish, bro? Why is it so? What, bro? Let me finish, bro.
Everybody, you talk over everybody. You don't let anybody.
He just told me you're gonna get a chance to talk, and now you don't even let me talk for like 5 seconds. Let me talk, bro. All right. So again, these arguments is a counter to what people would say that Canelo is afraid of Benavidez, right? I don't think he is. I don't see why he would be. But at the end of the day, again, rather it's the fact that that Benavidez is Mexican or not, it's to the end, to the progress of an African American company. That's what I'm saying.
So you want the black American company to fail, basically, is what you're saying.
Hey, this is Game of Thrones, bro. Either I die or you die, and I want you to die. That's the reality. I just said that. This is Game of Thrones, bro. If I'm gonna die, if I'm gonna die, then I want you to die instead. All right? All right? That's the reality of the situation, bro. That's the reality of the situation. You're trying to make it seem like it's not the case, bro. But to me, that's what I see. I see scorecards. I see examples throughout boxing. I mean, hey, bro, it is what it is.
Okay, check this beef. This dude just admitted that he wants PBC to fail because it's black owned. Enough said. I don't talk to you about, sir. You already let it be known it's Larazo over everything, and because Al Heyman is black, even though he's an American,
I'm not.
You're an American, but
in a just world, that wouldn't be the case. But this is in a just world, right? I could show you the examples of Zilly Zhang losing on the scorecard, bro. I just showed you an example of Zilly Zhang almost getting robbed. I could show you an example where Carlo getting a draw against Castano, right? I could show you an example, all these examples. You're trying to tell me that boxing is not tribalism, and I'm trying to tell you it is. If it makes you uncomfortable, that's not my problem. That's your problem, bro.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask him a question. Let me ask him a question. Please let me ask him a question.
Do I get to finish my statement or not?
You can finish your statement, but I got to ask him a question. Do you think currently in the sport of boxing, you're saying that in boxing that there's preferential treatment to black fighters over other ethnic fighters? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, it depends on the company. On the PBC, definitely. If it, like I said, look, it's not black and white. There's percentages. Kid Austin is in Golden Boy. All right. So obviously they're not going to pick some random ass Mexican. All right. To prefer him over Kid Austin because Kid Austin is a bigger star. But if Ryan and Kid Austin go into a fight, Ryan's going to be ahead before the fight starts, bro.
You think
from a promotional standpoint, that's just the reality.
You think
that's what I believe.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's please answer this as best as you can, as honest as you can.
Yeah.
Do you honestly believe if Canelo Alvarez went over to the PBC and he was to fight Jamal Charlo, you honestly believe that they would not look at him as the A side in that contest? You would think that they would automatically just flip that and make Charlo the A side in that fight? You don't
possibly, bro. Yep.
You
possibly.
honestly believe? You honestly
because
believe, given the fact,
go
let
ahead.
me finish.
Go ahead.
You honestly believe that, given the fact of all the revenue that Canelo has generated in his career, right? And this is no disrespect to Charlie, he just doesn't have the track record as Canelo. So you think automatically that when they get, here's the thing, when they had Canelo in there, right? When they were going to give him the deal, it was a 2-fight deal, right? It was a 2-fight deal between Charlo and Errol Spence, or Charlo and David Benavidez. So if they really thought that Canelo was going to lose, why would they offer him a multi-fight deal? Because they were confident that Canelo was going to beat Charlo, and they were confident that he was going to beat Errol Spence. So
yeah, they were basically sacrificing Spence, right? Yeah.
They would have given him, if you're right, and you're going to say Canelo would have going over there would have taken the role of Leo Santa Cruz or a Mikey Garcia.
No, I don't think that's a fair comparison, bro. Because it's a combination. I'm not saying it's black and white, bro.
I know.
I just said that is. Go ahead.
Stop talking over everybody.
But again, in the case of Canelo, now if you want to make an argument, right, that you think PBC favors black fighters or whatever, I don't think that would be applicable in a situation with Canelo, given the fact of how much revenue this guy can generate. I think money trumps all. So in this situation, would you concede that that you may be wrong in your assessment of PBC and how they handle Canelo?
I never said that. Look, what I said is that it's not black and white. There's certain times where it is, and there's certain times where it isn't. Now they're put into the position because they're not successful as a company to where they would need to benefit Canelo. But I don't think that that's something that they like, and I'm basing it off of the parallels of what they've done throughout their promotional history. Now, what I believe is that they would use that money to fuck over other Mexican fighters. I don't want no Mexican fighters on the PBC.
So you're basically a racist. That's what you're saying. Okay?
No, I'm saying I'm saying that the promotions go on biases, and it's some Game of Thrones shit.
All right, now listen.
You don't believe that there's no cultural or racial bias in the company, bro?
Josh,
do you believe it, or do you believe yes or no?
Let me speak or not. Joe,
go ahead.
I'm sick of just trying to get 2 words in. Okay. Now, first of all, if you feel the way you feel, that's your personal preference. The way you feel. If you're racist and you don't want any Mexican fighters on PBC and you want Al Heyman to fail because he's a black American, that's you. The thing about it is, I love the fact that you feel embracing, you feel comfortable enough to state that, because there's many people on Twitter and YouTube who think like you but are afraid and ashamed to say it. So the fact that I think
I would say that that's more a popular opinion on the African American side than the Mexican side. So definitely from a Mexican point of view, it's a minority.
Well,
let me just jump in real quick.
Wait, you're not even letting me finish my statement. But you're jumping in and you're missing my.
All right, let me just get to the bottom of this one. Do you dislike PBC because you don't like the business model, or do you dislike PBC just because it's run by?
Oh, wow! If, like I said, in a just world, this doesn't matter, right? In a just world, this doesn't matter. But I'm saying I
want to climb into your world. I want to climb into your world for.
Yeah, in a just world, all this doesn't matter. But the reality is that I believe that boxing is tribal through a promotional stance, through a cultural, and through racial stance at different percentages. And it's and just like anything else, nothing is black and white, bro. Other instances, it changes. So that's my opinion. I mean, whatever.
If Al Heyman ran DAZN, would you not like DAZN?
David Benavidez is.
If Al Heyman did not run, if Al Heyman ran DAZN instead of PBC, would you not like DAZN?
Would that change what I believe is what they've done in their cultural like in terms of what they've done in the past in a promotional standpoint and what I believe is wrong from a judging standpoint in fights, then yeah, I don't see why or not. I don't see why not. If it was everything even, but I don't think everything's even, bro.
Would you consider yourself a racist? Yes or no?
No, I don't believe race. I don't believe I'm racist. I believe everybody's an individual, and you cannot make assumptions on someone based on a race.
Everything you just stated was based on race, sir. Everything
it's pretty stupid. But I'm saying that the boxing.
You don't like Al Heyman because he's black. You don't like PBC.
I didn't say that, bro.
I
didn't say that. I said that I believe that boxing is run out of cultural and a racial with racial ties, bro. So if I said if that's the case, and if it's me that I'm gonna die or you that's gonna die, I want you to die.
Joe, are you gonna let me?
I want to live.
Say,
do I not have the reason why I want to live or die?
You're not even let me finish my statement.
Step in, fight doctor. Please step in, fight doctor.
Okay, so now a couple of things here that we need to unpack. First is now Josh mentioned that Canelo Alvarez is strategic, and I would agree. He is strategic. We call that cherry picking. Alvarez has been the most protected fighter in boxing for a while now. And we can clearly see that this guy, Canelo Alvarez, is taking the path of least resistance. Okay. Adney Yildirim, this guy, he's fighting Booker. What's his name? What's the guy's name? Ryder. Okay. Look, nobody's asking for these fights. Nobody was asking for the Triple G number 3 fight. Nobody was asking for the Bivol fight. Now, I personally, I didn't have a problem with the Bivol fight when it happened, but there were more important fights that should have happened aside from the Bivol fight, okay? Like David Benavidez, who, yes, Alvarez is strategically not fighting David Benavidez, okay? That's your prerogative to say, bro. That's a fact. Why?
You're talking about a guy that's having trouble knocking out 54-pounders, but yet will fight Kovalev, right? That knocked out yard, right?
And see, when you hinge your argument on the Kovalev fight, that only illustrates how much you don't know shit about boxing. Because Kovalev was the walking dead. He was finished. He was done. Okay?
Sure, that's why he knocked out Yardy, right?
Listen. The Alvarez, the Kovalev fight is a perfect illustration of how Alvarez strategically chooses his opponents. He chose a dead man walking. And look,
that's your prerogative, bro. But I know that he knocked out Yardy.
The path of least resistance.
I know that he knocked out Yardy, bro. I know that Bivol from a boxing standpoint is.
To be completely honest, what you know is shit about boxing. To be completely honest.
Nah, that's your opinion, bro. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
I just want to make one more point.
That's your opinion, bro. I know that Kovalev knocked out Yards.
I want to make one more point. One more point.
So did Beterbiev. But go ahead.
Yeah, after.
So let's talk about the racial aspect of boxing. Now,
he says he don't want Mexican fighters on PBC. That's racist. Point blank. That's it.
It's racist. It's racist.
He said he don't want Mexican fighters on PBC. There's nothing Josh could ever talk to me about boxing that I would respect because I know it's coming from a racial perspective.
Yeah, that's
talk about the
racist
best
and
fighting the
stupid.
best.
But see now, but let's talk about boxing in a historical context. Okay, historically, we've seen racism in boxing, and for the better part of boxing's history, the fighters who have been at the bottom on boxing's totem pole historically have been black. Okay, have you ever heard of a guy named Jack Johnson, Mr. Josh? Do you know who he was,
bro?
Do you know who he was?
What does the past have to do with what's actually relevant today, bro? I'm not interested in talking about the past. I'm talking about now. I'm talking about this era. What you see today. If you're gonna talk to me about some fucking shit, well then I'm gonna talk about fucking World War II or some other fucking stupid ass thing that has no fucking relevance to today, bro. I'm not interested in talking about the past. I'm letting you know. I'm not asking you. I'm not interested in talking about the past, bro.
I'm interested in talking about the facts. You want to talk about bullshit. Okay? I'm discussing the facts. Do you know who Jack Johnson was? Huh?
Do you know the
Bro,
shit
go ahead and go on your soliloquy, bro. I'm not interested in talking about the past because it has no relevance to today.
Let's fast forward, okay? Let's fast forward about 60 years, 50 years, from Jack Johnson to Muhammad Ali. Do you know who Muhammad Ali was? Do you know the shit that he had to go through? What about Marvin Hagler? Do you know who that guy was? The shit that he had to go through, huh? These are examples of people, excellent fighters, excellent, the top of the top, the cream of the crop, fighters who endured shit in boxing because they were black, solely due to race. So, dude, what you're talking about doesn't make any goddamn sense. Not a lick of sense. Now, the PBC, and truth be told, is not a black company. It's not an African-American company because the PBC has a board of directors and we don't even know who the fuck they are. But I can guarantee you, the majority of the board of directors of the PBC are not African-Americans. I promise you they're not. They just happen to have that figurehead who's black, who's an African-American. But it's not an African-American company. It's not.
I get that. I get that.
Stephen Espinosa is actually a Mexican American. Is he not? And he's the guy that is in charge of Showtime, who PBC has their rights deal with. So how do you explain that if you got a Mexican at the top? The Mexican's the guy who's in charge of the wallet. Am I wrong in saying that?
Yeah, it's Showtime. Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
So by your logic, wouldn't like, how does that kind of make sense in your argument?
Because I'm seeing the historical examples and I'm pointing them out, and I'm seeing that the figurehead is African American.
Dude,
that's what I'm saying.
So 2 minutes ago you didn't want to talk about history, but now you want to talk about the historical examples, huh?
No, I'm talking about shit that's relevant, bro. From a relevance. You know what relevance means? It means something that's fucking around this time, bro.
Okay?
I'm not interested in talking about World War II.
I know that.
I'm not interested in talking about World War II, bro.
So who's talking about World War II?
That's the example that I'm saying. Relevance means around this era, you know?
So
come on, do you know the word relevance? You want to look it up on the dictionary?
You're talking out of your ass. I know that much.
So when Canelo fought on Showtime for all those years, right? And he was fighting a lot of the Al Heyman fighters, right? And he beat them all. How do you explain that?
What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that Canelo not being black would be discriminated against fighting on Showtime.
I didn't say that it's black and white, bro. I didn't say that it's black and white. I said that it's a percentage base, bro.
Let me ask you a question. Who's the most famous boxer in the world right now? Who generates the most money in the world right now? Your opinion?
Canelo.
Okay. So doesn't that kind of trump everything?
Yeah, for him.
Isn't that going to overshadow everything?
For him.
Well, if you're a broadcaster and you're a network, wouldn't you favor him because of his status and because of the amount of money he can generate? Why would any of the other stuff that you're talking about matter?
For him, yeah. But Canelo is not Mexican boxing. Canelo is Canelo.
Okay.
All right. So I'm not sure how that fucking is a counter to my fucking general point.
What's your point?
That from a preferential standpoint, they would rather prefer an African American fighter in that company. They would promote him better, and they'll lead him better, and they'll do things to the benefit of those type of fighters. That's my opinion. And I believe that it would be the same for all different types of promotions. Just like I mentioned, Zhilei Zhang losing on the card yesterday.
So you think BT Sport also favors?
It's on some tribal shit too, yeah.
You think they favor black fighters over other?
No, they're like, hey, look, there's got some Chinese dude over here. We're gonna make sure that he basically has to knock him out to win. And
So
there's no logical reason you could tell me why he should have been losing on one card, bro. And the only way I can think about it is because of tribalism. That's it.
Have you ever heard of a fighter named Tyson Fury, who's the biggest fighter on BT Sport right now, who's actually a white guy? And when he fought Dillian White, was Dillian White up on the cards when Tyson Fury fought Dillian White? So how can you say like again, the best heavyweight in the division is a white guy, right? And he's on BT Sport. So you think if Joe Joyce fought Tyson Fury, you think Joe Joyce would be up on the cards? Like Dillian White wasn't up on the cards when he fought Tyson Fury, and Dillian White's the black guy. So so how could you accuse BT Sport? How can you accuse BT Sport of favoring the black fighter?
Look, I said tribalism could be. I just said cultural, racial, and other and elements like that, bro. I didn't say that it's fucking needs to be racial all across the board. If you have a fucking Chinese company, bro, if you have a Chinese promotion and you're going on to their promotion and they have Zhili Zhang, you better believe that you're going to need to knock him out or fight an impressive ass fight because shit's going to be on his side, bro. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. Like there is tribal elements to boxing. That's what I'm saying. And I could put up examples.
So you're accusing broadcasters of being tribal in the way they handle fighters? You're saying certain broadcasters favor certain races of fighters based regardless of how much money they can generate or not?
Look, when I believe that they would.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Do you recall the Floyd Mayweather Canelo Alvarez fight?
Yeah.
Who promoted that fight?
Huh?
Who promoted that fight?
Golden Boy.
Golden Boy, right. So who is Golden Boy Promotions?
Oscar the Lawyer.
But they are a Mexican-American promotional outfit by your definition. Or you by your logic. Yes? Okay. Who was the A side in that fight?
Mayweather.
Who was A side?
Mayweather.
Who promoted that fight?
What?
Who promoted that fight?
Golden Boy.
But who was
you're mentioning outliers to me, and there's been a lot of talk from LDBC fans and from Floyd Mayweather fans on why Canelo got a draw, right? In that fight. You don't remember? I believe
but that's beside the point. Okay.
That's beside the point? I don't think so.
That's beside the point. All right, because the judges have nothing to do with the promotion outfit. The promotion, look, Golden Boy does not pick who the judges are for the fight. They don't. Okay.
It's quid pro quo. So Bayless doesn't get picked by Floyd Mayweather to be his ref, bro.
Bayless is not a judge.
Yeah, but Bayless doesn't get picked by Mayweather to get picked.
The commission picks the officials and the referee. The commission.
Yeah, the commission is a slave to who? To the fighters. Come on, what the hell?
You don't know shit about boxing.
What the hell are you talking about? You're making it seem like the commissions have shown you that they're saints, bro. That they're not here for the dollar. You're making it seem.
So the commissions decide whether or not they want to sanction a fight. So no fight can take place without the commission's okay.
Yeah.
So if the commission says we don't want to sanction this fight, the fight doesn't get sanctioned. It's that simple.
Okay. And they don't get money, right?
The athletic commission gets money in a lot of ways. They work. They're a government state-funded organization. They get paid
but you are taking a lot of profit.
They get paid through tax. They get paid through taxpayer money, right?
Yeah.
So again, the commission is in charge here, not the promoter.
No, but they bend for money, bro. There's been countless examples of fucking crazy. We're just showing it right now of rankings, just magically fighters jumping up.
What the fuck do rankings have to do with boxing commissions?
The commissions don't. They're not in charge of the rankings.
Of their own rankings?
No, the sanctioning bodies
don't rank fighters. The fuck are you talking about?
Sanctioning bodies rank fighters, not commissions.
Dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Bro, what I'm saying is that all these organizations,
what you're saying
what I'm saying is that all these organizations get money. All right, and the promotional company
Who pays the commission?
can do whatever they want to do.
Commissioners get money?
The promotional company, the promotional company,
the taxpayers pay the commission.
The promotional company is the thing that generates the money, that generates income for all these different organizations.
How much do you think it costs to get a boxing license in a state?
I don't know how much.
Not an awful lot, bro. A couple $1,000s. It's not a lot of money. And the commission doesn't get paid by they don't get a percentage of these fights. They get paid by the tax. They work for the state. It's a state job. If you're an athletic commission, you work for the state. You don't work for a promotional company. You don't work for a sanctioning body.
Fights need to generate money, bro, in order for people to get money. How else are they going to get paid?
Commissions get paid by tax dollars. They're state funded.
Yeah, but it needs to be successful, right? Or else, why would they continue it?
They don't give a fuck if it's successful or not. They do fucking hundreds of fights a year in Las Vegas.
Thank you. Boxing commissions do not sell tickets to fights.
They don't sell tickets to fights. What are you talking about, bro?
Bro. I see. Okay, look. I make thousands of dollars on stocks, all right? I see senators make some of the most crazy ass trades in the history of the world, and they make millions and millions of dollars in a short amount of span of time that you would say, oh shit, that's illegal. And it is. And I believe that's the same thing. You're making it seem like these fucking shit, like the government, some type of sacred thing where we did not go to fucking the Middle East for looking for weapons of mass destruction that didn't exist, right? I mean, come on. You're making it seem like oh, bro, this is the government. This is the government. It's some sacred fashions of society when we know that it's not.
With the price of tea in China, dude, you're all over the place.
No, I'm speaking the reality of the world, bro. Because you're coming to me and using the point of view that the government is fucking sacred. Dude. That the government, that politicians, that officials cannot be bribed. When we know that happens in fucking American politics. And I can show you examples, bro.
Yeah. What does any
So what the fuck so that happens in American politics and it can't happen in boxing? Is that what you're saying? Boxing is somehow sacred?
Here's my question to you.
Do you have examples? Do you have examples of commissions taking bribes? Has there ever been?
Thank you.
Again, it's the logical explanation because then you would have to say that boxing is somehow sacred when nothing in the fucking world is sacred. Nothing in the world is sacred. Nothing.
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, but
I mean, dude, obviously I'm not fucking getting the payment. I'm not their fucking tax fucking collector or anything.
Do you have any evidence?
I don't have any. It's a logical mindset. It's the logical mindset, bro. It's a logical mindset. Do you want me to show? Do you want me to put in the chat the senators that made some type of ludicrous trades that would have no other way to prove unless it's considered insider trading, which is against the law of the United States. But yet they were able to do it. Why? Because that's the reality of the world, bro. The world is not sacred. You're making it seem like because this guy is boxing, that suddenly it's going to become sacred.
How much money have senators made on taking bribes from boxing commissions? That's what I want to know.
I don't have data, bro. But I'm collecting.
Then it's safe to say your claims are unfounded, correct?
No, it's not because
It's safe to say your claims are unfounded because you don't have proof. Okay,
I'm tying it together with reality, bro. You're saying that boxing is sacred. That's what you're gonna say.
I'm going to claim that you've taken bribes in your life. I think you've taken bribes from boxing promoters in your life. That's my opinion.
Well, I'm not a boxing official, so that'd be impossible. But I'm saying that boxing officials.
I think you take bribes. I'm going to accuse you of taking a bribe.
A bribe in general? I mean, whatever, right?
Yeah. I think you're taking bribes.
But the point is that you're coming from the position that's saying that it's impossible because it's from a government perspective. When I could show you that the government's corrupt as fuck.
I don't make claims. I don't have any proof.
The government's corrupt as fuck. all the way from, dude, we sent thousands of soldiers to die. All right.
That's fine, but
All right.
again,
So you're telling me that somehow it's going to end at boxing? That boxing's going to be boxing's going to be the sacred grace, where this is the thing that's going to be 100% everything, moral and logical. Yeah, this is boxing's going to be the thing, bro. But not war, not defense.
So where are the bodies? So where are the bodies buried? Tell me, since you know, where's the bodies buried?
What bodies?
You have the evidence where the body's buried.
Exactly.
Oh, you're talking about from the boxing?
Yeah, where the body's
from
buried.
the shit you're talking about.
Bro, I'm telling you, look.
You're telling me nothing.
You're telling me that boxing is sacred. That's what you're telling me.
No, I didn't say that. That's what you said. I never said that.
No, because that would be the logical conclusion.
Look, here's what's happening.
That would be the logical conclusion. I'm saying it's not. I'm saying boxing is an extension of the government of reality, bro. Or it's not.
2 ears and one mouth for a reason. Now listen. You have gone and built this straw man, and now you're tearing down the straw man and accusing me of having built it. No. You're the one who seems to be making this argument that boxing is somehow sacred and that it's the business of boxing is on the up and up. I never said that. Beeb never said that. That's the shit that you say. That's what you think. So don't impose your delusion on us.
No,
I'm not,
okay.
Wait. We heard you. Right. Now, nobody has claimed that boxing is a clean sport. It's not. We all know boxing is a dirty business. Fixed fights, loaded gloves, PEDs, and this is just on a Monday. So don't get it twisted.
So it's going to end at commissions is the point. Is that the position that you're stating? That it's going to end at commissions?
No. The position. No. The argument that we're making is we're actually not even making an argument. We're asking a question because you seem to be making all the arguments. You're making all these arguments, making all these accusations, but you can't seem to support your assessments with any.
No, I can't. I don't have the data for boxing, but I could show you the data for everything else in life, bro. I could show you the data for everything else in life. I could show you the reports of the senators making insane ass trades that there is no other explanation besides insider trading.
The price of tea in China.
What?
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China? You're talking about senators working the stock market. Fine. Look, we all know what's going on, but what does that have to do with the sport of boxing? Not a goddamn
I'm saying that
thing.
Corruption is everywhere in society, bro. Okay. So it's not going to end in boxing. Boxing's not going to be that sacred thing that you're going to say it's not. There's fucking corruption in religious institutions that are considered the sacred things of society. And if there's corruption there's not going to be corruption in boxing. Is that the position that you're going to say? And then what you're going to tell me is that you need evidence. That's the same thing that they told all those kids around and all these other religions that were getting raped. Oh, we don't have evidence, bro. You don't have evidence. I mean, come on, bro. It's a logical conclusion. Shit lines up. Corruption lines up. Boxing is not going to be the sacred thing. Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Is your argument that the business of boxing is corrupt?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Beeb and I both agree. I can't speak for Beeb, but I agree.
So when Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez fight, who's going to be taking the payoff in that one? How is that going to work out?
What do you mean? Like, who's going to be the one benefited?
Who's going to take the payoff? Who's going to be the one doing the backdoor deal in that fight? I'm just curious. I want to hear your logic and how that whole situation is going to play out, because you're saying that the commission's corrupt. That fight will more than likely be in the state of Nevada in Las Vegas, right? So who's going to be taking the payoff? Who's going to pay the commission in that one? Is it going to be David Benavidez?
I don't see how that ties up to the point of Canelo. I mean, Canelo is his own enigma. Canelo is fucking Canelo.
So is Canelo going to pay the commission? Is he going to sit down with the commission and say these are the guys who I want to judge the fight? These are the guys. This is the guy who I want the ref to fight. And I
believe the A side in boxing, the promotion, if they want to invest as much money as they want, could have power to have control over everything.
So they're
all
gonna
that stuff.
so they're gonna pay the commission for the right to get the judges they want.
Yeah.
And the referee they want, and then they're gonna take it one step further. Canelo's gonna have a meeting with each and every one of those judges. And
It's kind of like a. It's kind of like a.
He's gonna slip them some money, and tell them this is how much I'm gonna pay you, and I want you to give me 5 rounds right off the jump. It's gonna be like that, cut and dry. That's how it's gonna work.
It's kind of like a quid pro quo thing. Okay, so like you get work, you're offered a job, and you already kind of know you're not that dumb, bro. Like if you're in a company, you know that you need the reason why the fight's happening is because of that company investing the money for that fight. So you already kind of know what to do. Like Kenny Bayless doesn't need to be told every single time in a Floyd Mayweather fight how to ref a match. It's quid pro quo after like a couple. I mean, humans are not stupid, bro. You tell them once and that's it.
Can you tell me what quid pro quo means? What does it
Like you say something, you say something, you agree to something without necessarily needing to fucking speak out all the shit all the time,
no,
bro.
sir. No, that's not what it means. That's not what it means. Would you like for me to tell you what it means?
Yeah, well, regardless of what the proper definition is, that's what I believe was the talking point. But
Well, the problem is you're dealing with your police and you're not dealing
again, bro. Again, that doesn't. So if that's not the case, and that's not the proper definition of the word, then just use what I said. Just use what I said. Don't harp onto one word. Move on to the next subject.
We're not talking about what quid pro quo means anymore. We're talking about the fact that you're dealing with your beliefs and you're not dealing with facts.
No, again,
Right.
again,
Yes, no, you're not dealing with facts. No, you're not dealing with facts.
Society is corrupt. Okay. And now you would have to hold the position that it ends at boxing. And I don't. I do believe boxing is corrupt.
Yeah, again, you're dealing with your beliefs and not with facts. The only thing we're asking
Disagree
is that
basis.
the only thing we're asking is that you come forward with
That's my opinion.
facts.
We could agree to disagree.
What are the facts?
We'll agree on other things. We'll disagree on other things. I mean, makes no difference to me.
That's not the question. The question is,
All right,
where
so
are your facts?
let's reel this back in and get back to the topic at hand. So your accusations that because PBC is run by a black man, that they're going to favor the black fighters over every other ethnic group.
Yeah, but they will have the cultural and incentive biases.
Will that play a factor in Canelo Alvarez versus David Benavidez, in your opinion?
It's possible, dude, because they would want Benavidez to take over his crown.
Okay.
It's possible to me. It's enough of a possibility where I would say, where if I was Canelo, I would say, Benavidez, if you want this fight, you have to fight on DAZN. That would be my position. If you want this fight, I'm the one that's bringing in the money. You did a pay-per-view and you sold less than 50,000. You don't bring shit to the table from a marketing standpoint. I, Canelo, bring 90%. I'm going to give you a good offer. You come over here to DAZN. We fight on my network, where I know that I have full 100% control, where there is no possibility of fucking other things going around. That's my position.
So you think if Canelo goes to fight on Showtime, with sort of like when he fought Caleb Plant, I actually had Caleb Plant winning 5 rounds in that fight, but the judges only gave him, one judge gave him 4, another judge gave him 2, and another judge gave him 3. Do you think that fight was scored accurately when Canelo fought Caleb Plant over at PBC? Do you think it did? Do you think in
the
that
official
fight,
scorecard?
Yeah. Do you think there was any issues with the cards?
Oh no, I didn't have that much issue with the cards, but I don't believe that Caleb Plant is the dude. That Caleb Plant was never the dude to win.
You don't
Caleb
think
Plant is not the dude that they predicted had a chance. But David Benavidez is the one that they would figure is the guy that would have a better chance. We already know everything that Caleb Plant was. A guy that gasses out in the end of the fight and who he is, and he's already shown it. He's already shown enough that that's the common thing that's going to happen.
So you're saying that Canelo shouldn't go fight David Benavidez on Showtime because you think he's going to get robbed?
No, I said that corruption exists in society, and that's a possibility.
So
where if you're the A side, there is no reason, and there's no reason why you should ever put yourself in a position to ever even make that a possibility. And David Benavidez is no attraction. David Benavidez is nothing in boxing. He sold 50,000 pay-per-views. That's a little cum shot. So if you're Canelo, you say, I want full control over everything. And you got to fight on the zone.
Where does the fight do more pay-per-view buys, in your honest opinion?
It does it on Showtime.
It does more pay-per-view buys on Showtime.
Correct.
Where does the fight make more money, in your opinion?
Well, total gross on Showtime.
Okay. So if you're managing Canelo and your job, and you have fiduciary responsibility over Canelo, and your job is to make Canelo the most amount of money, get him the best deal possible, you're going to sit here and tell me you're not going to tell him to go fight on Showtime?
Well, I mean, we already can see the examples of fighters not doing that. Fighters not going for the paycheck, staying on cultural lines. What reason does all the fighters on the PBC have for not fighting on the DAZN when they get those big paydays? Why not?
We're going to stick with Canelo here, though. We're going to stick with Canelo here, right?
Yeah, well, Canelo is fighting Ryder. Canelo was fighting. Canelo fighting Ryder.
Explain to me, in your own opinion, if it wasn't for money, why did Canelo Alvarez fight Caleb Plant on Showtime instead of DAZN, in your opinion?
Well, again, remember, he offered the fight two times to fight on DAZN before.
That's fine.
He wanted it on the. He wanted it. It was like a battle, right?
We're going to deal with what happened. In your opinion, why did Canelo fight Caleb Plant on Showtime instead of DAZN, in your opinion?
That was the only way that the fight would have been made.
No, that's not true. Why did he do it?
Because the money was good.
Thank you.
That's the truth you want to know.
So would it be safe to say that Canelo doesn't really give a shit where the fight is, as long as he makes the most money possible? Think about this. Canelo's got 3 fights left in his career, in my opinion. The next deal Canelo makes is probably going to be his last deal. So wouldn't it be safe to say, wouldn't it be logical to say, when you know that you're finishing up your career, you're probably going to set yourself up to make the most amount of money possible? So wouldn't it make more sense for Canelo to say, I'm going to fight David Benavidez on Showtime because that's where the money's at? Wouldn't that be the more logical move? Given the data that we have? Because first of all, 5 of the highest grossing fights in the history of the sport have been on Showtime pay-per-view. We've already showed you the numbers where he fought Caleb Plant and he did 800,000 pay-per-views on Showtime, whereas when he fought Golovkin, who's supposed to be a bigger name than Caleb Plant, that fight in the United States did 575.
Yeah.
And this is I pay $224 a year for DAZN. So I'm not here to shit on DAZN because I own a membership, right? I'm going to buy the Tank fight next week on DAZN because it's going to save me a little bit of money. So I'm not against DAZN, but what I am about and what I am for is being intellectually honest and being logical and really having an argument and arguing that argument in good faith.
Yeah.
So if we're going to argue this, I have no problem with you having ethnic pride and supporting your ethnic background. I have no argument whatsoever. But what I am going to say is, if you're going to support Canelo, you should want him to get the best deal possible, regardless of what network it's on. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this again. Canelo and Eddie Reynoso both said, We were treated well on Showtime. Would we go back there again? The door is always open. Steven Espinosa said, another Mexican American, right? Who actually has the keys to the check, has the keys to the vault where all the money is. He has access to the checkbook, right? He's the guy who is in charge of the budget, Mexican American, right? So he ranks higher up on the totem pole than Al Heyman does, right? So I don't understand why. I don't understand, this whole thing, what you're going with PBC, when again, in this situation, you have to at least concede it's not applicable here.
Yeah, I would say, like, again, Canelo is his own enigma. So I would say that for Canelo, yeah, it is the case. But I'd say, like, look what he's doing with Ryder. There is no financial reason why to fight Ryder in Guadalajara than to fight him at Dallas Cowboy Stadium. There's no financial reason why anybody could come up. So at this point, you could already see that kind of Canelo is not even 100% looking at financial statements then, right?
Okay,
based on the fact that he's fighting Ryder in Guadalajara.
But would it be fair to say that if the opponent was David Benavidez, that fight would not be in Guadalajara, it would be in Las Vegas? Would that be, because you got a guy, David Benavidez, who's from Arizona, which is a stone throw away from Las Vegas. You got a guy in Canelo Alvarez, who Las Vegas is basically his home away from home. Do you think that when he fights David Benavidez in what's going to be the biggest fight, in recent years, right? I would argue, right? I think it would surpass the Canelo fights, in my opinion. I think that's a fair assessment. So in recent years, this will be his biggest fight. Do you think that fight's going to be in Guadalajara?
Oh, no question. It's not. It's going to be in Las Vegas.
You think
no question.
It's going to be in Las Vegas?
No question.
Would it be safe to say that if the money is better by letting Showtime promote it, I think it's going to be a co-promotion, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. You could say what you want. But I don't see a scenario. This is just me. I don't see a scenario where it would make sense, right? Where Canelo just comes out and says this fight will not happen unless it's on DAZN, unless DAZN outbids Showtime, which I don't believe they'll. I don't believe they'll do it. I don't believe they'll do it because Showtime is funded by CBS, Viacom. That's a gigantic company. You saw what happened. You saw what happened when CBS got involved in Pacquiao Mayweather. What happened?
Fight got
$500 million fight. This could be one of those fights where CBS steps in and opens up the chest. It's my opinion.
Right. Let's be real here. CBS
my
is
opinion.
the real.
And I think history. I'm sorry to cut you off, that Fight Doctor. And I think history supports my opinion. Go ahead, Fight Doctor.
Yeah, let's be real here. CBS is the real boss. Okay,
that's it.
CBS, it holds the trump card. CBS is the 800-pound gorilla in the room. The zone doesn't matter. Showtime doesn't matter. When CBS wants a fight to get made, the fight gets made. Period. End of story.
Yeah. This isn't about. By no means do I even think for a second Canelo Alvarez is afraid of David Benavidez. I think that statement is fucking ludicrous beyond belief. You can disagree with me if you want. Fight Doctor may disagree. I'm not going to put words in his mouth. I don't think for a second he's afraid of David Benavidez, right? But I also don't think for a second that if Showtime presents him with an offer that's better than the DAZN offer, right? I don't think he's going to pass up on it. Not under these circumstances, knowing that the end is near. So
again, look, if the statement is true, right, and it is that CBS is the 800-pound gorilla, they have more potential and more ability to do things in their favor for their fighter, David Benavidez, than Canelo Alvarez. So if Canelo Alvarez stands on the hill and says, David Benavidez, you fight me on the zone only, what's then your statement? What's your statement about that if the offer on Showtime is better?
Then I think there's going to be a negotiation, and I think that there's going to be some pushback on David Benavidez's side. But the problem with your argument is history has gone against it, because the same thing happened with Caleb Plant. And what ended up happening? He went to Showtime.
Yeah, they opened up the paper.
If that never happened, then I would agree with you unequivocally 100%. But that did happen.
But again, I think it's different.
It's not different. It's not different. And I'll tell you why.
So you don't think Benavidez is a more dangerous fighter than Caleb?
That's irrelevant. What I'm saying is this. David Benavidez right now is significantly a bigger name than Caleb Plant ever was. I this is a fucking monster fight. This is a top 2-3 biggest fight in boxing right now. It's a monster fucking fight. And whenever there's a monster fucking fight like this, what does CBS and Showtime always do?
They trump everybody.
Mayweather McGregor, Mayweather Canelo, Mayweather Pacquiao, right? They open up the floodgates and the cash starts flying in. It's that simple. You can say whatever you want about what Benavidez has done without Canelo, but I've always argued this. That's bullshit. Doesn't matter, because when you put two people together at the right place, the right time, synergistically, it just works. Like Fury and Wilder alone, they never did pay-per-view numbers. What happened? You put them together, 850,000 pay-per-view buys. So this argument that Eddie Hearn likes to perpetuate, oh, what is this guy that? It doesn't matter. You put Joshua and Wilder together, synergistically, that's a gigantic fight.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Yeah, I guess you make your final statements based on what actually happens, right? From a factual point of view, because this is for me. It's a hypothetical, and you're lining it with historical data. You're lining it up with historical data, but at the end, it's going to be what the facts happens, right? So I guess it's just like a wait and see type of approach thing. But in my position, from a strategic standpoint, personally, I would say, you fight on the zone, because I know that there would be no possible way, no fuckery at all. Whereas in reverse, what would be the incentive for the zone not to, CBS not to fork over Canelo?
Well, then you would have to say that CBS has a control over the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Yeah, well, then there it goes to the thing where it says that, someone believes that boxing is sacred, and I don't, because
dude, nobody made the claim that boxing was sacred. You keep using that line, but nobody is making that claim.
The corruption can only go so far.
Yeah, well, that's I just agree to disagree. We could agree to disagree.
Let's go on history then. Who historically has been on the favorable side of scorecards in their career more so than any other fighter in recent years that you know of?
Canelo fucking Alvarez.
So again, you have to. Canelo Alvarez, when he fought Floyd Mayweather on one of the cards, it was a fucking draw.
Yeah.
A fucking draw.
Yeah.
The WBC judge, nonetheless, okay?
Which
it automatically caused suspicion for a number of reasons.
I'm not denying it, bro. That's what I'm tying together everything and telling you that boxing is tribal.
This actually undermines your argument, okay? This undermines your argument.
Why?
Because everything you're accusing, everything that you're presenting, historically, what you're saying about the PBC has really gone in the favor of Canelo. All the things you're accusing the PBC of historically have gone in the favor of Canelo Alvarez. Look at the Lara fight. And again, that fight was close enough where you could have gone it. I had Lara winning that fight. The Trout fight, I had you could argue Canelo edged it, but you could even argue it was a draw. The first two Golovkin fights, at least the first fight, I thought Golovkin won that. It was a close fight. But again, in every close fight that Canelo's been in, right, he's gotten the benefit of the doubt. And then the Bivol fight, where most people scored it 9-3, that fight was 7-5. No, I already
said that Canelo is his own enigma. But in this case, in this point of view, if you're CBS, who would you prefer to win the fight at this point in time? A guy that's not contractually obligated to any ties with your promotion, or a guy that's on a one fight basis, or that has the ability to not be tied down.
CBS
I mean, it's pretty obvious, right?
CBS
and you're the one that's putting in the tens and tens of millions of dollars. Shit, fuck. I mean, I would already know what I would want to win. So if that's already a bias, that there enforces the possibility of fuckery.
David Benavidez is not the cash out fight, bro. He's just not. Canelo Alvarez will be favored in that fight. The majority of people will be picking Canelo Alvarez. Any close round, it'll go to Canelo Alvarez. If we're going by history, right? History has shown us any close fight or close round, Canelo Alvarez has gotten the benefit of the doubt. Not David Benavidez. Fuck, David Benavidez, I had winning that fight 9-3 against Plant. Maybe you can go 6-4, right?
Yeah.
One judge had him. One judge had it friggin' had it 115 and 113, and if Plant won the last round, it would have been a draw.
Yep.
So I mean, like history is not on David Benavidez's side in terms of getting favorable treatment. I think David Benavidez wins the fight, but my opinion is statistically insignificant because most people don't think Benavidez will win the fight. Canelo Alvarez will probably will probably open up. Canelo Alvarez will probably be a 3-1 favorite.
But when you're the one that's, because you see, like, if David Benavidez does beat Canelo, you know what that does for David Benavidez? Shit. I mean, fuck. He'll be a guaranteed at least 400, 500K pay-per-view fighter now. At least 400, at least 500, maybe even more, 600. So at that point, why would CBS not want David Benavidez to win?
They don't care, man. They win either way.
They win more if David Benavidez wins because they're contractually connected to him. They're contractually connected to him, and he's the younger star. That's easier.
They're not contractually connected to him.
But they have ties with his promotion. They have, Samson.
So again, Samson can say whatever he wants, but he's the promoter. He's going to be the one to put the deal in front of the fighter. And it's up to the fighter to decide what he wants to do. And if someone's going to present, if the DAZN presents the better deal monetarily, then I believe David Benavidez will take the fight. It's that simple. That's what I believe. They can say whatever they want, but I think if the fight is presented to David Benavidez and it's a significant amount of money and it's coming from DAZN, then he'll take the fight. This assumption that automatically that the fight won't happen if it's on DAZN, I think it's crazy. But again,
so what if they deny the offer then? What if Benavidez denies the offer?
Then he misses out on a fight. Then that's his choice to do so.
Yeah, because then that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, then the other people are making it seem like Canelo has to fight on PBC on the Showtime no matter what. That's their position.
You're making the argument that David Benavidez has to fight on DAZN.
No, I'm saying that if Canelo tells him he should, because he has no strategic no position of power. He's basically at a line. He's basically at a line during the Great Depression, asking Canelo for a piece of bread. That's who David Benavidez is. Canelo's going to make money regardless.
Let me ask you this
Canelo's going to make money regardless. Now, rather you say that Benavidez is the biggest fight. Canelo just threw away millions and millions of dollars by fighting in Guadalajara, bro.
Is David Benavidez a millionaire?
Yeah.
So why would you ever classify someone who's a millionaire as a person with a cup begging for a piece of bread at a soup kitchen?
Because that's the positional. That's what's in position right now. A millionaire could be basically like have no positional power in terms of negotiating versus a billionaire. Does that mean that the millionaire is nobody? Does that? It was not to make an assumption on a general statement. It was just in this situation where Benavidez is the beggar to Canelo. He has no strategical position of power, bro.
The problem with the zone is this is the problem. They have a budget, right?
Right.
But they're paying Anthony Joshua big money, right? They're paying Katie Taylor a good amount of money, right? They got all these fighters and that they're paying a lot of money to. They've openly said we're overpaying for fights, right? It's been documented that DAZN has lost billions of dollars, right? So, again, at what point, like this DAZN, like the DAZN is not going to be able to outbid, and they haven't outbid Showtime or BT Sport. Like the problem we have now, right, is competition.
Yeah.
So now it's harder and harder for these networks and these digital platforms to get these fights because
there's not enough stars. There's not enough stars to create. There's too many promotions. They have to.
It's not that. It's not that. This is the thing. It's like anything else. The law of supply and demand.
Yeah, supply and demand. I always said this.
If I'm a worker, and I'm a nurse, and I work for a nursing home, and in my area where I live, right, there's only 2 nursing homes, or even only 1. Now, if you flip that where there's 10 nursing homes, then there's 10 nursing homes that are going to be bidding for the nursing services. So they have to compete with those other nursing homes. So they're going to have to up the ante. But if there's only 1 or 2, guess what? If I'm a nurse, I got to take whatever that 1 or 2 says because I don't have anywhere else to go. These fighters have other places to go. So the notion that these fighters are just going to say, well, I'm sticking with this guy because I'm loyal. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's what it, so this whole thing that Canelo is going to just automatically stay with DAZN just because he wants to. Like, when did Canelo ever say that this fight can only happen if it's on DAZN? When did Eddie Reynoso ever say that? This is what you're creating an argument that has never, ever been brought up. He already showed you that he would fight on Showtime if the money was right. He already was outbid. DAZN was already outbid for a fight by Showtime. Showtime did 800,000 buys domestically in the United States, where he fought a bigger fight in Golovkin. He fought Bivol, and the Bivol fight did 520,000 pay-per-view buys, and the Golovkin fight did 575,000 pay-per-view buys in the United States. So once again, the evidence is there to show us that if he does fight on a pay-per-view fight, his numbers will be better on Showtime if we look at statistical data. There's no doubt. I just can't fathom or imagine. And maybe I'm wrong, but the empirical data in history does not say I'm wrong. I just can't see.
That's why I said, look.
I can't see how Benavidez Canelo on DAZN, right, does better than Canelo Benavidez on Showtime.
It doesn't. They don't have the same promotional reach.
I can't see it. And here's the thing. if it goes to purse bids, right? Don't even be surprised if Top Rank throws their hat in the ring. Because if they can't work out a deal, right? If the WBC, because Canelo Alvarez hasn't fought a mandatory in over 2 years. So if they order the Benavidez fight and they can't work out a deal and it goes to purse bids, guess what? The fight goes to the highest bidder, right? And no one decides where the fight fucking is going to be. The highest bidder decides where the fight's going to be. And then if Canelo Alvarez decides he doesn't want to go along with that, then guess what happens?
French fries title.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but the sanction.
It is what it is.
Look, from a strategic standpoint, for me, it makes sense to fight on a network that I have better ties with than to fight a guy
have better ties.
on his network.
He has more of a history. He's fought more fights on Showtime than he's fought on DAZN.
But at this position, it does, bro. Because who has a better relationship right now with the fighters? Are they more inclined to be connected to David Benavidez or to fucking Canelo Alvarez?
You do realize, of course, that historically speaking, Alvarez has had a much better and much longer relationship with Showtime.
Yeah, but we're not talking about right now. We're not talking about right now.
Who's made more money for Showtime in the life of Showtime boxing, Canelo Alvarez or David Benavidez?
Canelo Alvarez.
Canelo.
So again, these arguments make no like.
But to me, he's not contract. He's not.
What we're doing here.
There is no contract for him.
What we're doing here is this is a ridiculous form of tribalism where we're taking a side about networks. Where again, you guys are presenting an argument that Canelo Alvarez is not. He doesn't share in your beliefs because he already fought on Showtime recently against Caleb Plant.
I already said that Caleb Plant was not the guy, bro.
He already told you that he will go to the highest bidder. And again, you want this Ryder fight because this is a give back to the Mexican fans.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Yep.
This is not going to be a money fight no matter where it gets in comparison to some of these other fights out there. The money.
Yeah, no, why it would still generate millions of more dollars in fucking Dallas Cowboy Stadium, bro. There's no question. There's no question that he's losing out on millions and millions of dollars.
Because who knows who Ryder is in Dallas?
Ah, come on, bro.
Nobody.
You're gonna say that? You're gonna say that the Dallas Cowboy Stadium ain't gonna be filled for Canelo?
It will be filled, but I'm saying this: if he fights Ryder in America or he fights him in Mexico, the money difference will probably be a little bit different, but not significant.
From a gate perspective, it'd be significant.
But an overall payday perspective, again, how much do you think the seats are when they fight in Dallas? Like that when he fought Billy Joe Saunders in Dallas, the gate was like 11 million.
Yeah, so that was just an example to say that he could fight at Dallas Cowboy Stadium, but he could also fight in Vegas.
Do you know how much the gate was when he fought Golovkin in Las Vegas? It was like freaking 19, 20 million.
Yeah, 20 mil.
That's in front of 16,000.
Yeah, so he could fight Ryder in Las Vegas. I don't see the point. Regardless, is that the point is that he's giving up money. Either way, it's just about the amount that you would agree or disagree on. But the fact is, he is giving out millions of dollars.
It's not significant, bro. In the grand scheme of things, bro, it's not.
Just like
Benavidez advisor Sampson has stated Benavidez would not fight on DAZN. So the idea that his team are flexible again. In the same interview, he also said that he's not the one with the money. So he could say whatever he wants. It's up to Showtime with what they want to do. He's not the one that's going to bid on the fight. He's going to be presented with a deal. And then he's going to take that deal and present it to his fighter. And it's up to his fighter to decide whether or not he wants that deal. Sampson you guys are giving Sampson too much power. He's the promoter. He doesn't even promote Benavidez's fights by himself. Tom Brown is the lead promoter in David Benavidez's fights. So he even said on that same interview with G Funky Boxing, shout out to G Funky Boxing and Dave DeWinners once again, he said, I don't want to sound like I'm the big man because I am not the one who's putting up the money. So again, he could say whatever he wants. At the end of the day, it's the people who have the money that make the decision on how much they want to spend for the fight. And it's up to the fighter to determine whether he wants to take the deal or not. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. And to say that Canelo Alvarez is giving up money fighting in Mexico as opposed to Dallas, possibly so. But
possibly, bro. Possibly. Come on.
I don't think it's, again, how much are the tickets in Dallas Stadium?
Okay. Okay. You just said, I don't know the official gate, but you said that the gate was 11 million, right?
11 million.
All right. Do you think that the gate in Mexico is going to be, what do you think that number is going to be?
Honestly, if I was to speculate, I would say about 7 or 8 million.
All right. Let's see. Let's just wait. Let's see what happens.
I think in this situation, is he giving up money? Absolutely. But it's not significantly a lot of money in comparison to if he was to fight David. Like if he's to fight David Benavidez, right? That deal was presented to him, right?
Yeah.
It's a different situation. It's a different scenario.
Yeah, yeah. Like you're saying, like
I already told you this is a give back to the Mexican fans.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's not.
Yeah, so yeah, like I get you. There's a CBS
There's a difference between giving up a couple million as opposed to giving up tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I get the point. I get your point.
This is a give back fight to the Mexican fans, without question. But if you for 1 second would ever think that the give back fight would ever be David Benavidez, you're fucking high. You're fucking high. So there's a difference between giving up millions as opposed to giving up tens of millions.
So again, like I'm obviously the facts that happen are going to determine the reality, right? And you're bringing up the historical events that you say that it's going to happen on CBS. If they open up the checkbook, that's just going to be what happens. But if Canelo does, in the sense, say, no, the fight has to happen on the zone, then that would mean what to you? Let's just say that it does happen that way.
I don't ever see Canelo saying that because he's.
I know, but I already set it up where you said, yeah, it's not going to happen. But I'm just telling you, like, bring up the hypothetical. What if Canelo says that?
The fight will go to purse bids, and the highest bidder will get the fight because the WBC is not going to allow him to not fight a mandatory for over 3 years. It's not going to happen. They're not going to let David Benavidez sit there, right, for fucking 3 years and not order a mandatory.
I don't know, bro. I think that no mandatory will happen, bro.
What if David Benavidez gets hit by a truck tomorrow? I mean, what do you mean, what if? Like, why are we moving the goalposts so much for this argument?
Because dude has no argument.
Why is there so many fucking what ifs in this argument? Why would I even think Canelo Alvarez would do that? Right? Why would I even think Canelo Alvarez would do that when he's never said he would?
No,
I've never heard him say that that fights won't get made unless they're on DAZN. He's never said that. Never.
But what you could see is that he offered Caleb Plant and others fights before it happened on Showtime on fucking DAZN first. We could see that he attempted to fight.
When was Canelo Alvarez's last mandatory?
Fucking Yildra?
What year was that?
Was it 2020? 2021? Somewhere around there?
2021. So Canelo Alvarez is going to fight John Ryder, right?
Right.
In May, right? This Benavidez fight probably won't happen till next year, right? So let's just say Canelo fights Ryder, then he fights Bivol. And he fights Bivol in September, right? So the next fight, the most probable date if he fights Benavidez next year will be in May. Okay.
Right.
So let's look at the timeline. I'm going to look up the timeline here. I mean, the notion that you guys think Canelo Alvarez can just fucking like he runs boxing is ridiculous. Like, I know he's the man, I get that, but you're making these assumptions that like are crazy.
I don't think look.
I
don't think these boxing organizations are going to side with David Benavidez, bro.
The last mandatory he fought was on February 27th, 2021. So if we went to February 2022. Now we passed February 2023. So it's already been 2 years, right? So you got March, April. It's been 2 years and 2 months since this guy fought a mandatory for the WBC, right? So now we're gonna go into May of next year. Will be May of 2024. So
wasn't the Yildirim fight a mandatory for the WBA?
No, I believe it was the WBC, bro. It was the WBC. Yildirim.
It was WBC. So it'll be going on next year in May. 3 years. Well, we're going into 3 years since he fought a mandatory. You don't think by that time the WBC is going to order this fight?
I don't think so, bro. I think that they will do what Canelo wants them to do.
Beep, why are you so insistent that Canelo will automatically make this fight on Showtime PBC, especially when he went back to the zone anyway? That's not my argument. My argument is, why do you think he's automatically going to say this fight's going to be on DAZN when history has shown that he'll fight on Showtime if the money is right? If this fight goes to purse bids, the highest bidder gets the fight. It's that simple. So if he fights John Ryder and then he fights Bivol, which I don't know if he's going to do, right? His year's done. Then we go into May of 2024, right? We're already on 2 years and 2 months since this guy fought a mandatory for the WBC, right? You honestly don't think by next year David Benavidez he's going to be ordered to fight David?
I mean,
Benavidez?
how long has Leo Santa Cruz held on to the bout? How long have other fighters held on to bouts? They've held on to bouts for a long ass time.
More than 3 years before a mandatory has been ordered?
I mean, dude. At the end of the day, the commission's going to get more money from Canelo fights, regardless.
At the end of the day, if you guys are such Canelo fans, right, you would want him to go to where the money is. You would want him to get the most money possible. And if that ends up being Showtime, which historically it has shown us that Showtime, right, has delivered the bigger money fight. Like, Canelo's made more money fighting on Showtime and HBO than he's ever made on DAZN.
Facts.
So again, what would be the incentive for him to stay with DAZN, right? If he fights Bivol and Ryder, right? Who else could he fight on DAZN? What other fighter is left for him to fight on DAZN? What other fighters on the fucking roster do they have that he could fight, which would incentivize him to stay with DAZN?
They could resurrect Triple G.
What's he going to do? He's going to fight Triple G a fourth time? Again, it makes no sense that it's a done deal that he stays with DAZN after he fights fucking Ryder and Bivol. Who else does he fight?
He can rematch. What
other fight is on DAZN? I mean, again, the argument is ridiculous. It's a stupid fucking argument.
My position is that CBS would prefer Benavidez to win. That's my argument.
Oh my God.
And they're the 800-pound gorilla, right?
What is that?
So they don't have no clout.
How does that factor in the fight?
That they could get favorable judges to Benavidez.
How?
By lobbying, by fucking doing what corruption.
First of all, CBS is not going to be involved in any way, shape, or form on who the judges are. The commission will decide that, and then the promoters can dispute it or not. But that doesn't necessarily mean just because the promoters dispute who the judges and the referees are, right? That doesn't mean that it's going to be law.
My position is that corruption exists, and CBS is the one that's putting up a shitload of money, and they gain more in the end if Benavidez wins.
What incentive does Canelo have to stay at DAZN after he fights Ryder and he fights Bivol? Wouldn't it make more sense?
Well, if you're talking about it from David Benavidez' standpoint, again, like, doesn't he only have you're saying that he has the ability to go to DAZN, right?
Who has more 168 pounders?
Yeah, but you're saying that he has the ability.
Or PBC.
You're saying that Benavidez has the ability to go to DAZN, right? He could stay there and offer them
pounders. Who has
fights
more 168
on that platform?
Who has
the PBC?
More? So then again, it just doesn't line up. The argument, this DAZN argument, doesn't line up. It doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
What incentive does he have to stay with DAZN?
He has one. If I can chime in, he has one.
Go ahead.
The incentive that Alvarez has to stay with DAZN is the reason why he went there in the first place. To cherry pick, to hide, to duck, essentially. Because he can go over to DAZN, okay, and milk them for whatever they have and fight tomato cans. Alvin Yildirim's, the writers, he can fight those guys over at DAZN and not worry about the real challenges that exist elsewhere. That's the incentive for Alvarez to fight on DAZN.
Now, I mean, you see, that's their position, bro. That would be their position. I'm saying no. The position is that he's going to strategically allow himself to have full control over everything on a network that he prefers, on a network where there could be no fuckery, where there's no 800-pound gorilla involved that is not to the benefit of Canelo Alvarez. If Showtime has a connection in a contract with Benavidez that goes longer than one fight with Canelo Alvarez.
So now you do.
So from a financial standpoint, from a person that's bringing in the money, they would want Benavidez to win.
Wait, hold on a second.
He's part of their platform.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Now you do realize, of course, that when we look over Canelo Alvarez's career, the corruption that you speak of has consistently worked in his favor. The Mayweather fight, the Laura fight, the Trout fight, the Golovkin 1 fight. Okay? All dubious decisions that went in his favor. I'm sorry, except for the Mayweather fight where you have the one judge, the WBC judge, who somehow scored that fight a draw. Look,
I already said that tribalism exists.
Hold on a second. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because see, this all undermines your silly, dumbass argument.
No, it doesn't, because that's in different positions, bro, in his career. And that was with different that's with different variables. You can't just fucking say to bring out an example and say that it's not that's the same. It's not. David Benavidez has a contract with a promotional ties to CBS that extends over one fight. Canelo doesn't.
So he doesn't have a promotional contract with CBS or Showtime. He has a promotional contract with Samson Lukowicz.
And Samson Lukowicz is not tied to the PBC.
And guess he has fights.
He doesn't do business with the PBC.
He does business with DAZN too.
Let me ask
for this specific guy.
Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question, please?
Go ahead.
Alvarez's last loss. On what platform did that happen?
On DAZN.
So, sir, this undermines your argument.
No, it doesn't.
The only fight that Alvarez has lost on PBC or Showtime CBS has been the Mayweather fight, a fight in which he got a draw on one of the judges' scorecards, a fight where I saw him lose 9 rounds easily. He somehow got a draw on one of the judges' scorecards, but every other fight he's won. All the dubious decisions fighting on Showtime, CBS had gone in Alvarez's favor.
Rather you agree with that or not, they're at different time points in their career.
Dude,
They're at different time points in their career.
You keep shifting the goalposts. It's ridiculous talking to you because obviously you don't know shit about.
No, it's at different time points in the career, and you're not understanding.
And you ignore the facts and
no, and you're not. No, and you're go ahead. No, you're not. You're not understanding.
Because here are the facts. Here are the facts. I understand the facts, and here are the facts. Alvarez's last loss did not happen on BBC. It didn't happen on Showtime, did it? Huh? Where did it happen?
On the zone.
It happened on the network where he has all the control.
Yeah, and opinions on that fight are what? That the fight was that the scorecards were close, right?
Was not able to pull enough strings to get the W over Bivol.
Yeah, but that comes to the point where you're now talking about your own personal opinions on what your scorecards are, bro.
That's the point.
On what you believe is your scorecards.
The point is you don't know shit about boxing. That's the point. Because you were talking out of both sides of your mouth. No,
what you believe is your own scorecards is your own opinion.
My scorecards
is your own opinion. Because there's people that say that Canelo versus Bivol fight was in favor of Canelo. That they gave him more rounds than he deserved. That fight was already fixed just based on that.
What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? We all saw the Bivol fight. We all saw Alvarez lose, didn't we?
Yeah.
Okay,
but we're talking about the scorecard.
Where's this control you're talking about? Because obviously Alvarez, his last loss happened on DAZN. So where's all of this control you're talking about? Where's all of this favorability in Alvarez's favor?
Yeah, right. Everything.
Where's that?
I'm sorry, brother. With all due respect, everything you've said has been debunked. I mean, you every single point you've made is wrong. It's just wrong.
I mean, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. I disagree. I disagree.
So it's not a factual statement that he lost on DAZN when he fought Bivol. That's not factual.
No, but what I believe is that fight was favorable to Canelo in the scorecards. That's what I believe.
Okay, so you just broke your own argument. When has Benavidez ever got the benefit of the doubt on the scorecards? We already have history of.
I mean, he hasn't needed to. But he's fighting against other people in his own promotion.
Let me address this comment. Beeb, Canelo has no interest in fighting Morel, Andrade, or any other 68-pounder on their side. Okay, so name me some better 168-pounders on the Matchroom side. I'm waiting.
That's what I'm saying. Benavidez only has 2 fights on his deal. He can easily go to DAZN for next year.
Benavidez can go on the DAZN tomorrow. He can go on DAZN fucking.
Let's see it. Because I seen fighters from PBC not accept lucrative deals to fight on DAZN. We'll see what happens.
Okay, and Canelo didn't accept a lucrative deal to fight on PBC initially, but then he fought Caleb Plant on Showtime instead of DAZN. Why did he do that? Why?
Because it was better. It was better money in the end. And that was the only way the fight was going to get made. But he tried to make it on DAZN first, 2 times.
But once again, PBC incentivized him to fight on Showtime, or Showtime incentivized him to come over to Showtime pay-per-view.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It's that simple. You guys are making an argument for Canelo that he himself is not making for himself. He never said, in order for me to fight David Benavidez, it has to be on DAZN. When asked, would you consider fighting on Showtime again? What did he say? The door is always open, right? While fighting multiple fights prior on DAZN, while signing a $365 million 11-fight deal with DAZN that they actually reneged and they rescinded on, right? After all of that happened, in spite of all that, he still went on Showtime pay-per-view and fought Caleb Plant. And the reason why he did it was for the money. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Yep.
Oh, well, he's fighting John Ryder. He's going to Mexico when he can make more money in the. Okay, that's great. Let's see if he does that for David Benavidez. Let's see if he does that for Dimitri Bivol.
Right. Well, if I'm saying if that happens, and the reasoning, whatever you believe, if that happens, then do you believe that David Benavidez has the ability to go to the zone? You said that, right? And so the fight will happen on the zone if he has that position, Canelo, where he says the fight's only going to happen in the zone.
Give me evidence to suggest. So what if Canelo says that all dogs should be kicked in the ass every time you see a dog? Like you're making like you're just. How can I make it? I can't say that because I don't know if he would even say that.
Yeah, but I'm just bringing up the hypothetical.
So if Canelo says that, make like you're asking me like a hypothetical. Why would that hypothetical even exist?
Because of like I said, there is a promotional incentive.
When he was
there is a promotional incentive, and there is a reason why CBS would want Benavidez to win instead of Canelo.
When he was negotiating,
there is
none. When he was negotiating,
how if
because Canelo Alvarez is the A side, PBC knows that.
I mean, at the end of the day, the 800-pound gorilla is the A side, right?
Canelo Alvarez is the A side, no way. So
I seen fighters go on different networks and not get good calls based on them not being a guest on their network.
Yeah, but you never
Fury should have won the first fight against Wilder, bro.
Canelo Alvarez, but you never seen Canelo Alvarez do that though. It's not.
I'm saying that there's a financial incentive this time at this moment for CBS to do that.
Why?
Because they have a promotional connection to David Benavidez.
Who wins the fight?
David Benavidez Sr. has said, I would like to spend David Benavidez's whole entire career in PBC.
Who wins the fight?
Canelo does. That's my opinion.
How does he win the fight?
He wins the fight. I mean, not by KO, but he wins it 9-5. No, 9-5. He wins it by five rounds.
9-5.
5 rounds.
That's your score.
5 rounds.
That's
5
your
rounds.
score. 9-5.
5 rounds. 5 rounds. He wins it by 5 rounds. 7-5.
You think he wins the fight? You think the fight's going to be close?
You do realize, of course, that a 7-5 scorecard means he won by 2 rounds.
Yeah, I messed up. But yeah, he wins the fight by 5 rounds. That's my opinion.
He wins the fight by 5 rounds.
Right.
So then you're saying he wins the fight.
Whatever number it is, I don't have the number in my head right now. The final scorecard numbers. Whatever that equates to in the 12 rounds, the final number.
You think he wins? So you think he wins 9 rounds to 3?
Yeah.
Think he wins a wide decision?
Yeah.
So if he wins by that wide of a margin, you think they would rip him off in the scorecards?
I think there's a possibility that anything happened with CBS. That's what I believe.
So CBS is going to contact the commission.
I think that they have a promotional incentive for David Benavidez to win. And if it doesn't matter what I believe, if it happens to where David Benavidez is closer, where if he maybe wins 5 or 6 rounds, I believe that they would give him that would not incentivize, but that would be really like on his side.
So
he'll get the home scorecard, as everybody says, right?
Let me ask
the home scorecard, and we just mentioned.
Let me ask you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if Canelo Alvarez signs a multi-fight deal with CBS Showtime?
What if he signs a multi-year? Well, then that would change things, right? Because they have a different contractual relationship. Then
So
it
what
would be a
happens?
one. Then if it would be a one-off, and then what's right now? It would change things definitely.
Beeb, you said he wouldn't get that because Canelo's the A side. I mean, you just stated Benavidez wouldn't get it by beating Canelo. He wouldn't get what? What is your question? Why don't you come on the live and be a man and just have like a conversation? You're making all these it's ridiculous. Of course, what is your question? Would Benavidez if Benavidez beat Canelo, right? He still wouldn't be the A side if they had a rematch.
Yeah, maybe not that. But he would be. But he would already been on a better position.
When Usyk and Ruiz beat Joshua, they weren't the A sides in their rematch.
No.
So I mean, what is your argument? Canelo is the face of boxing right now. It's unequivocal. Would David Benavidez become more of a star if he beat Canelo? Duh. Is that really a question? Would David Benavidez be the face of boxing if he beat Canelo? No, because Bivol's not the face of boxing and he beat Canelo. Again, what are we arguing here? What are we fucking arguing here? Wake up, Nacho. Hold on, let me read the super chat real quick. Will Benavidez fight Morrell this year or sit out trying to smooth finesse a Canelo payday like Bivol's doing right now? I think he'll fight. I think he will fight Morrell this year, in my opinion. What do you want to argue here, Nacho? I mean,
I'm not arguing anything, Beeb. I just wanted to call you out on the fact that you're literally saying that if he was to beat Canelo, he wouldn't get some sort of career turning boost. Yes, he would. He would legitimately make him a bigger star than he is right now.
When did I say that?
You literally just said that right now. You just said, what benefit would Benavidez get from beating Canelo? You literally denied.
I said what benefit, right, would CBS get?
And he becomes a star for them, Beeb. They can promote him as the guy who beat Canelo. What are you talking about?
I understand.
How are you going to sit there and say that he's not going to get a benefit?
But if Canelo wins and they have a long-term deal with Canelo, then what difference would it make?
But they never have had one.
Yeah, but they don't.
That was
and
the
they've been trying to tie him down.
If that was the case, Beeb, why didn't he stay there after he beat Plant?
Showtime doesn't have a long-term deal with any fighter right now.
Beeb, if Canelo really wanted to be on their platform, why didn't he stay there after he beat Plant? If he really felt like that was the best platform for him in his career, why didn't he stay there?
Because he thought that the DAZN deal was better for himself.
Okay, then you can't sit there and say that because he's not on their platform that all of a sudden he made the wrong decision. He made the decision that was best for his career.
When did I say he made the wrong decision?
You're literally stating that because of the fact that he didn't stay on PBC to fight the rest of their 168-pound roster that you claim is so deep that all of a sudden his career is now going to go nowhere because he has no other opponents. He has never made it. He has never once said he was interested in fighting David Morrell. He was never once interested saying he was fighting Demetrius Andrade.
I said Canelo's career is going nowhere.
You literally just said once he beats Ryder, what are his options at DAZN? Did you not say that?
What are his options after Ryder and Bivol? Give me 5 fights.
Honestly, the only other guys they have at 68 are Jaime Munguia, who they moved up to 168, and Edgar Berlanga. I'm not sitting here saying they have great options, but like I said, they've never once said, Canelo and his team have never once said, we're interested in fighting David Morrell or we're interested in fighting Demetrius Andrade.
Right.
Outside of those two guys, who else does the PBC have at 168 that you claim is a name?
Well, is Berlanga and Munguia a name right now?
No. But I'm asking you the question. Outside of Morrell and Andrade, what is this deep roster at 168 that the PBC has that you said?
In my opinion, and again, this is my opinion, I think David Morrell and Andrade are better fighters than Munguia and Berlanga.
Okay, but that was not the question, B. You literally You literally said when you were talking earlier, you literally said they have a deeper roster at 168.
Berlanga's a prospect that has never sold out the big room at MSG. So again,
And David Morrell is an 8-0 prospect that they're trying to move into a title shot.
So what's the difference?
I'm just showing you it's the exact same thing. There is no difference.
So if he's gonna
But my question was, Beeb, you literally stated the PBC has a lot more options for him at 168 than DAZN does. Besides those two guys I just named,
what about
who
Charlo?
else? Who else are
about
the other
Charlo?
options?
What about Charlo if he moves up?
Beeb, Charlo can't even get off his ass to fight in his own division. The guy is literally sat out for almost 2 years, and we're supposed to believe he's gonna come back and get a fight against Canelo. Come on,
700 days.
exactly.
Hey, Pete, can I say
Beeb.
something really quick? Can I jump in?
Why are you hiding your face?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, I just want to address Nacho. So you don't think fights with Benavidez and Charlo are bigger? You don't think? I'll let you go, D. You don't think?
You know what? I had two audios, so I was like, wait, I'm not even sure you guys should hear me in real time. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let me finish here.
Sure, go ahead.
So in my opinion, I don't think Canelo's going to sign a long-term deal in his next. I think he's going to go fight to fight. Maybe do 2 fight deals. I don't think he's going to do 3 fight deals anymore. It's my opinion. So in my opinion, I think you have fights with Charlo and Benavidez over at Showtime, right? I think you have fights with Morrell, right? And I think you have fights with Andre. Now, do I think those fights? Do I think Charlo and Benavidez are bigger fights than Berlanga and Munguia? Yes. That's the question you should be asking me now.
Okay, Beeb. But like I said, back to my original point.
My argument before was with Josh about the incentive to have to have this conspiracy that they're going to pay the judges to have fucking.
Come on, Beeb. No. I'm not talking about this conspiracy that you're floating out here. You literally stated that the PBC had more options at 168.
They do.
Can I jump in a little bit here?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
They do.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Let me, because I have a thought. I don't want to lose some of the things that I've been hearing. Okay. Beeb, let's be honest. Okay. Someone earlier brought up to you that he has a better working relationship with DAZN than anybody else right now, right? And you said, I forgot who that was, but they're correct. And let me explain why. It's just factually, objectively correct. Twice now, since the existence of DAZN, he has chosen to sign a multi-fight deal with DAZN. In fact, he's done it 3 times. He did it one time when he was a Golden Boy. He had to fall out with them. And then he was a free agent. Then he resigned with DAZN with Matchroom. And then he did the Prime fight. Then he signed with DAZN again. 3 times now. Despite having litigation with them and everything, he has decided to sign a multi-fight deal with DAZN. Those are just facts, okay? So I just want to lay that out there really quick. Also, 9, if you include the Ryder fight, 9 out of his last 10 fights, and when he fights Bivol, it'll be 10 out of his last 11 have all been on DAZN. Nobody's out of bounds if they make the assumption that more than likely Canelo's going to re-sign with DAZN. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen automatically. It doesn't mean he doesn't have options. It doesn't even mean Showtime can't throw a deal at him, that they can be aggressive and trying to make a deal with him. Of course they're going to do that. They're going to try to, even if they don't have an intention of signing with Showtime, they're going to want Showtime to throw an offer out so DAZN could put out a bigger offer, right? You never know. Top Rank might put their hat in the ring. Who fucking knows what happens? All this mess started with me, okay? A couple weeks ago, I just asked a simple question. If Canelo resigns with DAZN, and it's actually touching on what you guys are talking about right now, will not just Benavidez, will any PBC fighter go ahead and cross the street? That's not my language. It's a language that a PBC fighter, Errol Spence, invented, okay? When talking about Crawford. Will they be willing to cross the street to go fight Canelo at DAZN? Here's the reality.
if he does sign with a deal, even if it's a one fight deal, whatever with PBC, that's Canelo's prerogative. He has every right to do what he wants. Okay, but if we want to talk history and what logic tells me, all the arguments you've given as to why it's better to do it on Showtime and it's a bigger platform, that would be true in any case for his last 10 fights. Yet he's fought 9 of them on the zone. All right, and 3 times has signed a multi-fight deal with them over Showtime and over any other platform. We have to keep that in mind when I say this. Okay, so it's a very valid question to ask. Are the PBC fighters going to be willing to cross the street, okay, to make what you believe are the better match with Canelo? Why not? It's the only thing I ever argued. Fulton's going to, he's under contract with them, and he's going to Top Rank, right? Andy Ruiz was under contract with them, and they let him go over there to fight Joshua, right? If they lose the bid, if they're in the losing end and they don't resign Canelo, despite of your opinion that they're a bigger platform and it's better for him to sign with them, all I ever wanted to know is, will the PBC fighters be willing to cross the street? And they should be able to cross the street. There is no excuse. I'm seeing other fighters do it. That's the only thing I ever argued.
Well, I would argue that Canelo has a better working relationship with Eddie Hearn. I don't think his relationship with DAZN, after they gave him a deal for 11 fights, 365, and then they reneged on it, and then he ended up, as you said, suing them, right? So this whole thing, even if he does sign, when fighters sign to DAZN, they have first right of refusal. So when Joshua was working with DAZN, other platforms could still bid for fights. So you're creating a scenario that just hasn't been proven.
Well, can I I just want to cut you off. It's not an argument; it's a hypothetical.
DAZN doesn't lock fighters in. They don't tell a fighter if you fight with. Clarissa Shields has been on DAZN and she's been on Showtime. Like DAZN lets their fighters bounce around.
But Joe,
that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to look at the data.
Of course, I am looking at the data. 9 out of his last 10 fights have been on DAZN. That's data. And that's relevant, most recent data. And I'm looking at the data. I'm looking at, you could say, oh, it's not DAZN, it's Matchroom. I don't know. His beef was Golden Boy, not DAZN. Oscar De La Hoya lied to DAZN. All right, and that was the main issue he had, okay, over the Golovkin fight. But there's a lot of factors here that we need to kind of take into account, right? I could only go by the data. We could try to rationalize and say, well, the only reason he did it is this. Oh, it's because of Eddie Hearn. Unless Eddie Hearn gets hired by PBC, all right, then I just don't see what the point of that argument is. We know who Eddie Hearn works with, either way, even if that were 100% true, right? Now, here's my thing. It's not an argument, it's a hypothetical, and it's a very real possible hypothetical. There's a very simple answer. If you believe that, let's say hypothetically, right? Let's say Canelo resigns with DAZN. Let's just say that happens. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying if that happens, which is a real possibility looking at the data, right? And I ask, do you think they'll let Benavidez go over there to fight? And you believe the answer is yes? Then it's a simple yes. It's a simple no problem. But, and I'm not saying you specifically, a lot of people are acting very weird about it. They're acting like it's this like insane question.
Yep,
like why act like it's like this insane? Like, why even think about that? Canelo hasn't even said that. Well, fighters don't say a lot of things, right? I'm just going by, like, everyone knows, okay, that PBC fighters very rarely cross the street. Fulton, by the reports I saw, I don't know how true they are, had to demand to let him go fight anyway, right? And this is not a fighter they have a lot of invested in, like they do Benavidez, and Inoue isn't this big household name like Canelo, right? So I've always said Showtime has every right to give Canelo an offer. And you know what? If Canelo loves the offer and he takes it, and it makes the fight happen, you have no argument for me. And I think you're presenting it as if I don't want it on Showtime or something. I literally don't care where the fight is. I don't care where it sells more pay-per-views. I don't care about any of that. I just want to see the fight. But I'm looking at possible obstacles. And one obstacle, in my opinion, is like, why is it crazy to say that if Canelo signs with DAZN, their asses should be going over there if that's where they need to go? That's the only argument I've been making.
Well, I'm just going with historical data, and as you said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fought 6 fights in a row on DAZN.
And also,
I gotta finish,
sorry.
brother. I gotta finish, brother. But for the right fight, he told you he'll go to Showtime if the money's right. So I've never heard Canelo Alvarez ever say that if I fight David Benavidez, right, it has to be on DAZN. So my argument to that question is, why present an argument that the fighter himself didn't present? You're like, that's like saying you're throwing a what if in there, where we've already have evidence to suggest that even after fighting several fights in a row on DAZN,
So even if Canelo hasn't thrown the question out there, you don't have an opinion. You don't know what you like. You can't answer if he does resign with DAZN. You have no answer to that. Is what you're saying, or is the question uncomfortable?
I think it's an irrelevant question because his behavior doesn't suggest that he would ever say that he was asked, will you go back and do business with Showtime again? Eddie Reynoso was asked the same question. The door is always open. No
one's arguing against that.
You guys, again, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this. A lot of people, I don't know if you're included in this, you're including him in this PBC versus DAZN or Showtime battle. He is not involved in these fucking skirmishes, these ridiculous fucking tribalism arguments that.
But he did try to bring Plant to DAZN before, right?
He did try to do that. That's the fact that you're leaving out.
He did try.
So
if he tries again,
I acknowledge that. But once again, he went over to Showtime because it was the better deal.
He did go. They were put in a position where these are the parts you're leaving out, right? First of all, he wanted the undisputed, right? He wanted the belt. That's number one.
Fine.
Right? They did leverage the belt, which right now they do not have. They don't have the belt right now. That's number one. Okay. Second, here's a clear detail you're missing. They're not like at first. They wanted to lock him in a multi-fight deal, right? And when Canelo turned down that deal on an interview, David, and I believe it was actually on my channel, David Benavidez said, I think Canelo should have taken that deal because, it included me. And then Samson came out and he said that Canelo, he ducked the smoke because he went over to the DAZN deal and all this other stuff, right? So when you say, here's, I guess this is the crux of the whole thing. A simple, I think David will go with that. I don't see why he wouldn't. I mean, why wouldn't he, right? A simple answer like that would suffice. But I think, you keep saying Canelo never said X. Well, I never said X. I never said the fight has to be on DAZN. I never said that. I never said that I don't want it on Showtime. I never said I hate Showtime. So when you say, Canelo never said X, Y, and Z, why are you guys bringing it up? Well, I never said. I can't speak for everybody, but I never said X, Y, and Z. So I'm not going to defend points, right, that I never made, right? Just like you're saying, Canelo never said X, Y, and Z. It's just a simple question, honestly. It's not that hard of a question.
I'm saying.
To say that it's impossible, you don't think it's possible he resigns with DAZN? You don't think that's a clear possibility when he's done it not one, not twice, but 3 times? And all these facts you present about Showtime beef, they're all true, all of them. All Showtime, they've had the biggest pay-per-views, 4 out of the top, whatever the statistics were, right? They're all Floyd fights, by the way, but right, one of them was Canelo, Pacquiao, and McGregor, right? So it's kind of it's an inflated kind of detail right there. But here's the truth: when Floyd Mayweather signed that multi-fight deal with Showtime, at that time, right, HBO had all the records. HBO had held all the accolades. They were the bigger platform. They had the most subscribers. But he chose, because they made him a lucrative offer, to go over to Showtime, and ended up paying off very well for Showtime. To count out the DAZN, who have launched the DAZN boxing with Canelo at his face, to count them out in this scenario, right, would be crazy in my opinion. They launched pay-per-view again, so what happened in the planned fight doesn't happen again. Like, they pissed off a whole base of people subscribe to them so they could start paying Canelo more money. We cannot just count out the possibility that he may resign with his own. That's all I'm saying.
D-Star, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right. Can we agree that Canelo Alvarez should take the deal that's going to make him the most money?
I can't agree to, like, here's the thing. I keep hearing, and I know you said the same thing, Fidel. I keep hearing, well, Canelo didn't say that, so why do you guys assume what Canelo's thinking? At the end of the day, he's chosen to go with the DAZN several times. We had Checkmate earlier trying to make arguments that he made less money going over to the DAZN than if he would have gone to Showtime. And you know what? It's probably true. But here's what I know. Canelo's the highest paid athlete in boxing. He's making more money than anybody with the decisions he's made, right? If he decides, hypothetically, I'm going to go with the DAZN, even if you don't think that's his best option financially, who am I to say that that's a deal he needs to take?
Can I correct you on one of your statements?
Sure.
Because you said 4 of the top 10. It's actually 5, because Mike Tyson versus Evander Holyfield.
I said 4, 10, or 4, 5, something like that. Yeah.
So it's 1. Peter McNeely's number 7. Mike Tyson versus Evander Holyfield 2. Right, that's 2. And then you got Canelo Alvarez is 3, and then you got Floyd Mayweather, McGregor, and then you got Floyd. So it's 5. It's 5 of the top 10. So it's half. It's half. I mean,
yeah, but you got to go to the glory days of Mike Tyson to help that stat. I mean, since the existence of the DAZN, since the DAZN has existed, how many of those pay-per-views took place? None of them. Right, so I mean, we could do that all day, but it's irrelevant. It's an irrelevant stat, brother. I just got to be honest with you. Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson are retired.
It's a total relevant stat, because again, when I'm hiring,
that would be relevant since the existence of the DAZN.
When I'm hiring somebody,
like, that would have applied since the existence of the DAZN. Why do you go with Showtime then? Why do you sign with the DAZN?
So let me ask you this.
You could, but all I'm saying, there's a reason I said what I said.
Let me ask you.
One more thing. I'll be really quick.
Let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Has any fight that Canelo's done on the DAZN, right?
It's only been a pay-per-view platform for 2 of his fights.
Fine. But
so I know what you're gonna ask. How many of his fights sold so much? Like, no, it was just a subscription platform.
You gotta stop being defensive. You gotta let me talk, bro. You're overly defensive about this.
Shoot, you gotta shoot, brother. No. Don't start playing the victim and labeling what people are saying. Just say what you're saying.
Don't start gaslighting me.
Stop being a crybaby. Just say what you want to say.
Stop gaslighting me and playing your tough guy.
You're gaslighting. You're gaslighting.
Stop fucking popping your chest out and being all tough guy and arrogant. Because again, we know enough. Let's stop playing the cartoon character. So again,
like, you're crying.
What I'm trying, tears are strolling. You're such a tough guy. You're a hero. You're making people cry. I know that's what you want to hear. You're a tough guy.
Stop getting emotional. Just ask the question.
Yeah, I'm being emotional. You're the one that's raising their voice. But let me go. So anyways, we have no history to suggest that the DAZN can ever do what Showtime did. Showtime has the track record. It's that simple. That's all I'm saying. Why would
Okay,
you not,
I understand that's what you're saying.
You're gonna tell me, honestly.
Let me know when I can speak, because then you're gonna get emotional. I talk over you.
I'll let you know. I know, because you're so tough. But I'm gonna let you know when you can talk. But all I'm telling you is, this is how hypocritical you are. For years, when DAZN came out, you were telling us how bad they were at doing their job. Now all of a sudden, because your favorite fighter is on the platform, now you're a DAZN fan? You made several videos with me telling me how bad DAZN was at marketing and how bad they are at doing what they do in comparison to the boxing market. Now all of a sudden, you're saying DAZN is the shit?
I never said that.
Make up your mind, bro.
No, now you're just making shit up out of your ass. You might as well be Zeus. You're like the Zeus version, right? You're like Zeus.
We don't have videos.
Look at this dude. You don't want to let me talk. I'm about to destroy you. Go ahead.
You just tweeted out a tweet saying how bad DAZN was.
Exactly, I did. So that just contradicts what the fuck you just said.
So now why are you supporting?
No. Are you gonna let me respond, or are you gonna filibuster?
Now you're stuttering. So now.
Are you gonna let me speak? Yes or no? I'm not stuttering, brother.
So now that you got proven wrong, like you're defending a platform that you've been shitting on for the last 5 years.
I still shit on it. But can I speak now, or are you still being emotional? It's your show. You let me know. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yeah, somebody's internet may have froze, but Beeb's internet may have froze.
I'm letting them talk. I mean,
all right. So like, it's simple. First of all, find me where I said I favor DAZN over everything. I clearly, if you guys, you can roll back the tape whenever you want. I clearly said I don't give a shit where the fight takes place. I clearly said that if they like the Showtime deal, they could take the Showtime deal. I clearly said, just like Beeb said, oh, you're a hypocrite. For years, you criticized DAZN, and then he contradicts himself the next sentence, oh, you just criticized them yesterday. I still criticize DAZN. I still have issues with DAZN. All right? I don't know what that has to do with anything at all, actually. Like, you just made shit up right now. Out of your ass, like Zeus. Oh, your thunderbolts come out of your ass.
I lied.
You know what I mean?
I lied that you. Wait. I lied that you criticized DAZN.
Well, what happened to letting me speak?
That's a lie.
Now you want to interrupt?
Is that a lie?
What's a lie?
Yes or no?
What's a lie?
That's a lie. Is that
What's
a
your
lie
question?
that you criticize? Is that a lie that you criticize DAZN?
No, you're not. You're gaslighting. You're making shit up. Is what I'm saying. You're being disingenuous.
What did I make up?
Your lie is. This is your lie.
What I make up?
Your lie is that you're saying that all of a sudden I love DAZN, and then you just literally said I criticized them yesterday. You're being disingenuous, and you know you are. You know I came in, you know I destroyed your arguments, and you're crying about it. Okay, that's why you gotta throw shots. That's why, you're this and you're that, but you're projecting. That's what you're doing.
When was your tweet, tough guy, that you want to yell and scream, big, stick your chest out, I'm a hero?
Well, I have to raise my voice because you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, sure. You're a tough guy. You're a hero. You're the toughest guy on the planet. Yeah, go ahead. I'm D-Style Bob.
Like you, I want to respond. I want to respond to.
Tough guy, when was your tweet shitting on DAZN? What day was that?
Just yesterday or the day before.
So that's what I said. You were shitting on DAZN just yesterday.
No, I said you contradicted yourself. This is what you said. Let me walk you through what you said. You said, oh, you are a hypocrite. For years, you criticized DAZN. And anybody in the panel, if I'm wrong, they can correct me. Okay, anybody could jump in. You know what, you're wrong, D-Style. That's not what he said. You said, all right, that I've been shitting on DAZN. Now I love DAZN. I'm the biggest fan of DAZN. And then you said, oh, just yesterday you were criticizing them, is what you said. I said, well, that's a contradiction because I still criticize DAZN. I still have issues with DAZN.
Do you like DAZN?
They've gotten better, but I clearly have things I don't like about DAZN. So I think the production sucks.
Would you like me to retract my statement that you love DAZN?
You don't need to do anything, but I do want to get back to the point
that seems
because
so,
your
because I was
filibustering got
I
me
was
away from my
being-
point.
I was being a little facetious, and I said all of a sudden.
Well, you
love
could be
DAZN.
facetious all you want, but can I get back to the argument?
Tough guy, would you like me to
Can we
retract
get back
that
to the
statement?
merits of the argument? Yes or no?
Would you like me to retract that statement?
Joe Abib, can I get back to the merits of the argument instead of your little gaslighting? This is what people do when they're losing an argument. This is exactly what they do.
Thank
Okay,
you,
class
Dr. D.
101.
Thank you, Dr. D. Style. Would you like me to put my
All
feet
right,
up
so
on the
now,
chair now? Thank you, Dr.
Can
D.
I go
Style.
ahead and make a point? Yes or no?
Would answer my question? Would you like me to retract
There's
that?
clearly somebody that doesn't want to have the discussion.
Would you like
And
me to
that's not
retract
me.
that statement? Would you like me to retract that statement?
Clearly, you don't want to hear me just continue the discussion. You want to talk about, you want to gaslight, you want to be sarcastic, you want to throw shots, you want to make it about everything but the argument.
Yes, doctor. Go ahead, doctor.
D-Style, I want to hear you continue the conversation, please.
Go ahead,
please
doctor.
continue.
I'll let you go.
No, I want to hear D-Style.
I want to hear him continue too. Go ahead, doctor. Doctor, go ahead. I'm
Okay,
gonna
well,
mute my mic.
here's my question.
I'm gonna
Here's
mute
my
my mic right now. I'm gonna mute my mic right now.
So here's the thing. Well, Fight Doctor, you said you have a question?
Well, so I want to pose to you the question that B posed to the panel earlier, which was, what's the incentive for Alvarez to re-sign with DAZN?
If he wants to sign with DAZN, he's going to do what he wants to do. I mean, that's not up to me.
Yeah, no, the question is, what's the incentive there? Like, why would Alvarez want to re-sign with DAZN?
It could be a multitude of things. It could be because he likes to work with Eddie Hearn. It could be because, he feels comfortable with that platform and with that promoter. And for 99.9% of fighters, that's good enough. Why does Tank stay with PBC? Why does Spence stay with PBC? Why did Crawford stay with Top Rank for so long? Right? Like a lot of fighters do a lot of things, right? So I've never been the one to argue that he needs to stay with DAZN. The first thing I said was he's going to do what's best for him. The first thing I said was that if PBC gives him the best offer and he decides to go that direction, by all means, you have no argument for me. Just like if ESPN and Top Rank give him a deal and offer him something, and he decides to take that, I'm not going to argue with it. That's his decision, right? I'm not arguing from the Canelo perspective. I'm not.
Let me ask you this question. What are the fights that you think need to happen next?
I would love to see the David Benavidez fight. That's what I would love to see.
Okay, but
and if PBC can make an offer, and I've always said this, if they can make an offer and Canelo likes it and makes a fight, hey, no. In fact, I doubt anybody in the panel. I doubt anybody that's been mentioned, from the Ring IQs, whoever you want to mention, would have a problem with that. And if they do, then I don't want to speak for them. They could say, you know what, I have a problem with that. But I don't have a problem with the fight happening on PBC. All this is a simple hypothetical question. Okay, that's all this is. A very real possibility that he signs with DAZN, whether we like it or we don't, whether D-Style likes the platform or he doesn't. Okay, whether D-Style likes the fact that they put fucking commercials in the middle of rounds and they want to charge extra on pay-per-view, going back on their word when they said they were going to kill pay-per-view, and all the mountains of issues I've had with DAZN. Regardless of that, if that's where he wants to go, my only argument has always been, yes, I want to see the Benavidez fight. I hope they can make a deal. And I hope that both sides are willing to go to the other side if that's what needs to be done. And that includes David Benavidez. He's not excused from this. If David Benavidez refuses to go over there, or they don't allow him to go over there, and he has a contract with DAZN, like, I will call him out for that. And there's too many people.
That's his loss, bro.
Yeah, people do not want to go on. That's what this is all about. They don't want to go on record and say that if that's a possibility. I don't want to be on camera saying he needs to go over there. They don't want a side-by-side, screenshot taken of them. And that's what all this is about. They want to say open-ended, see what happens. And I think that's what the situation is here. All right?
But I'm just curious, with all due respect. If it's a hypothetical question, then why is it so important? If it's like, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I honestly just think that the question has no merit. and that's no disrespect to the person asking it. Because if
well, you've done a 4-hour stream about it, you obviously care enough, right? Obviously, there's an interest for you there. You went for a whole hour. Oh, it's got to be on Showtime. Showtime is more chiludo. Showtime's dick is 10 inches longer than DAZN. You got to do it over there. That's what you said. That's what you were saying.
My argument is
thunderbolts out of the ass of Zeus.
Why are we making an argument for? Why are we making an argument for?
You don't have to answer the question if you don't want. You're the one that's hell bent.
But why does it upset you?
Why not?
So much?
Why does it bother you that question's being asked? Why does it bother you?
Why does it upset you so much?
Nobody's upset.
You're screaming at the top of your lungs.
Dude, I've been talking like this for years, bro. Stop being a little bitch. Just talk. Come on. Stop being a little bitch, honestly.
Why, tough guy? Why are you calling me a bitch?
There you go. Because you've been calling me like tough guy. You're being sarcastic. You're being a dick. Okay.
Tough guy.
Just answer the question. Just talk. Stop crying.
Why does it trigger you?
You're being a little bitch, bro. Like, why you say that? Why do you guys gotta ask that if they do the fight? Why? Like, stop being a bitch, bro.
Tough guy.
Just stop being a bitch. Just stop. It's a bad look.
Tough guy.
Why do you have to ask? Why ask? I don't want you to ask. Why?
Why does it bother you so much?
Why ask the question? Why? But why do you want to ask? Why? Like, what's that about? It's a bitch move, bro.
Why does it bother you so much that people think that the question's irrelevant when the fighter himself hasn't said it?
No, like, you're not saying that. You're making arguments for Showtime.
That's my argument. It's that simple. You guys are making
but like, you're the guy that you need to make up arguments.
Are we gonna just make arguments for people that we're gonna just come up with hypothetical?
It's a simple question, and you've overblown it. This is what you're doing. You're gaslighting.
Where is it? But where is it coming? But where does it come from?
It was just a simple question. That's all it is.
But why would
we ask hypotheticals all the time? All the time, just hypotheticals.
But Canelo re-signing with DAZN is not freaking that crazy, bro.
It's not that crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not insane. It's not like he's signing for Black Crime or
another. That's what you're doing. You're being a gaslighter.
Why are you picking this question?
You're projecting. You're the emotional one.
Doctor,
I'm passionate. I've always talked this way. You're emotional. Why? Why do you have to ask? Why? But why? Just don't ask. Why? Why? Because you didn't have to ask that. Why? Like, what do you mean? It's a very realistic question, bro. It's not that crazy of a question.
You're being a child, bro. Listen to you.
Oh my God! Well, I'm mimicking you, so you make of it what you want.
You are a child.
I'm literally mimicking what you've been doing for the last 3 hours.
You are embarrassing. You are embarrassing the shit out of yourself, Lionel. You sound like a 3-year-old.
Why? Well, I'm acting like B. This is B. Why? But why ask? Why? That's what you're doing.
Can I ask a question?
Why are you asking a question that has no merit? Like, what brought this on? Is what I'm saying. So that's all I'm asking. Where is it? Where is this coming
We
from?
always ask hypothetical questions when it comes to boxing. Always. This is nothing new.
When the hypothetical question.
So you're saying people should never ask hypothetical questions ever? Is what you're saying?
You can do whatever you want, but I'm just saying.
Okay. So what's your point?
My question is this. I don't understand why this question is relevant when the fighter himself has never said this. He doesn't.
Okay, but does that mean you can't answer the question?
I have a hard time answering the question because I don't think.
Like, for example, if I asked you, and you've engaged in hypotheticals before. When somebody asks you who would win, Tyson Fury.
Let me finish for a second. Just let me finish.
Tyson Fury or Ali, who wins the fight? Who wins?
Just let me finish for a second. That's like you asking me a question that I just could not picture somebody asking. Like if you pictured me.
That's not a crazy question. I'm not the only one asking it.
David Benavidez signing with the PBC, bro, is kind of seen as pretty dumb by boxing fans. Yeah, he still did it.
There's a guy that agrees with me right there. It's not that crazy.
David Benavidez re-signed with the PBC. It's not that smart of a decision to me.
Somebody with a hidden agenda. That's the only crazy to them. I'll just say that. Okay, Beep, you been conversations like who would win in a fight, Ali or Tyson Fury. That's hypothetical. That cannot happen. You can argue that's ridiculous to ask because one guy's in the grave. Okay, one guy's still active, and you engage in that. People could say, "Oh, that's fantasy." That's a stupid question to ask. Why do you ask that? Like people ask hypotheticals all the time, all the time.
The reason why is if those two did fight in the same era, they would more than likely fight. But I have never heard Canelo Alvarez.
And if Canelo resigns with the zone, it's possible that it's going to have to go to the zone.
I have never heard Canelo Alvarez ever say that a fight.
It doesn't matter if he hasn't said it like that. Like that's not the point.
It's not his character to talk like that. That's why
I'm not talking about his character. I'm not. You're making this. You're again. Let me talk really quick. Let me talk. Hold on.
That's all I'm saying.
You keep saying things that people are not arguing. Like I don't disagree with that. So why are you making the argument? So when you say, "Oh, Canelo has never said that," did I say he said that? And any of my address the things I say. Don't make up. Don't say shit that has nothing to do with what I said.
Let's kind of pull this back and let's kind of calm down. Let's everyone be level-headed now. What I'm trying to say is, for instance, say you said to me, Cenk Uygur, hypothetically speaking, what if he said, I'm pro-life? Now, I would say I could never picture Cenk Uygur saying, because of who he is as a person, what his stance is, how he moves, how he behaves, right? I couldn't answer that. I would say to you, I would never picture him asking that question or saying that statement.
But that's not a proper example, though.
For me, I have never heard Canelo ever say something like this. So to be perfectly honest with you, I think the question is
nobody is like. I get your point. Can I just look? I get your point. Let me just talk, please. I get what you're saying.
I don't think Canelo has.
I get it. You don't think Canelo says. I get what you're saying, dude. Look.
But why am I so wrong in saying that? That's what
it's not that the statement is wrong, but here's the problem. Here, can I talk? Can I just say so? Can I get a word in? And you wonder why I have to yell? Like, just can I get a word in?
Well, I'm yelling over you, but why?
I promise you, I won't yell at you if you stop being rude as a host. Like, just let me talk, bro. Like, listen to me. Okay, you give this at what if Cenk Uygur was? It's like saying, oh, what if my like you're basically what you're doing is. It's like, oh, what if my uncle was my aunt? Like, oh, well, what's the point of asking that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking. That's a perfect example.
So I get your point is what I'm saying. All right? So stop accusing me not understanding your point. So you just agreed that I get your point. But listen to me. That's not what I'm saying. Nobody, in fact, not just me. I haven't heard anybody say, oh, Canelo's demanding that the fight's going to have to be on the zone. Oh, Canelo won't fight him unless it's on the zone. Oh, Canelo's, you know how Canelo is. He's not going to fight him unless it's nobody's saying that. What I do know is this. Actions speak louder than words. So in your example, if Cenk Uygur says he's pro-choice, right? But then never allowed his wife to get an abortion because he believes in the sanctity of life, and that was a known fact that he did that, we would say, okay, Cenk Uygur, we know how you're moving, though. So in the case of Canelo Alvarez, his actions speak louder than his words. Okay, so address the facts, address my arguments, address what I'm saying. Okay, and I don't want to hear it, but why and all this because you're the one. I'm not done. You're the one hosting the video. You're the one making arguments. You're the one putting the link out so people could talk to you. Okay, so you're inviting this discussion. All right. Okay. So here's what I'm saying. I'm going to tell you what I said. I want you to address what I said. It's fair to ask that. Okay. His actions speak louder than words. Okay. Canelo never said, oh, I prefer to work with the zone. But his actions have shown me that not once, not two, not twice, but 3 times, he has signed not single fight deals, but multi-fight deals with the zone.
Correct.
Okay. He's done that 3 times. Okay. Those are just facts. So when I say, it's very possible I never said that's what I want. I never said that's going to happen. I've always said he could sign with Showtime. I'm saying that it's possible, okay, that he could resign with DAZN. So bringing up, given the facts that I've stated, bringing up Canelo, he's just not that type of person. What are you talking about? He signed with them 3 times, multi-fight deals. I'm talking about his actions. He may do the same action again. The action of re-signing with DAZN. That is just a
that's not crazy, bro. His whole recent career has been on DAZN. So re-signing with him is not a crazy ass scenario.
I always appreciate hype, man. Let me just finish one more point. Okay, sorry. Just one more point. The action has nothing to do with what type of person Canelo is. If that's not in his nature, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about his recent history, okay, of how many fights how many deals he signed with DAZN. And all I'm saying is this: when I say he may resign with DAZN, that's what his recent history is showing. It has nothing to do with. I don't know what you're talking about when you say, well, that's not the type of person Canelo is, and it's not in his character. I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying he may resign with DAZN. That's all I'm saying. All right? And if he does, I'm just asking a question. Dad, well, what the PBC fighters go over there to fight this Canelo? That's all I'm asking. It's honestly not that crazy, bro. Like, what I'm saying is very rational in every sense of the word. So all I'm asking is, if you want to rebuke something I say, at least if you're gonna, I cannot debate points that I'm not making. Is what I'm saying.
My argument is this: first of all, he did sign that deal with DAZN with the 365 through his promoter, Golden Boy. Now he had a 3-fight deal with Eddie Hearn. So the deal he has is with the promoter, not the actual network. But I know what you're getting at. I'm not trying to nitpick here. He's gonna, but when you work with DAZN, right? The way those deals are structured, same thing with Joshua after he signed his deal with DAZN, right? He still fought on Sky. So I just have a hard time unpacking this. I know what you're saying. To me, this hypothetical I just can't.
Can you acknowledge? Can I get an acknowledgement out of you publicly?
Yeah.
That your statement about it's not in Canelo's nature had nothing to do with my argument?
The reason why I disagree with that is that I'll tell you that. I'll tell you why. Because in spite of everything you said, he was dealing with DAZN for like 6 fights in a row. But for the right fight, right, he went over to PBC. And the way these DAZN deals are structured, and they even came out with a press release. They said, we are willing to do deals with Showtime fighters. They don't lock fighters in. They don't. The deals these fighters have are not with DAZN. They're with the promoters, right? And I know Eddie Hearn's got the deal with DAZN. So what I'm trying to tell you is the reason why I don't put much stock into this hypothetical, and I'm not insulting you for asking it. I honestly don't think this hypothetical. To me, this hypothetical, based on what I've seen, in spite of having that relationship with Eddie Hearn, in spite of fighting those 6 fights in a row on DAZN, for the right fight, he still went on PBC. And guess what? DAZN didn't give a fuck. You know why? Because after that one fight, they welcomed him back with open arms, just like they welcomed Anthony Joshua back with open arms. So the reason why I'm having a hard time with this question, because seeing how not only how Canelo moves, but how DAZN moves and how Eddie Hearn moves, where he even said with Devin Haney, he said, go fight with Top Rank. Because they can
yeah, because he wasn't bringing in money.
Go fight with Top Rank because I can't get you undisputed. So
Joe, look.
Even if Canelo re-signs with Eddie Hearn, which that in itself is a gigantically great, it's a great possibility.
Okay, so that's been my argument the whole time.
Yeah, but even with that being said, Eddie Hearn and DAZN say that even has come out publicly and said, We don't hold fighters back. AJ has a first.
Okay, but all those things you're saying.
Let me finish. AJ has a first right of refusal deal. So the zone themselves have openly
I get your points. I get what you're saying. I think everybody understands what you're saying.
But you gotta let me finish it. You cut me off.
Because we know your point, bro.
But you're being very rude.
But go ahead.
Please let me speak.
We'll have to just wait for you to finish your point. Go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I let you talk for like 5 minutes straight without interrupting.
Well, shit, it was fire though. People loved it. I'll tell you that. But go ahead.
Yeah, you're the best. You're a hero. You're the toughest bully. You're a hero. You're a monster. I love you. I'm your own biggest fan. That's why.
You're a little rattled, brother. But go ahead.
No, I'm rattled. I'm shaking in my boots because you're so tough. I'm looking at that icon right now, that round table icon, and it's literally pissing my pants. But let me finish. So DAZN has openly said you can fight under our banner and go elsewhere as well. So this model that you're speaking of, where once you fight on DAZN, you can't go anywhere else. That's just not how they move. Because, like I said,
I never said that.
You don't know. You don't know that the exclusive contracts could be different in each contract, bro. I mean, you're mentioning Haney. Haney doesn't bring any money. He's a fucking. He burns money everywhere. So I don't see why they would want to tie an exclusive contract with Haney.
That seems like the argument that's being presented, and maybe I'm wrong.
No, that's not. This is what you're doing. Like, you just decided that you're going to be stubborn, and you've made a decision that I'm not going to answer that question no matter what. I don't care. It makes no sense to me, and. Like, it's like a hypothetical question is literally called a hypothetical question, right? For a reason. It's just a hypothetical. That's all it is.
Can I ask a question?
You don't need to subscribe to the hypothetical. You don't need to agree with. Nobody's saying you need to agree with it. You don't want to answer it. That's fine. Don't answer the hypothetical question.
I don't think it's a relevant hyphypothetical.
No, it doesn't matter if you think it's relevant or not. But you could still answer it.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
But if I say it's a question that you brought, the example you used, if my aunt had balls, would she still be my aunt? That's the way I look at this question. I'm just being.
But that's not a realistic. One is impossible.
I'm gonna argue.
9 out of his last 10.
I know it's bro. Almost his whole recent career is on the zone.
Last 10 have been on the zone.
That's fine.
9 out of 10.
And he could
like you're literally banking on a 10% shot.
And he could fight. 10 more fights.
Nobody is saying that he can't go. No one's arguing that he won't go or can't go to Showtime. Nobody's arguing that.
So
you're literally making that argument up.
Let me ask a question.
I'm not making
Where
that argument
can
up.
Alvarez
What
go?
Yes, you are.
What I'm saying.
You think I don't want to see the fight on Showtime, that I'm arguing against it and I want it on the zone. Like, you're arguing it as if that's what I'm saying. And it's not.
Can I ask a question?
I honestly can't.
I'd rather hear Fight Doctor's question, to be honest with you, at this point.
I honestly can't see a scenario where Canelo says, I'm not fighting Benavidez unless it's on the zone. I can't see it because I've never seen him do it before. He's never demanded a fight be on a network before. He won't fight a certain fighter. That's why I think this hype. That's like saying, what if Tyson Fury quit in the fight?
Wow.
Look at it.
Look at it from this point, B. He offered Platt to fight on.
Wait a minute. The problem I have with your argument is, and you could correct me if I'm wrong. You're framing my resistance to your question as me having an agenda.
Because it's such a simple, because I think you don't want to answer the question is what it is, and there's a reason for that. Yes, why can't you? It's a simple yes or no question.
I have a hard time answering a question that I can't see ever coming up. I don't see him doing that.
Let me interject for a second, please.
I honestly,
I can't. Let me put it this way: I can't imagine my house ever being flooded, but I cannot imagine it. I cannot imagine I cannot imagine my house turning on fire because it's never been on fire. I've never been underwater, but I have insurance for it though. All right,
that's fine.
I still pay for the insurance.
So statistically,
that's a hypothetical possibility that's very improbable.
No, and it's different. It's like if you're expecting a storm in Puerto Rico, bro.
But it's statistically insignificant because the chances of it happening are slim to none.
But this is an actual
re-signing on the zone.
Like you're being like right now, you're being a contrarian. Just like what you say you hate, you're doing it. You just want to be. I get it, brother. Like you just want to do this show, and you want to make this argument, and you want to. You started this show framing people as maniacs. But no, this is why you. But let me explain to you. Like you started this show.
But now I'm a maniac, though, right? Now I'm a maniac.
Well, you. Like, stop being a little worse and let me just talk. Like Jesus Christ.
Am I a maniac?
Okay, like don't. Like I'm just saying. Look, if me calling you a maniac hurts your feelings, I'll apologize. Did I hurt your feelings?
You called me.
Because I know for a fact, I know you have thick skin, and I know I didn't hurt your feelings. So I don't know why I'm engaging in this.
You called me a bitch because I disagree.
Do you want me to apologize for calling you a bitch?
No, because it wouldn't be sincere.
Do you want? No. If I sincerely hurt your feelings, I'll apologize.
Can I ask you an honest question?
I'll apologize if it really hurt your feelings. I thought you had thick skin. I thought that your balls hang, but maybe not. You want me to apologize?
I want to ask you a question, honestly. Do you think it was appropriate? Do you think when you're having a logical argument with somebody, right? You honestly think it's appropriate to call someone another man a bitch?
The way you were acting is not appropriate either.
No,
okay?
You can say whatever. You can say whatever.
No. Of course, I could say whatever I want. Now, can we get back to the argument?
Do you feel good about calling me a bitch when you're 1,000 miles?
I said you're acting like a little bitch. Is what I said. So let's be accurate about what I said.
Is that an honorable thing to do? When you
because when someone says
you're hundreds of miles away from me, right? And you're calling me a bitch. Is that an admirable thing to do? Honestly, in your culture,
you're gaslighting right now.
You're an
you're gaslighting. Like you don't want to. Like, what are you doing?
Answer the question. Is that an honorable thing to do? Is that an appropriate thing to do? Calling somebody a bitch.
People this way everywhere, bitch.
Have I ever called you a bitch? Have I ever called you a bitch? Have I ever called you a bitch? We had offline conversations before about
words. Okay, no. Hold on. Okay,
you think it's appropriate?
I need to get a word in, brother.
No. I need you to answer the question. Do you think it's appropriate to call another?
I think it's not appropriate. The way you were treating me as a host was not appropriate. Is what I'm going to say.
You think
anybody could roll it back? Okay, you were being a dick. Listen to me. You were being a dick, brother. You were acting like a dick. Somebody acts like a bitch, I call him a bitch. Okay? You don't like it? Cry about it. I don't give a fuck.
You can do whatever you want.
And I didn't call you a bitch, but what you're doing right now is very bitch-like. But what I'm saying, I said you're acting like a little. Stop acting like a little bitch. What I said.
What I'm trying to tell you is you turned this discussion, right, into
because let me tell you,
this is
not your point. You're repeating the same shit. We know what you said. Can I talk?
When you have to resort to ad hominem name calling, which I never.
You're gaslighting because you don't want to have the discussion right now. That's what you're doing.
Again, you're trying to use
again, but you call me a bitch. Why? Like, come on, let's stop.
You're using buzzwords to try to make yourself sound intelligent, and you sound bad right now. I'm just telling you.
Exactly what you're doing. That's not a buzzword.
It's a buzzword. It's a buzzword. You
like this is crazy right now.
So,
like, what are you trying to do? Like, are you trying to press the dudes in the panel?
No.
What are you doing?
Do you think it's appropriate?
You think you're pressing people in the chat? You think I give a fuck what people think? I don't.
Do you think it's appropriate to call another man a bitch and a dick on a live stream?
I don't think it's appropriate the way you were treating me. You were treating me like a dick. So you know what I did? I responded appropriately. You don't get to disrespect me and then get respect in return. That's not how it works.
So I was disrespecting you by
you don't get to lie in my name, lie about what I'm saying, say I'm a fanboy, you know, Canelo's your favorite fighter, and then like the way you were acting like a dick.
Is Canelo your favorite fighter? Yes or no?
No, he's one of my favorite fighters, but he's not my favorite fighter.
Is he currently your favorite fighter in boxing? Yes or no?
Right now, I would say yes.
Okay, so I wasn't lying.
But that's not what you were saying. You said, like you were acting like a dick, and you know you were. All right? You act like a dick. I treat anybody who disrespects me, I'm gonna disrespect them. You want respect? You show me respect.
All right,
Like, that's the way. I didn't call anybody. I didn't call Fight Doctor a bitch. I didn't call anybody else in the panel a bitch.
Go ahead, Tough, because I triggered you.
No, the one that's triggered is you, bro. Like, you're projecting right now. That's what you're doing. You're projecting. And you're projecting because you were cornered, okay, with good arguments, and you did not want to engage in those arguments. So you turned this into some other shit. That's what you did.
Because if my aunt had balls, would she still be my aunt? That's the way I look at that question.
Now, first of all, I said that. Okay, to prove to you that I understood your point.
Thank you. You helped me make my argument. Go ahead. Where do you want to go now? Where do you want to go now? With
No, stop being a dick, and I'll stop calling you a bitch.
Okay,
Just like you said, let courage prevail. Start acting with a courage.
Okay, tough guy, make your argument.
There you go. Like, that's a dick move. What you're doing right there. You know I'm a close friend of yours. You know I'm cool with you, and you're trying to impress people on the internet. You want to be a dick? Then fuck you. How about that? Stop acting like a bitch, bro. Like, I'm telling you, right, that's what you're doing. I'm not saying you're a bitch. You're acting like a bitch. I thought you had thick skin. You want to gaslight and all this other shit? Go ahead and do it. But you know what you're doing.
This is hilarious. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. This is like an episode of.
Oh, this is funny. Like, everybody knows you can't. Can we just go back to the discussion?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Beautiful. Go ahead.
Fight Doctor had a question.
Go ahead, Fight Doctor.
Sorry, guys. I'm eating a sandwich, listening to the conversation. My apologies. Okay, so here's my question, right? Two questions, actually. One, can we agree that it's called prize fighting and that fighters fight for a prize? Can we agree?
Sure.
Beeb, can we agree?
That's what I always thought, yeah.
Okay. Where does Canelo go to make the most money?
Here we go again.
Canelo's going to go wherever he wants to go, and that's not like an illogical thing to say.
No, my question is, where does he go to make the most money?
We don't know, because he's the highest paid fighter in boxing today, so I don't know if he's making the wrong decisions. Now, I know what you're asking. Hypothetically speaking, I know some people on the panel, all of us, they don't like hypotheticals, right? But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to address the hypothetical, right? Canelo's never signed a multi-fight deal in the last few years with Showtime, so I don't know why you would ask that question. I mean, he's only signed with DAZN, so I cannot fathom that question. That question it doesn't enter my mind, because that's not what Canelo's been doing. He's been signing multi-fight deals with DAZN, and been making money with DAZN, so I cannot properly fathom that question. I'm sorry. But instead of being a dick, I'm going to answer your question, all right? It is possible, Fight Doctor, that he would have made more money with Showtime if he would have been with him for his last 9 fights, because they had the pay-per-view platform, right? But we don't know that for a fact. We don't know if he would make more money with Showtime. We can guess, we could assume, we could presuppose. But sure, I'll agree that it's possible that he'll make more money with Showtime.
Can we agree that if he re-ups with DAZN, then the fights that would potentially make him the most money become that much more difficult to make?
Yes, the fights will become more difficult to make, and that's actually why I proposed the question to begin with. So that's a great.
The only reason why the Benavidez fight would be it wouldn't even be difficult.
Can I take a moment to admire the great question Fight Doctor just asked? That's a phenomenal question.
I actually disagree with that.
Do the PBC fighters have the ability, yes or no, to fight on DAZN?
Fight Doctor is 100% correct. If somebody wants to label it a mistake, that's fine. But that question Fight Doctor posed is 100% on point. All right, the fights by definition will become more difficult to make. Right, and it's not necessarily because of the fighters or their character or anything like that. It's because of the entities involved. Okay. It doesn't mean they will be impossible to make. It doesn't mean they won't happen. It just means that they would be, by definition, more difficult to make.
In my opinion, I don't think that fight would ever be difficult to make. And I'm just saying it because I've seen both Showtime and both DAZN let their fighters go over to each other's platform for the right fights. So, in my opinion, right, Eddie, he probably will sign again with Eddie Hearn. I agree with that. Do I agree that he has a better working relationship with Eddie Hearn than he had with Oscar De La Hoya? Absolutely, 100%. I do agree with that. But as I said, and I know I'm gonna repeat myself, and it's probably gonna bother somebody and some people, but once again, if the deal is right, the fight will be wherever the deal's right. And if that's going to be Showtime, then it's going to be Showtime. My only thing is I just don't think Canelo or DAZN or even PBC, right, will sit there and demand it. If the offer is so great from either side, no one's going to step in the way. This fight, in my opinion, and I just think I'm going to be right on this one. Next year will be the biggest fight in boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, Beeb just answered the question indirectly, but he answered it. He just said that if one side has a great deal, no side will be an obstacle. It'll be easy to make.
I agree.
That's literally what the question always was. And you just answered it. It's done. That's it. Woo! My God, it wasn't that hard, was it?
The question was if Canelo
You just answered the question. I'm proud of you.
The question was if Canelo demanded this fight to be on the zone.
My doctor's you're amazing.
My only statement is I don't think Canelo would demand
Fight doctor's amazing, but Fight doctor's a fucking genius.
I don't think Canelo would ever say.
I see what you did, Fight Doctor. That was smart.
I don't think Canelo would ever say out of his mouth, honestly, that this fight has to be on DAZN.
I don't think anybody ever said that, actually. I don't think anybody ever made that argument. But Fight Doctor's a fucking genius. No, I didn't. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. There you go again, lying. You're lying. When did I say that? When? Roll the tape. When did I say that?
I think we need to ask the question. I think we need to ask the question.
No, but Fight Doctor's a G. He just got beat to say that no, Benavidez will not be an obstacle if it's on the zone. He just answered the question. Thank you.
You said
simple question to ask. You just answered it. You answered everybody heard you already. You answered the question.
You said Canelo Alvarez.
You answered the question, brother.
You said Canelo Alvarez.
You know what's funny? That on the phone, Beef told me, yes, of course he's got to go to the zone. But on the video, he won't fucking say it.
You said don't even. I mean, that's if you want me to reveal.
That's just the truth.
On the phone, you want me to reveal some of the things you told me on the phone that I'm not.
You could tell me whatever you want.
I'm not gonna. It is what it is. I'm not gonna do that, bro.
Okay,
so first of all, let me finish my point.
You see, he didn't deny it, right?
Let me finish my point. My argument all along was this. If you
that no one's going to play an obstacle. You just answered it.
No,
it's brilliant.
You're going to let me go.
Fight Doctor's a fucking genius.
Are you going to let me go, or are we going to play games? Come on.
I'm just saying Fight Doctor's a genius. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay. He is.
I can't compliment Fight Doctor now. You got a problem with Fight Doctor? I'm just complimenting the guy.
Yeah, okay. So my question is this. You said if Canelo says it has to be on DAZN, that the fight won't happen.
Okay, I never said, oh, Canelo's going to say you need to fight. That's not what I said. Okay,
you said, what if?
It's a hypothetical. I said if the hypothetical situation happened that Canelo wants the fight to be on the zone, that's not a crazy question to ask. But here's the genius about what Fight Doctor said, right? All he said was that if Canelo signs with the zone, will it make these fights more difficult to make with the PBC fighters? And I think anyone who's logical is going to say yes. Like I think anyone who just wants to win an argument because they just want to be right on the internet is going to say no. But I think most logical people are going to say that yes, it's going to be more. And I'm pretty sure that Fight Doctor was alluding to that.
I would say. Honestly, I would say maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, I think you would be correct. Right now, I disagree. I think boxing's in a different place right now. where a lot of these guys are gonna these broadcasters are gonna start working together.
Hey, but you see how you just answered that? You see how you just having a normal conversation now? See, now you just said, "Oh, that was 2 years ago." I would agree with that point, but now I don't agree with it. Okay, that's fine, babe. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't care if you disagree. I understand that, and that's perfectly fine.
I'm just gonna say it one last time.
That's all you have to say to begin with, instead of all the gaslighting.
I'm gonna say this one last time, and this is just me. When you presented that question, I'm just gonna say it one last time. I just can't. You
can't fathom the fact that he'll resign with his own.
No. I can never picture it coming out of Canelo's mouth. In order for this fight to happen, it has to be on his own.
Actions speak louder than words.
That literally is a straw man. You know what that is? And I know you're going to say it's a label. You're arguing straw mans with me. You're being the master of the straw man, is what you're doing. Right? You're trying to nitpick like little things that are said. Like, at the end of the day, you just answered the question. You just answered.
Did you ever think Canelo Alvarez, Caleb Plant was going to be on Showtime?
I thought it was a very real possibility. In fact, let me source it for you. I'll source it for you, okay? We did a roundtable when Canelo was going to come back to fight Callum Smith, and everyone on the panel, including you, said he should do the Caleb Plant first, the fight first, right? Because it's going to be the most difficult fight to make because he's over there with PBC, and none of us at that time thought that it was going to happen on DAZN. We all thought that, right? That is on a live show that's on camera, right? So I don't need to answer it now. I've answered it before, right? And then when the fight approached, once he beat Billy Joe and he called out Billy Joe, the gentleman on the panel, and he could speak if he wants. I'll let him kind of make the argument, but that said it because it's true. They made the first offer. They offered the $10 million to Plant. Okay, PBC did a counter offer, right? And at the end of the day, that was a nightmare. And I've heard interviews from Canelo that he's done, Beeb, right? A lot of them are in Spanish, okay, but he has done interviews saying how that whole thing was a nightmare to make that fight happen. But he was hell bent on getting that belt. That leverage that they had, I believe, is the main reason why that fight happened over at PBC. I honestly believe that.
I'll take your word for it, but I've also heard interviews when Eddie Reynoso and Canelo said that they had no problem.
I could tell you a lot of things they said. A lot of them that support your
obviously
argument.
there was a problem because they tried to get it on their network first.
Can I just say something?
Obviously, it was. Obviously, there was.
The fight happened in September.
There was negotiations for a long time. That implies that there was problems, bro.
Can I just make a statement, though? Can I just make a statement? And
Go ahead.
Let's be objective. Are these big fights really ever easy to make? Historically,
no, they're not. But can I? But here's the thing, B.
I mean, they're never going to be.
No. I'm not saying you're not right. But let's focus on what you just said. Are these fights really that hard to make? Saul Canelo Alvarez wanted to fight on Mexican Independence Day weekend that year in September. That's the day that he says matters to him. And I don't need to tell you, Canelo is a very proud Mexican. Okay, he's even made statements like, I don't want to fight Mexican fighters. I don't. Like, you know what I mean? He went after Messi because he thought Messi was stepping on the Mexican flag. This date was really important to him. And PBC used it against him. Okay? They did. Now, you could say that's smart. You can say whatever you want. They try to leverage that against him to lock him into a multi-fight deal. That's just the truth. Okay? They ended up compromising. And 2 months later, the deal got made because they really wanted that fight. Right? And they made it a one-fight deal. Despite of what he says, what do his actions show us? Who did he sign with a multi-fight deal with after that? With Matchroom, who works with who? With DAZN, right? That's who he signed with. That's what his actions show us, right? Now, we fast forward to after the Ryder fight. We're all in agreement, I believe anyway, that his contract's going to expire, okay?
I believe so, correct.
Fair enough. Like, I'm not arguing against that. But all of this started because Canelo wants to fight Bivol, babe. And then people wanted to insert themselves, rightfully so. No, I want to see the Benavidez fight, is what people are saying. And it's being framed as, is Canelo going to take the Benavidez fight, right? We'll do the Benavidez fight instead of the Bivol fight, Canelo. Come on, right? That's what people want Canelo to do. Canelo is saying, because I agree, let's go by what Canelo says. He says, no, I'm busy this year. I want that get back with Bivol, right? And then it came out that Benavidez signed a multi-fight deal with PBC, which tells us, in order for
his deals with Samsung.
Well, fair enough. It's a deal with Samsung, right? All this started because a simple question was asked. Like, well, first of all, Canelo's hell bent on fighting Bivol, right? That's where he's going. So he's not interested in fighting Benavidez at the moment because he wants to fight Bivol, right? I think we could all agree to that. Okay. All this started because I was basically asking the Benavidez fans, the Canelo detractors, not you, but all this was framed towards them, and then you inserted yourself in it. Okay, those detractors were demanding that he fight Benavidez. My question simply was, okay, well, what's Benavidez going to do in order to entice Canelo to drop the Bivol fight and fight him instead? Because I doubt Canelo's going to drop him doing and go over to PBC this year to go fight him, right? That's the only thing I was saying. That's how the whole thing started.
There's one problem with the Bivol situation. If Bivol decides, and it's been put out there by his manager, that the only way he takes the fight is at 168. And then if Canelo says, "Well, no, I want it at 175," because they're already talking to Beterbiev. So
that's
again,
fine.
I don't hate the Bivol fight at 168. I don't even hate it at 175. But I'm just going to be honest. I do think Canelo will sign with Eddie Hearn again, but I still do think you will end up seeing Canelo at one point in time on Showtime again before his career's out.
If he does, I have no problem with that. Like,
so,
but
Canelo has stated and prided himself. Eddie, and tell me if I'm wrong here. I don't think I'm misspeaking by saying this. Canelo has stated and prided himself, along with Eddie Reynoso, and they've repeatedly said this, we're free agents.
Yes, of course they have. In fact, look, this is to support your point. I'm going to support your point. Let me. Eddie has openly said that, yeah, we're going to be open to every bidder, like once the contract is up, and that's what you're supposed to do. They're going to say that they want this. This is no different than if I take it to pro wrestling for a moment, right? Vince and Hulk Hogan pretended to have a negotiation. He made a fake deal to Hogan, so that way he could force WCW to make him a bigger offer, right? So not that they're looking for fake offers in this situation, okay? But the more PBC offers Canelo, the more the DAZN is going to offer Canelo as well. The more if ESPN wants to jump in on board, that they're going to have to raise the bidder too. Like, the more people you have at the auction, okay, the higher the price is going to be. I think anybody could agree to that.
I agree.
But I've never once argued that I'm against the fight being on Showtime.
The problem with the DAZN right now, in my opinion, is they spread themselves a little bit too thin because now they got Joshua, right? So now they're going to have that big fight in December with Joshua, right? I believe, anyways. So even with Canelo doing what he's going to do with Eddie Hearn, like I said, that fight's going to go to the highest bidder. And I think they pride themselves on being free agents. And they I don't even think they would want to lock themselves in and say this has to be this or this has to be that.
If we go back, if we go back to Fight Doctor's question, and I know and I don't want to put words in Fight Doctor's mouth, so he could jump in and say that's not what I meant or whatever. Anytime, okay? But I believe what he believes is that it's best for Canelo to sign with Showtime if he wants to do those fights with those PBC fighters. Because one, make more money there, and two, he believes. Sure.
No, let me clarify my position now. So me personally, when it comes to the fighter, and when it comes to the dynamic that exists between the fighter and the promoter and the fighter and the TV networks, it's the fighter who's actually going in the ring and taking the punches. So in my mind, the fighter should take the best deal. Whatever's going to be, whatever situation makes the fighter the most money, or whatever situation is best in terms of the fighter's interest long term, financially and other interests, that's a deal he should go with. So it could be Showtime, it could be DAZN, it could be some third party.
But you believe?
But do you believe that the PBC fighters have the ability to go to DAZN?
Yes.
See, now that's a tricky question because I don't think that's
for the right fight.
I think it's case by case. I think it depends on the fighter that we're talking about.
So it's up in the air, right? But Benavidez has said he wants to stay in the PBC forever. Benavidez is a senior. He's recently said that. So I mean,
so then you have to ask the question: why would Benavidez make that statement? Okay,
did Floyd Mayweather once say, "I will never work with Bob Arum ever again"? And for the right fight, what happened?
He worked with Bob Arum.
Did a co-promotion. That's all I'm saying. I just think Canelo. I just think Canelo at this stage of his career is too smart to throw all his eggs in one basket. I just think that. And again, I know people.
So what you're saying is, like, are you saying that he's gonna have no choice? Because I know that's not what you're saying, right? That he has no choice but to fight on PBC.
No.
I'm saying, so that's really the crux of the argument.
What I'm saying, in my opinion, is this: even if he re-ups with Eddie Hearn, I just don't ever see it being a situation where it has to be this, has to be that, because DAZN doesn't operate that way. Eddie Hearn doesn't operate that way, and neither does Canelo Alvarez. Now,
I get it.
In fairness, PBC has shown a history to operate that way. I do agree with that, more so than the other people involved. But in recent years, this year particularly, they have softened on their stance, particularly with the Fulton situation and the Tank situation. So they're starting to realize, because of the circumstances, that they cannot hold that hard line rule anymore. So the market has dictated that no one can hold that hard line rule anymore.
So can I just ask you this?
Except for Canelo.
Okay, but here's the thing, B. A lot of what you're saying is actually
I'm a data person.
Okay, but let me just say this. A lot of what you're saying is that it's making a lot of sense, right? And it actually answers the question to begin with. And you're answering it right now. Like when you say, I don't think PBC has an issue right now for the right fight to send guys to another network. That answers the question.
If DAZN,
that's been the question the whole time.
If DAZN presents,
now I'm not as optimistic as you. Like, I'll say that. I guess the disagreement is this:
if DAZN presents the best offer,
right,
then the fight's on DAZN without question. 100%. 100%. Because
so, and you believe that
David Benavidez will demand this fight just like fucking Fulton demanded the fight. And just like
that's all I wanted to hear. Like everything was all about what you just. That's all we wanted to hear. That's all it was.
But
that's all you had to say the whole time.
But I could never in my life picture Canelo saying, "I will not fight anyone unless it's on DAZN." And I stand by that. And maybe you think maybe you think I'm nitpicking here, but he doesn't
I know. Like,
he's not
I
Floyd
get it.
Mayweather. He's not fucking Floyd Mayweather. He's not. He's not.
I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying, but like, I'm
He's
just
not
saying,
Floyd
like you've been like articulating so beautifully the last 2 minutes. You've been preaching. I almost had a church faint, right? But you've been preaching.
Let
Now,
the church say amen.
like the reason for the question is to have this discussion, right? This is why D-Style is a fucking. You see, when I propose questions, panels happen, people talk about it, they debate it. That's why I do it. Okay, listen to me. The reason for that question is to have this discussion, which is the real discussion.
Can I critique you a little bit? Let me just finish this critique. I believe you should have said this. You should have framed the question, right? And I'll explain why I think you should have.
Like Fight Doctor, right? Fight Doctor's a genius.
No, you should have framed the question: if DAZN offers the most money for this fight, does David Benavidez or should David Benavidez?
Well, here's why I'm gonna critique.
But the reason why this is the reason why I questioned your question. Because and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, and maybe you weren't leaning this way. But the way I looked at it was, no matter what happens, whether or not the fight it gets a better offer somewhere else, that this fight is going to be on DAZN no matter what. And to me, I honestly couldn't wrap my head around that.
I get what you're saying, but
I couldn't wrap my head around that. It didn't make sense to me. I'm just being honest.
But here's the thing.
Just being honest.
But hold on. I prefaced everything I say. So the reason I start with, I'm not against a fight happening on Showtime. I know it may happen on Showtime. PBC may offer Canelo something, and Canelo's going to love that offer. He's going to take it. The fight, if it happens on Showtime, no argument for me. I literally prefaced everything I said with that. That's why I get frustrated when people say I'm saying something I didn't say. Right? That's number one. But let me say this. The only adjustment I'm going to make is this. Even if DAZN offers Canelo an offer, let me put in numbers. If DAZN offers Canelo a $45 million guarantee, and PBC offers him a $55 million guarantee. Now the business side of me is saying, damn, Canelo should take the $10 million more. But if Canelo says, I don't care if they're offering me more, I'm gonna take the DAZN deal because maybe there's other things he likes in it. That's a possibility. It's not that crazy. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's possible he still goes with DAZN, right?
So haven't we already seen that?
Yes, kind of.
We've seen the reason why too is we've seen him have multiple fights on DAZN, and then he went over to Showtime. Now, if your argument is he just went over there for the belts, I mean, I don't know. I still think if they played hardball enough with Plant, there's no way in anyone's right mind he's going to turn down a $10 million.
But here's where the real discussion's at, and it goes back to the heart of what Fight Doctor asked. Okay. So basically, my hypothetical was just really to get to what Fight Doctor asked to begin with, and it's this. Our big disagreement is the following, and I kind of want to know what the rest of the panel thinks because I've been talking a lot, but this is the only question and the only what I believe is a real discussion. Joe, I think you're more optimistic than I am about PBC working with other promoters, and I think you're more optimistic with. My issue is not David; it's the people that David is surrounded by. I think they're going to try to leverage David to get Canelo in a multi-fight deal on PBC. That's what I believe is going to happen because they've done it before.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
Here's the thing. If the fighter puts their foot down, honestly, and the fight is big enough where the promoter doesn't want to, the promoter and the network doesn't want to lose the fight, they will cave into the fighter. Like AKA Stephen Fulton AKA Tank Davis, Ryan Garcia.
I'm going to be
AKA
the Grinch. Look, I'm going to be the Grinch that stole Christmas right now. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But if Canelo resigns with the zone, or to be more specific, Matchroom, I think the Benavidez fight happening is very unlikely. That's just my opinion.
So now I would take that a step further. I would say I personally would say that the purpose, part of the reason for Alvarez to re-up with Matchroom would be so that the Benavidez fight can't happen. Now that's my own personal feeling.
I think regardless of who he signs with, that fight definitely happens. It's a one-off. It's going to be a one-off. My opinion. It's a one-off. That simple. And Nacho, I know we had this disagreement. You know, you're saying he has Berlanga. You're saying he has, who else did you say? Munguia. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Those two guys could probably lose by the time Canelo gets to them. And
true,
I still think the Charlo and Benavidez 2-fight deal would be better than the Berlanga Munguia deal.
Okay, but hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
Now, if Bivol is number 1 and Berlanga is number 2, I could see Canelo maybe doing that. I'm not even sure. I think this time around, if it's Benavidez and Charlo, I honestly believe because of the circumstances, this guy's at the end now. And usually, when you're at the end of you're turning the corner and you're nearing the finish line, you think differently and you start going. That's when you most certainly go for the money, AKA Fury, AKA Joshua, AKA Wilder. Now they're looking for money fights now, right? And I think Canelo is going to close out his career, putting himself in the position where he can make the most money possible, and it would not be out of the realm of possibility for him to do those 2 fights with Benavidez and possibly Charlo.
Benavidez I could see happening. I just don't see Charlo happening because of the fact that man has sat on his ass for 2 years, has not announced a fight anytime soon. He barely got back into the gym, and you know they're not going to put him in a tough fight right away. So this idea that Charlo would be the second opponent, I don't know if Canelo's willing to wait for him to finally decide, okay, I've had a couple of tune-up fights. I'm ready to fight you at 168.
Why would Alvarez need to wait?
Because of the fact that Charlo hasn't fought in 2 years, and he's coming back.
Okay, but
and he's barely coming back.
So who's the A side?
I know that Canelo's the A side, but you're saying that if he wants Charlo, wouldn't he have to wait?
No. Why?
What? I think one thing.
Let me ask a question. Why? Who? So, in what world, in what universe would Alvarez need to wait for Charlo? That's the other way around.
Because Beeb is framing it as that's the second viable opponent as part of that package that he's talking about. He didn't mention David Morrell and he didn't mention Demetrius Andrade. We're talking about Charlo.
Right. I
So
understand
unless Charlo's not part of the package, then yeah, of course I agree with your sentiment. But he's stating that he thinks Charlo would be the second opponent.
Right.
So
it's
if Charlo's
possible, or it could be a one-off.
I think that's more likely. I think a one-off is more likely.
I want to go to something Fight Doctor said though, because it's very and it goes. Joe, you know, like when you say, I don't know why you would ask that question. I mean, I didn't because it was never really directed at you, and maybe that's why it didn't. But see, here's the thing, Fight Doctor. You were kind of cut off a moment ago, but can you repeat what you said about Canelo? If he signs with the zone, what does that mean about Benavidez?
I don't. So me personally, I think if Alvarez re-signs with the zone, then in my mind that tells me he does not want the Benavidez fight. That's what I think.
There we go. So the reason I ask is David Benavidez willing to go to the zone, or not just him? When I talk about a fighter, I'm not talking about the fighter himself. I'm talking about his people, his management, promotion, everything. Okay, just as the reason I'm even asking that question to begin with, because there's a lot of people that share Fight Doctor sentiment that Canelo, right? And I want to know what Fight Doctor says to this. That Canelo, if he resigns with the zone, he's basically trying to avoid and not fight.
I disagree.
David Benavidez.
And here's another thing too. A lot of people are grabbing on this. And shout out to G Funky and Duenas. I'm going to reference this interview again because a lot of people are going to grasp onto what Sampson said about, oh, we're never going to fight on the zone. But in the same interview, he also said, well, I'm not the guy. I can't act like I'm the big man here. I'm not the guy with the money. I think at the end of the day, Sampson's not even the lead promoter. Most of those shows that David Benavidez fights on, he's the secondary promoter alongside Tom Brown. So at the end of the day, I don't think he calls the shots like people think he do. And I say that respectfully. I like Sampson. But even he said that it's not really up to him at the end of the day because it's up to the network. These promoters can only do what the broadcasters allow them to do. These promoters can try to make all the fights they want. If the network or the broadcaster does not pay the rights fee or does not show the fight, then they're fucked. It's that simple. Now, Eddie is in a great position with DAZN because he's got the biggest piggy bank. But the problem is a big portion of that piggy bank goes to Anthony Joshua. Whereas the PBC piggy bank is kind of spread out a little bit more evenly, right? So that DAZN piggy bank right now is divided up by two fighters.
So I get that you disagree with what Fight Doctor said, but I do want Fight Doctor to elaborate on why he thinks that'll be a duck move by Canelo if he resigns with DAZN.
Okay, so we can all agree that if Alvarez signs with the PBC or CBS or whatever, that a major impediment to making the Benavidez fight is now removed. That fight becomes a lot easier to make because they're both fighting on the same platform essentially. Right. So the fight becomes easier to make. However, if he resigns with DAZN, now you're adding layers that complicate making the fight. So if Alvarez's intention is to make the Benavidez fight, then re-signing with DAZN complicates making that fight. It makes it more complicated. It makes it more difficult to make.
But let me. No, I disagree because look at what they just did with Garcia and Tank. They actually came to stipulations where they could agree to broadcast the fight on Showtime. So it can be done. It doesn't necessarily mean that because DAZN is involved that all of a sudden it can't happen.
No,
it can be done.
That's not
I
my argument.
I honestly believe, to be perfectly honest with you, I think it's going to be a dual pay-per-view, just like this Garcia thing was. I just believe that. And then you say, well, why would they do that? I'll tell you why they would do that. Because Showtime would pay David Benavidez exclusively, and DAZN would pay Canelo exclusively via their promoters, respectively. So sometimes that deal is that's better. It works out better, and I'll tell you why. Because now one side pays one, just like Top Rank Top Rank paid Pacquiao, and Floyd Mayweather actually paid himself because he was the promoter of that fight on that side. So it's these co-promotion deals really aren't that difficult now because you have because you have the two platforms that both have big viewer bases. Now the problem with DAZN is this: they don't have a big subscriber base in the United States. But once again, I mean, a lot of UK fans are going to buy this fight on DAZN. I believe that a lot of people are going to buy this fight. I do think more people on Showtime will probably buy the fight overall, but I think globally more people will watch this fight on DAZN. I think the issue is people in Australia and people in the UK will buy this pay-per-view via DAZN platform, where the Showtime pay-per-views are only going to be in the United States.
I think that's
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, I think there's an insinuation by some fans out there and some pundits that Canelo just doesn't want the Benavidez fight. Like, I guess.
I don't think that's true.
So, no, I know you don't think that's true, but you have someone in the panel that thinks that's true.
I think that's true right now. I don't know that it's true in perpetuity, but I think right now Benavidez is not figuring into the Canelo Alvarez strategy because it's a bad fight for Alvarez. He probably loses and probably looks bad doing it, and his marketability goes down. So in my mind, it's smart. Look, I'm going to take off my fight fan hat. I'm going to put on my businessman hat. Okay, as a businessman, if I'm handling Canelo Alvarez, I don't want Benavidez right now because I can milk a DAZN for millions of dollars, fighting tomato cans and fighting B-plus fighters for however many more years. And then once I get to where I know it's close to the end, okay, now I can make the Benavidez fight because it's going to be there. It's not going anywhere. So why take that fight now when I can make millions of dollars fighting subpar position and then fight that guy later? I mean, that makes more sense. Now, somebody mentioned earlier that Berlanga is out there, and who's the guy promoted by Golden Boy? What's his name?
Munguia.
Who?
Munguia.
Winnable fights, easy fights in my mind. Well, maybe not easy, but winnable fights, very winnable fights. Certainly more winnable fights than Benavidez, and maybe not as much money, but still good money. All right. So,
can I ask you a question?
So if I'm handling Canelo Alvarez, yeah, I want to see Berlanga. I definitely want to see that guy. I want to see Munguia. I want to see that guy. Long before I see Benavidez.
I get you. Like put your fight fan cap back on, right?
Yes, sir.
If Canelo resigns with his own, I know you believe he's doing it to avoid the Benavidez smoke. I get it. But if Canelo says, "Hey, let's do it. Let's rock. I'm right here," and DAZN makes a big offer to Benavidez, are you expecting Benavidez to go over there?
I think if Benavidez can go over there without getting sued, then that's exactly what he should do. Right now,
well, why would he get sued? Why would he get sued if he has
like he has the perfect opportunity to?
Here's the reason why he might get sued, because boxing is a dirty business. Now we can all sit here and speculate about what his contract says, but unless any of us have actually read it, we don't know what it actually says.
The only time, wait, hold on.
We can't even go by history because we don't even know what's in every contract. We don't know it's all the same. Could be different.
Only time Benavidez was going to get sued was when he tried to go and make a backdoor deal with Top Rank and took their money. That was the only time he got sued. So unless he tries to make a backdoor deal with DAZN and Lykowitz and PBC doesn't know about it, there's no reason he would get sued for anything.
And he only signed a 3-fight deal, which is just 2 fights left.
Yeah, but
so
again,
what's to say? But there's people that saying he can't leave. There's no way he could leave. I'm like, what the fuck?
Fight doctor, are you saying that Benavidez cannot go to DAZN? Is that what you're saying, fight doctor?
What I'm saying is,
I mean, that re-signing didn't really make too much sense to me if you're trying to get a Canelo fight either.
Samson clearly said that he can go anywhere. He has the deal. He has the deal with Samson. That's who he has to deal with. Those fighters over at PBC, now they're incentivized not to do so in many instances, and they're advised not to do so in many instances. But as Stephen Fulton showed you, if he demands he wants a specific fight and it becomes lucrative enough, then the promoter will cave. It's that simple. These guys, PBC doesn't. The only long-term deal Showtime has signed with a fighter in recent years is Floyd Mayweather. That's it. And Steven Espinosa is on record saying we don't do multi-fight deals with fight. Wilder has said, "I'm a free agent" for years. They don't do deals with the fighters.
Yeah, but again, it goes to the same logic. But what has the facts shown you though? Like, it's very rare that they do cross the street, though.
Okay, but
very rare.
But there is a trend that is starting to happen, particularly this year. We've seen 2 big fights being either co-promoted or a guy's crossing the street. 2 big fights.
Now what?
Well, like
now,
you
now
said,
what if it says that like, oh, the fight can't get made because the PBC is not allowing David Benavidez to go? Then are you going to hold that against Canelo, or are you going to hold it against Benavidez for re-signing?
No. Listen, if the PBC says, all right, look, if Benavidez has some verbiage in his contract which says Al Heyman has to approve his opponents, and the Alvarez fight comes up on DAZN, right? He's offered a fight against Alvarez on DAZN, and Al Heyman basically says no. Then you can't hold that against Benavidez. If he's contractually,
But he resigned. He resigned.
Listen.
Let him elaborate.
I mean, shit, you resigned. I mean, did you sign it yourself, or did you have a lawyer with you?
Guys, I disagree with Fight Doctor, but you guys aren't letting him finish. I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Listen, if the man has a contract which says Al Heyman has to approve his opponents, and then he tries to breach that contract, you know what happens, right? You know what happens next? He gets dragged into court for some years. Okay? And during the time he's in court, guess what he's not doing? He's not fighting. He's not earning money to feed his family.
Guess what, though?
Look, fighters sign bad contracts all the time. This has been true for as long as it's been a sport of boxing. People get used to the fact that fighters sign.
So Fight Doctor.
Okay? It just is.
Let me ask you this. So what you're describing is, so you're saying that Canelo should sign with PBC because he's going to be a free agent, right?
No.
And he needs to be considerate the fact that maybe Benavidez signed a bad contract that won't let him cross the street.
No, sir. That's not my argument.
Well, first of all, what you're describing,
sir.
Fight Doctor, with all due respect, is essentially a violation of the Muhammad Ali Act. There's no way that an advisor can demand a fighter fight a certain, like if you're someone's advisor, you can't act as a promoter in the same way. Now we know what Heyman does, but I don't think a contract like that would be enforceable in a court of law, where you're my advisor, you work